I don't claim to be a killer, but I'm bowdy bout it. Fucking right.
I heard all the rumors, man, that y'all said about the yo. What if I catch you slipping on your shit, that leave you gotta go? Jumping out, ain't saying shit. Man, yeah, man, just make me click. Having psychopathic dreams, thinking I wanna kill a bitch. If you got some manner, we gon' hang out there right on the spot. If you keep on talking shit, then my fucking Glock gon' pop. Walk to walk, talk to talk, then I grab that sword. I'll commit to blow your ass off, then I'll play a ball off into the wind, cause I'm about my dividend. When I blast the magazine, then when that shit gonna eat.
Color struggling through this world, don't you know it's all okay? $1 million mansion, nobody has to stand away from me. Play the shit is all in me, psycho shit is overly. Take a trip away from me, the one that really take me deep. Living life as a thug, man, can I claim it hoe? All around North Memphis, player niggas on the floor. Watch me rule, dead fool, play a shit, lost your cool. Later on that night, I'm baby, live some world, cold and blue. Niggas bitches, yeah, I hate them, trying to make them, never save them. Later on that night, I put her on the house, time to break it.
Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka The Harbinger. We were listening to 3DMG off the album Totally Lost. Big props to this wonderful map from Damn, That's Interesting. Yes, as Chem Goblin was asking, this is a map of all the nuclear explosions that have happened on Earth so far. As you can see, the United States, number one, with a whopping 1,032 nuclear explosions. Russia coming in number 2 here with 715. I'm going to embarrass myself. That flag, I should recognize that flag. Is that Italy? Oh, okay. I'm not going to embarrass myself. I don't know all the flags by heart because I'm not a fucking academic. Why'd you attack Ukraine, Putin? Our whole universe was in a... Yeah, exactly, Tisreal. That's the joke. Tucker Carlson got a little history lesson from Putin. And it's important for Putin to give a history lesson because he has a very specific and incorrect version of history that he's basing all of his conclusions off of. So I can see why it would be very important for him to, talk about that. Vlad Vexler had a really great take just talking about this, and he's constantly pointing out how, from a Russian or Ukrainian or kind of Eastern European standpoint, Putin is kind of a fucking moron. He's like a George Bush. His misinterpretations of history are legendary. France, yeah, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I don't know these maps by heart. Okay, it's embarrassing. Okay, so I know number 2 is Turkey, right? Or no, is that Pakistan? And number 4, oh, it's so embarrassing. Oh, go to school. I don't know number 4 by heart. Oh, and of course, 45 is China. It's Pakistan, India, China. Yeah, it's so embarrassing. So embarrassing. I'm a go, I'm a gut kind of guy. I'm not an academic, I'm not trying to front. I'm not trying to front like I am. This fucking hat off. It looks stupid. It's your boy Lenny from South Boston, south of Boston. Man, that stream of yours is blowing up, dude. Getting them big views already, nice and early in your streaming career. Good for you, Lenny. Good for you. Make sure you like and subscribe to that Lenny, folks. That Lenny content. Okay, they're damn good live streams. Good stuff. Israel also has nukes. Well, they don't admit it, and they haven't officially tested, right? Doing okay. Well, I'm just glad to see you doing it, damn it. Same situation as Hitler served with the parallel where the guy got lost in the sauce. He literally believed in UFOs and different magic things. His history vision was similarly corrupted with folklore and stuff. Yeah, Putin, right? Well, folks, this is, like I said before, this is the news underground. Hardcore news. We don't fuck around here. We're talking about babies getting blown up and shit. Right? So put your fucking smiles away. Take your uncomfortable jokes back to SNL and strap the fuck in for some real motherfucking news. I refuse to not keep it real. I refuse, dude. I cannot even operate that way, dude. Gun to my head. My ass getting blown away. I know this. It's crazy what people can believe. At least I am sensible. Yeah, flat Earth over here. The common sense, guys. All right, but we're going to be doing world news, various topics, jumping into U.S. news. Big update on Gaza. Of course, the planned ethnic cleansing campaign continues, and the even the United States now making statements of like, okay, we really mean it now. Okay. How do we sign this check? What was this? $15 billion? Yeah, okay, we're going to get this passed through. Oh, we really mean it now. Oh, this is really scary. Don't do this. See, the problem is the speed, right? If Netanyahu just took a small chunk or even just half of the Gaza Strip and left the rest, right, and then slowly, after a year or so, letting settlers take pieces bits by bits, right, just like the West Bank, the United States and everybody will be cool. Oh, we'll just do a quiet little ceremony in 50 years to, commemorate the official, the new territory of Israel. And we'll just get it over with. And then, that's how they're thinking. It's a plan that was started in the fucking 40s. Okay. Israel, throughout its entire existence, never defined its borders and never acknowledged the existence of the country it was conquering. Okay. So it's nice to see all the bullshit drain away.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Hey, it's not working anymore. Okay? Turns out you're not anti-Semitic for criticizing what is clearly settler colonialism. Working class are all equal and should control the means of production so we can build a better society. Sure, if that's what you want, Mr. Communist, that's fine. My recommendation to you is to get off the couch and participate in our current political system so that you can make those reforms towards a more communist future, if that's what you want. Because if you're one of those communists sitting on their fucking duff, waiting for a motherfucking Bolshevik-style revolution, fuck you. Fuck you. If you want to see more communism, you want to see more socialism, then become politically active. And if you're not, and you're spitting this commie bullshit, and you're not politically active, then you can suck my entire... So sick and tired of the motherfucking frontin' commies out here. Produce or shut the fuck up. Because the solution to our problems are based in class. Listen to you, fuck off. Listen to that. You're defending your apathy. You are not participating, all right? You're not. Oh, you got the time to fuck off on Kick. Make a goddamn fool of yourself. Get your ass involved in political activism, all right, so that we can have some of these socialist ideas. Stop waiting for a fucking revolution, jackass. Of course, we're going to be ending the stream with a massive, I'm talking massive, Ukraine update. I'm talking 2.5 hours. I promised I was going to do a stream after last Saturday. I didn't do it. So we're doing it today. Massive. Old news, which means news a couple weeks old, 2 weeks old, but we're going to start with all the new stuff. All the latest updates. We got a general getting switched out. The revolution will not be televised. The fuck it won't. It'll be televised on channels just like this. Live streamed. That statement, the revolution will not be televised, was made before the proliferation of cell phones and social media. Where would the revolution be? You know what I mean? Of course it'll be televised. If you're talking about mainstream media, of course not. Welcome back, everybody. Lucine Obscene, Flat Earth, who is apparently not a flat earther and just some ironic memester. Ya boy Lenny, Davey, Chem Goblin, Tisriel, and I'm not even going to say your name. It's disgusting over there on Kick. The fucking communist. Congratulations, another communist embarrassing themselves on the internet. Just what we needed. All right, so let's get to this world news, folks. Maoists, what the fuck ever, dude. That's the first thing communists need to do, is drop that entire iconography of the Soviet Union, of Mao, the red, the hammer and sickle. That's not mass appeal. This isn't the fucking 30s. Some motherfucking News Underground, bitch. Yeah, so we will be definitely getting to that Ukraine news about the general. I'm fine with it, you know. There's no rule. That happened all the time in World War II and Vietnam and all kinds of conflicts. People get switched out. New strategies, new theorems. Perfectly normal. Big props to 3DMG. All right, let's get to our first story. Absolutely hilarious, but also just a sign of current Indian politics. What do you think this guy is doing? Any guesses in the chat what this guy's up to? Any guesses in the chat what Homeboy's up to over here? So what we are looking at is an Indian politician. Oops. Whoops. Oh, I used to have the fuck, what happened to it? I used to have the Metal Gear Solid, but I almost never used it. But I think I removed it. I need to get it back. That's exactly what I need right here. Shit. But so he sees the camera. So this is an Indian politician who is literally changing votes. And I believe this is a Modi friendly politician. This is not like national parliament or whatever. This is a local government. But as you can see here, screaming at everybody, looking at these votes, and literally changing them. Whoop. Oh, okay. Well, I'm busted. All right, gonna go ahead and continue. So this actually did not go unnoticed. Locally, people are actually talking about this in India. Supreme Court calls Chandigarh mayoral poll murder of democracy. Exactly, Candid Camera. Telling me the revolution won't be televised, man. There's going to be cameras there for every goddamn second of it. But I do understand the sentiment. Mainstream media won't be covering it. I mean, look at what happened with Occupy Wall Street. I mean, that was fascinating. I was there on the ground, and then I would go home and watch CNN and be like, oh, that's not what's happening. That's not what we believe. That's not the message. And of course, there's lots of criticisms to be made about Occupy and what happened and the scatterbrain nature of it, yada, yada. But it's undeniable to say that the police state, the military-industrial complex, the security surveillance state didn't use Occupy Wall Street as basically a laboratory, not only to see what they can get away with, but to see, you know, what technology is actually effective in breaking down and destroying left-wing organizing and movements. It was a wildly successful campaign by the military-industrial complex and intelligence agencies to shut down real political dissent, is what it really was. All right, but let me just show you this video here. The fucking music, dude. Oh my God, what the hell is this? A tear gas and plate glass fucking video? Dude, this is nuts. All right, hold on, let me read this off. Chief Justice India Monday came down heavily on the returning officer Anil. Oh, come on with this. This is insane. This is insane. They have the play stuff down here. When you hit pause, the play button goes up here, and I can't adjust the goddamn video. The enshittification. Do you know look up the word enshittification? It's this process of things getting crappier and crappier because of decisions made by suits that don't even use the products that they're managing. Okay, I'm sorry. So yeah, the Tenjigra mayoral polls for defacing the ballot papers on video to influence the election results. Yeah, no, he was rigging the election. That's fucking music, dude. Whoa. This is the death of democracy, dude. Holy shit, this music. I'm gonna take some fucking heroin and shoot up a bank. Very loud. Yeah, I'm turning it down, sorry. Yeah. Holy shit, this music. It's a mockery of democracy. Chud Light. Lenny has a new emoji, and he's gonna fucking use it, boy. I like it, Chud Light. We are appalled. Oh, really? You're appalled that he got caught red-handed. Look at his face. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. This is the behavior of the returning officer. Yeah. Yeah, and this, you know, and quite frankly, this is the age of the resurgence of tyrants. You know, this is really, you know, coming back big time. If you're a tyrant, this is your time. Ensuing meeting, Mr. Wakosa, was deferred until the next hearing. Are these the protests that occurred? Or are these just random pictures? Case was filed by AP Councillor Kuldeep Kumar, who argued that the High Court erred in not staying the results, sought a fresh election. Yeah, of course. You have to. Yeah, it does. Tisriel. Again, what are the numbers? Tell me the numbers, Mason. What do the numbers mean? Oh, and we got this guy just caught red-handed. It's not, yeah, exactly, Flat Earth. You see, you don't even need 2,000 mules. You just need one mule. It does, Tisriel. It's kind of a badass track. It is. Who am I kidding? Like, I wouldn't use this track? Of course I would. It's fucking sweet. This is like loading screen music, you know? The fucking loading screen coming up. You and a team of SEALs are going to assassinate an Indian politician who's going to steal the election. Loading screen. All right, well, there you go. Just thought I'd update you. Indian politics. This is kind of a scandal, as it should be. And, you know, maybe it will lead to reforms. I have my doubts. Killing floor 3, dude. Totally. Oh, totally. But I have my doubts this is going to lead to any actual reform, because the corruption in government is usually by design. It's not, you know, it's allowed. It's allowed because of for a myriad of reasons, and that, you know, I could go off on a whole tangent as to why government's corrupt and you know, ultimate power corrupts ultimately and all that shit. But Let's keep it moving, huh? For once, instead of one topic taking up 45 minutes randomly, let's actually keep it moving. Over to Canadian politics, and don't give me that shit. Put your fucking pillow down. All right. Oh, I'm gonna go take a nap. Oh, I'm gonna make a sandwich. All right. Fuck you. All right. Shit happens in this country. Anyway, the grocery store companies are completely fucking Canadians over. And liberals are basically saying, well, we wagged our finger really hard, and now we're going to go have another $500,000 luxury retreat where all of us get together and talk about this issue and talk about solutions. So, yeah, this asshole that we're looking at is the president of a company called Loblaws, who owns like 5 or 6 massive grocery chains. Like, you can't trip and not run into one of his grocery stores. And they're not all named Loblaws. They're named a bunch of different things because he's just gobbled them all up. He's even bought an Asian grocery store, T&T Market. Doesn't look anything like, looks like a regular old, Asian grocery store. But he's like, oh, I want a piece of that action. Guy is unbelievable. He recently was dragged into Parliament or whatever, some meeting, and he was like, oh, it's all, fair prices and the pricing is competitive and all that shit. And it's Loblaws is completely out of control because the shrinkflation is incredible. The price increases are insane. And it just keeps getting worse and worse. And apparently they were in some kind of 3-month price freeze, and everyone was like, "What are you talking about?" There's at least the prices of some of these essential items have increased by 1/3 or more. No, Lucien Obscene. No. And that's the problem, is that the Justin Trudeau neoliberals are over here. Oh, well, we'll think about it. We'll come up with something. Haven't come up with jack shit. Jagmeet Singh over here finally standing up for Canadians in some way, pushing back against the Liberals in some way, instead of being afraid to stand up against the Liberals in Canada. Because there's the Liberals and NDP. NDP is, you can kind of think of it like a progressive, more progressive. They call themselves the New Democrat Party. They've basically gotten farther than any other third party has in Canadian history. So they've actually gained so much power in Parliament that now the Justin Trudeau Liberals have to do a kind of coalition with them, just to give you a little background there. But anyway, he's tweeting out here, one of Pierre Poilievre's, who is the leader of the Conservative Party, one of Pierre Poilievre's MPs have been ruled unfit to vote on my bill to lower grocery prices. The Conflict of Interest Commissioner ruling has exposed his deep ties to corporate grocery, where he has made millions. So not only... and Pierre Poilievre is over here shitting on Justin Trudeau for his connections to the grocery millionaires, while Pierre Poilievre literally has a lobbyist of some sort, chairman of corporate grocery chain, conservative MP exposed as he's a goddamn chairman of the board of the PP's over here. This is Pierre Poilievre. He's over here. Oh, well, Justin Trudeau wants to make your prices higher. He wants to make your prices higher, and he wants to make everything bad, and he wants to make everything worse. Meanwhile, the guys that are making everything worse literally is an MP in the Conservative Party. So don't buy the fucking hype from Pierre Poilievre that, all we need to do is just put me in charge, put conservatives in charge, and we're going to make everything better. The same fucking story. All they know how to do is denigrate. The policy positions are privatize everything, destroy our healthcare system. We'll go back homeless bag. Scott Reed is the chairman of Giant Tiger, a company that might be better than Loblaws, but is still part of the problem. The NDP has hilariously ensured he can't vote in the grocery-based bills because, of course, he's going to be very pro-grocer. It's unbelievable. This kind of stuff exists in Canadian government. It's not like U.S. government. There's actually a lot of corporate control. And these Justin Trudeau neoliberals are showing the extent of their power, pushing back against it. Are that also involved in corporate business? And yeah, you're going to have corruption. And Justin Trudeau is has his own problems with his connections to these fucking little Hershey squirts over here, like these guys, these multi-billionaires that are just like, you know, every red cent, every penny. I'm already a millionaire. I'm already wildly successful. My company's making crazy amounts of money. More. You're not going to stop me, then I'm going to take more. Then, bitch, we got to stop you. And Justin Trudeau's like, oh, well, let's go have a $500,000, literally $500,000. They all go have a little powwow, come back and do a speech because they think the problem is communication. You know, because you're like, okay, well, they come back with like a 3-stage plan about what they're going to do about this, right? No, they don't. They fucking don't. Anyway, there you go. Canadian politics is over. You can fucking come back and watch the show again. Moving on to UK
Cards
politics.
on the table. I believe that if
Oh, come on. Well, you don't like UK politics either? What do you want? You only want to talk about Gaza or Ukraine? Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Or what did Vosh, right? Vosh on H3H3. That's the hot drama right now. H3H3 audience discovering Vosh as a pedophile. Now, with that said, Vosh has done some pretty positive stuff for Ukraine, and there's some lefty causes that Vosh has been very positive on. But I mean, you can't dodge some of the shit that he's said. And he's never like come out and apologized. He's only ever made excuses. Oh, I didn't really mean it that way, and yada yada. Like just say, hey, I went too far. And, that doesn't represent me anymore. And I'm trying to move on from these ridiculous statements. And I don't agree with that. But he's never done that. He'll give you 2 fucking hours about what this and that and moral this and moral that. And you're like, dude, just say that you were wrong. So there you go. That's my take on that. Kharkiv kid finder. Jeez. What? I don't even know what that is, but it just sounds hilarious to me. Anyway, let's get back to it. Back to UK politics here. This is a very interesting take from this fella here that I've been watching a little bit. Andrew Marr. This fella named Andrew Marr, I believe. No, Peter. Wait, no. Yeah, Andrew Marr. Yes, Andrew Marr. So. You think this is going in one direction, and then he kind of in his monologue here really kind of fleshes out what he thinks here. The basic gist is that he thinks Keir Starmer is playing politics right now, and that's why we see him as somewhat meek, because he is really desperate to not lose the support of the dissatisfied Brexit. Pro-Brexit voter, the person that's like, these Tories have really disappointed me, and I'm looking in other directions. I've been a Tory voter my whole life, and now I'm looking in another direction. So Keir Starmer is desperate to keep as many of those votes as possible, and that's why we see such meek, kind of punk-ass, right-wing almost kind of statements, right? And the whole green initiative getting dropped. We're going to cover that in the next story. Big multi-billion-dollar green initiative that Keir Starmer was just a couple years ago saying it's the most important thing in the world, and now we're dropping it after much criticism from the right wing, and of course Rishi Sunak over here doing victory laps, being like, "See, I told you, he's dropping it himself." That's how much he didn't have faith in it, how much of a bad idea it was. So he's saying Keir Starmer is playing this game to keep those people, but once he gets in, we're going to see a much more a radical shift to the left. That's what he means by Keir Starmer will be a radical prime minister, is that we're going to see a radical shift to the left, because he believes Keir Starmer at his heart is a problem solver, a pragmatic problem solver, and we'll see. And of course, he obviously knows the some of the major solutions to some of these major problems that we're seeing in the UK. Of course, taxing the rich and a bunch of other things, rejoining The European Union, of course, probably going to be on that agenda. Probably going to. He's opening it up to the hope, right? He's basically opening up to the idea that it's possible that Keir Starmer here is playing a political game, and that we could see some of these big left-wing agenda items that seemingly the Keir Starmer, Liberal Party here is not talking about. But we're gonna see a shift once he gets into power. So, tell me what you think. I think it's fascinating. Oh, I've been loving this soundtrack, but I cannot play that. I'm gonna get DMCA'd. But I'm absolutely loving this Gran Turismo soundtrack. It's in the music section in the Discord if you want to check it out, folks. All right, let's get this playing. Tell me what you think. I think this guy's really something else. I think this guy's really kind of on point. This Andrew Marr fellow. I'm sure I have a problem with him somewhere though.
Cards on the table. I believe that if he is elected and becomes Prime Minister, Keir Starmer will emerge very, very much as his own man. He's somebody who has always known who he is and will become an increasingly radical national leader. I think there's a possibility, if everything goes well, that he will be this generation's Clement Attlee.
So, full disclosure, I have no fucking idea what that means, okay? All right? I'm an idiot. What do you want from me? What, do you really want a guy that says I know everything? Aren't those guys annoying? What about a dum-dum? Can a dum-dum do politics? No? Okay. I gotta leave. Okay, you've asked me multiple times to leave? Okay. Well, I got nothing going on today, so we're just gonna finish this, all right? Too bad. No one knows.
Bit by bit, month by month, problem by
Welcome
problem,
back,
difficulty by difficulty, we will see this government,
I'll
a
stick
Labour
around.
government, becoming more radical, not less.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up because this is actually a really good, well-written
So we're
monologue.
starting this week with something I have simply observed, which is the current smooth ubiquity of Peter Mandelson. Wherever you see
Thank you,
Keir Starmer
Tisreal.
these days, Peter Mandelson is only a few steps behind, it seems. Peter Mandelson is watching him from the gallery of the House of Commons when Starmer is performing at PMQs. Peter Mandelson is in the front row when Starmer is launching one part of his new missions, and so on. Peter Mandelson is at almost every Labour Party social gathering of one kind or another that I can remember. And the interesting thing is, first of all, this wasn't the case a year ago. Has something changed? And the second thing is it plays into a worry that you hear from some people very close to Keir Starmer and around the Starmer circle, which is that there is a kind of struggle going on for Keir Starmer's political soul.
Yeah,
and
that's what
that
it
people,
feels like.
particularly on the right of the party, for
Like,
instance,
who's this right-winger?
the old Blairite team are trying to put their arms around him, envelop him, enfold him ahead of the general election campaign
that's terrible. That's
and
terrible.
that manifesto.
Stay
I do
away
not
from
think this
Blair.
is a serious worry. I happen to know that Keir Starmer and Peter Mandelson have not talked properly
Please,
about
no.
politics since the summer. There is no great plot going on, although there is a lot of Blairite influence in the leader's office. So, first of all, I don't believe that people who are worried about Keir Starmer being taken over, incorporated, or somehow kidnapped by any faction of the Labour Party really need worry. This is fundamentally about his political personality.
Okay. It's intriguing.
First of all,
Okay.
he is not
Listening.
a lifelong politician who enjoys faction fighting or has teams, apart from football teams. He dislikes political factionalism quite deeply. But there is a worry among a lot of people at the top of the Labour Party at the moment that under Starmer, the party has become simply too timid ahead of the election. Too timid about Gaza, with
Almost
David
back.
Cameron leading the way on the two-state rhetoric.
What we need to do is give the Palestinian people a horizon
Put your
towards a
pants
better
on,
future.
sir.
The future of having a state of their own.
Too timid on domestic policy, too timid on the £28 billion Green Prosperity Plan, too timid on tax, too timid on this, too timid on that. And I think the solution to this is to understand how Starmer deals with politics, deals with problems ahead. And I've talked to quite a lot of people around him, and what the picture that I get is consistent, which is that he sees a problem ahead.
I'm reading all
He's
your comments.
obsessed with winning.
So we're winning and winning well in the areas that will be the battleground
super
seats.
loud.
And it's
Sorry.
the why that matters as well.
So when his Tory critics say, oh, he's a flip-flopper,
So Keir gives flip-flops a bad name. Not that I wear them.
Man, I hate Moss, dude. I really hate this Mog. I mean, Jacob Rees-Mogg. I hate this fucking guy, dude. I actually hate him. I'm sorry.
Personally,
He'll do anything to win.
Sir Keir wakes up and asks himself, what am I going to believe today?
They get one thing right. He will do almost anything to win. He is obsessed with winning, this man. So as with his football games where he's constantly adjusting the angles, looking at the goal, working out how to get round people, he thinks of the next problem ahead, the next challenge. And the next challenge right now, the only challenge right now, is winning the general election.
Well, we're going to have to
And
see
neither
Lucien.
Keir Starmer nor the people around him, like Morgan McSweeney, his campaign manager, really believe these huge poll leads they're seeing at the moment. They think the country is sceptical about politics, quite depressed, quite volatile, and these huge leads can vanish very quickly. So they are being hyper-cautious, hyper-focused on groups of formerly conservative switch voters. They're very, very concerned not to put these people off, not to let the Conservative Party run a tax and spend election, because they know time and time again, if it's a tax and spend election, Labour loses it. And so they are being cautious. They're being cautious because they're focused on that election. Now, you and I might disagree about that policy. We might think, for instance, that the lack of hope, the sort of really corrosive despair in the country is such that the Labour Party now needs to offer much more positive, optimistic, hopeful political agenda.
Where's the
but
policy?
Nonetheless, these people are the professionals. They presumably know their game. They've chosen their tactic. It isn't going to change now.
Okay, so that style of thinking, right, of like, we're the adults in the room, we know what we're doing, this is our strategy. Sometimes they're 100% correct. Sometimes they're so full of themselves, and their advisors have them, so puffed up, smoking their own, supply. You get a Hillary Clinton situation. You get a situation where the neoliberals, right, in the United States are just completely, wildly delusional about how much control they actually have and how well they're actually playing this game. They're sniffing their own farts, basically. So little skeptical of when people say shit like this, that, oh, well, presumably they know what they're doing. Do the neoliberals across the world, across all Western democracies, have the neoliberals shown us in the last 10 to 20 years that they are competent? I would argue it's a very mixed bag. Hillary Clinton, that was her election to lose to Donald Trump. And that was her strategy that completely failed. So confident in that strategy, even statisticians at 538, right? Oh, definite winner, definite, overwhelming. That's what the numbers say. Look back strategy. Anyway, let's get back to it. Just wanted to point out, I'm always skeptical when say, oh, the adults in the room, when you're talking about the neoliberals, fart sniffing neoliberals,
in the country is such that the Labour Party now needs to offer much more positive, optimistic, hopeful political agenda. But nonetheless, these people are the professionals. They presumably know their game. They've chosen their tactic. It isn't going to change now. If that sounds a tad depressing, I must confess one thing straight out. I have the worst possible quality for a political commentator, namely that I am an incurable optimist.
Yeah, you look like
it. What I believe is that because Starmer looks at the next problem and forgets very quickly the problems behind him, the last goal in the last game doesn't matter at all. It's the next one that counts.
Yeah.
Once that election is won, if it is won, then he will think entirely differently. All those issues during the election campaign, not presenting a large target to Conservatives, being very cautious on tax and spend, don't frighten the horses.
Kind of heard this about Obama, quite frankly. And looking, it was a lot of wishful thinking, a lot of, oh, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. Obama didn't say he was going to do this. He didn't say he was going to do that. And what we got? What did we get? A self-admitted Nixonian conservative is what we got out of Obama.
All of that becomes much less relevant. The minute he has won an election, there is an entirely new, different problem with different answers ahead of him, which is how to govern successfully.
Okay, I hope so.
Britain must.
Britain will. It's going to be no one else, seemingly.
And what I know from observing him, talking to him, and talking to
because of people like Keir Starmer, these goddamn institutionalists that have set up a system where third parties and other opinions are basically not allowed. All we're gonna get is this fucking dickhead. This is all we get to represent the left. which is always inadequate. It's always. So yeah, let's hope that strategy is good, because he's our only choice. Thanks. You know, and like people like him are part of the reason why we have only two choices.
People around him is that Keir Starmer is a man who's extremely methodical and careful. He wants to problem solve. So in government, if he wants to build more houses, if he wants to connect the national grid better, or whatever it might be, then he will look at the problem ahead. And if the first answer doesn't work, he'll move on, and he'll move on, and he'll move on until he resolves the problem. And that means, I think, that he will become really quite a radical prime minister.
Well, I will absolutely be fighting fire with fire, because I have done everything I can to change this Labour Party in 4 short years, and I've shown a ruthlessness and a determination to do so.
Because he will be fighting vested interests all the time. The vested interests will push back, and he will be completely uninterested.
The vested interests are, of course, the corporate interests that don't want to have any change, that want to, like, well, you know, yeah, I mean, Brexit's kind of bad, but there's a lot of, you know, benefits to it. If you're a multi-billion-dollar corporation, that is.
He will keep smashing through them. As time goes on, this will be a more, not a less, radical government. Why? Because the problems, as every New Statesman reader knows, are so fundamental facing this problem, so deep, so corrosive, that only big answers will do. So let's talk about radicalism in the here and now, this moment, because at this moment, quite clearly, the argument over the £28 billion annual Labour prosperity or Green Plan is very live indeed, and is causing huge problems for the leadership collectively. I very strongly get the impression that Rachel Reeves has been going around kind of smashing people up against the wall and warning them not to talk about that number as much as is possible. And I do understand why. The Conservatives have an entire political plan designed to wrong-foot Labour during an election campaign based around that number, alleging that Labour will have to raise taxes very hard or else borrow an awful lot and therefore push interest rates up, push mortgages back up again.
Tax and spend.
Spending by 28 billion. If you're going to stick to fiscal rules, as the party opposite claims they will do, would mean increasing income tax by 4% or increasing the corporation tax that they say they're going to cap by 8%. Wow.
That is the Tory plan.
So they just dropped it all together.
I completely understand why Rachel Reeves does not want to talk about the figure. The problem, of course, is that the £28 billion is not only the path to net zero for a future Labour government, it is also the prosperity plan. It is also the growth plan. For one thing, I am pretty sure that Keir Starmer is a bit more radical about all of this than is his shadow chancellor. I think he does believe that it is absolutely essential for a future Labour government to have at its centre a green growth or prosperity plan that will involve quite a lot of money, and that they shouldn't pull away from this. He said not that long ago, you know, if the Conservatives want to have a fight about borrowing to invest in the future of this country, bring it on. That's a fight I want to have.
I say, bring it on! Bring it on!
Right. So there is a difference, I think, there between him and Rachel Reeves, but I don't think it really tells us much about the future direction of a Labour government now, because this is all through the prism of that first election. How do you win the election? It's not really about the second problem, which is how do you govern?
How do you fix
Now, of course,
everything?
the two have to be put together a bit. They can't simply tear up the manifesto on the day that they are elected, if they are elected. But I think bit by bit, month by month, problem by problem, difficulty by difficulty, we will see this government, a Labour government, becoming more radical, not less. I think the instinctive inner Starmer, which, unlike Tony Blair, never really admired the free market, doesn't really admire buccaneering tycoons, doesn't like hanging around with the super rich. He's not that kind of man. He's somebody who comes from public service, state service, who admires the state and who has quite strong views about the disrespect shown to working class people. He's a very different politician.
It's an interesting
take. I think that Starmer will emerge if he's elected.
Yeah.
But then again, as I said at the beginning, I am an incurable optimist. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's some kind of dry humor. It's an interesting take, though, and it is very hopeful, because you're hoping, okay, he's playing the game, but he's playing the game for us. You know, that's kind of the calculation I have with AOC, right? It's like I hope she's playing this game with the understanding, you know, that tunage. There we go. You know, with the understanding that she'll remember where she came from. You know, that she was a bartender. UK never visits them. How many dentists EU will need? The UK joins. I don't know. The UK people have perfectly fine teeth nowadays. So here's that a little bit. I don't think we have time for the whole 15 minutes here, but just to dive into a little bit into the last UK story. Is this the last one? No, I have one more. The next one though is really funny though. It's like person on the street interviews with people who are like, "Oh yeah, Brexit wasn't so great." But yeah, let's get into this just a little bit. 28 billion pound green policy. Keir Starmer just drops it, and you know, after that explanation from Andrew there, it makes a lot of sense because you know the Tories had you know, this whole campaign ready to go about how, you know, the Labour was going to spend 28 billion pounds and they're going to, you know, tax you and raise your taxes. And the only way they can afford it is if they do that. And the only way you can afford it, they're going to take away, you know, make your life even worse just to, you know, pay some, you know, disgusting, nerdy liberal scientists some money to in some stupid classroom to help make your quality of life better. Ugh. Right, but that's the Tory plan. So Keir Starmer here, seemingly just for electoral politics, drops the whole damn thing, dude. Dumps the whole damn thing. Nope, bye. Need a flush button. But let's watch here and see if this is even mentioned in the Channel 4, that kind of calculus.
His biggest, boldest policy. When his shadow chancellor unveiled it, there was delight across the party.
An additional £28 billion of capital investment in our country's green transition.
Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to pay for it?
For each and every year of this decade.
That's money that should be going to Israel.
It was a former Labour leader's brainchild. The new leader embraced the pledge.
Go back, Leon. Oh, you missed the Andrew Marr.
Today,
you watched it then.
We won't reach the £28 billion envisaged, and that figure is effectively stood down.
Labour's Green Plan commitment had already shrunk from 28 billion every year of a parliament to 28 billion by the end of a parliament.
We can ramp up to that 28 billion pounds.
Labour had already admitted its green plans weren't really 28 but 20 billion a year, as the government was already spending 8. Today they shrank the commitment from 20 billion of new money to 4.7 billion a year.
The reason for that is
Mother
because
Earth.
since we announced the 28 billion, the Tories have done terrible damage to our economy, not just the Liz Truss budget, but also now the government briefing that it's going to max out on the government credit card.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Lucine.
But I have to anticipate the circumstances as they are now, not as I'd wish them to be.
We know the Labour Party wants to go on a £28 billion green spending spree.
The Tories claim their relentless accusations of reckless borrowing made Keir Starmer shrink the spending pledge.
This was the flagship plank of Labour's economic policy, and it now looks like he's trying to wriggle out of it. I think it demonstrates exactly what I've been saying.
So he's got him and his team have a whole plan on, you know, so they're going to have to stick to this $28 billion number, even though Keir's going to be like, what are you even talking about? You know, we changed it, you know, really does disarm, really does, you know, kind of force them to, okay, do we change our strategy? You know, do we change our focus now that this argument isn't really going anywhere anymore?
He U-turns on me.
What is this in the back here? What is this? Is this some like rich guy thing? This looks like a really fancy remote control, maybe for your lights. It's got a screen. It can't be a phone. Maybe security. I don't know.
Things he can't say what he would do differently because he doesn't have a plan.
He's in a hospital.
The biggest casualty of Labour's shift is their plan to insulate 19 million homes over 10 years. That's now scaled back to 5 million homes by 2030. Some in the party say the leadership has caved in to its opponents.
I say get strong. I say get strong and fight back. You know, that's the problem. Yeah. You can't just sort of say, oh, well, I really believe this is the right thing to do, but I'm getting hammered for it, so I'm just going to back off. What you do is you go out there and you say, no, this is the right thing to do. Here's why I'm going to
Yeah, so this is the strategy that plays into this Tory strategy of, oh, you see, they're enthusiastically going to raise your taxes because, you know, what they're going to do is recontextualize it. He's going to say, oh, no, we're taxing the rich. We're going to, you know, we're going to get this money not from the middle class, but, you know, from these other sources. The Tories will recontextualize that and lie and basically say, oh, no, the money's going to come right out of your pocket, right out of your paycheck. So it's interesting after listening to that Andrew Marr bit about, you know, Keir Starmer's making these decisions based off of electoral politics and will make a radical shift to the left once he's in power, you know, kind of makes this make a little bit more sense. But this guy, you know, he's a politician himself. I think he's a backbencher. If I remember what his name was here. But you know, he's coming from the perspective that I would probably have, which is, yeah, I know, come out strong. You know, defend your policies. You know, don't cower. You know, don't cancel them once the poll numbers, it starts hurt your poll numbers. You know, don't pull away from your lefty policies. But from Keir Starmer's point of view, it's all about electoral politics. It's all about getting these dissatisfied Brexit voters, getting as many of them, which quite frankly sounds very similar to Hillary Clinton's strategy of getting middle of the road, you know, Republicans who are dissatisfied with Trump. That was the plan. If you remember from that election all the way back. But that was the idea, was to get these dissatisfied conservatives, right? Leon over here saying too cautious. Leon is, of course, you know, connected to UK politics. He does activism for the Labour Party. So, by the way, thank you, Leon, for following through, completing steps 1, 2, 3. Keep it up. Please keep it up.
I say get strong and fight back.
Okay. So Barry Gardner, MP, Shadow Energy Minister. So this guy's like on the backbench, right? But it's interesting here. He's surely he's aware of the Keir Starmer strategy, but I guess he just, you know, he has his own principles and he's standing up for them. That's interesting.
You know, that's the problem. You can't just sort of say, oh, well, I really believe this is the right thing to do, but I'm getting hammered for it, so I'm just going to back off. What you do is you go out there and you say, no, this is the right thing to do. Here's why I'm going to fight this. I'm going to tell the public why I believe in this. But if you are always backing away from your policies, you look as if you don't actually believe in anything.
So that's interesting. He's coming up pretty strong against Keir. Is this person aligned with like the Blair party or the Cameron party? You know, is that what's going on? It's interesting to see such blatant inter-party dissent like that. You know, it's interesting because, you know, I mean, Keir is really, you know, this guy's party's choice for MP. So it's interesting that, you know, he's coming out so strongly against his strategy.
Your policies, you look as if you don't actually believe in anything.
Yeah.
Some in Labour used to compare their approach with Joe Biden's vast public spending boost. But now, Labour's much reduced green policies sit alongside the flat government investment plans, which Labour's signed up to.
Overall government plans are to cut investment spending really quite sharply over the next 5 years. And even had Labour kept to that 20 billion plan that it originally had, that would barely have been enough to keep investment spending overall at its current level, probably actually leading to it falling.
That's how much the Tories are cutting
national income. So it sounded terribly big and generous, but actually our investment plans, those set out by the Chancellor, are for really quite significant cuts.
And we now know Labour's plans are not that much different.
In terms of their published plans...
What in the fuck is this bougie ass? What the fuck is this? Dude's on a $600 Windows PC. Those stands, I've bought those for my office. $15. He's in a dark, random office. Look at this setup. What is this? This is Channel 4. All right.
Labour's plans are not that much different.
In terms of their published plans, they don't look terribly different one from the other.
So is that what the right wing is doing now? Celebrating Jeffrey Epstein? Okay, you're not a serious person, dude. I'm just gonna have to ban you immediately. What do you want me to do? Debate you? You're a maniac. think he's a hero because of what? Is pedophilia? Is that your edgy take? Yeah, okay. You're pathetic. I don't know. I don't even know what you're trying to do, man. It's, pathetic. It's some asshole on Kick. He's trying to kick up some shit.
Labour tonight.
Yeah, no debate. You win.
Posted online that it was upping the windfall tax on the North Sea oil industry to help to pay for its remaining green investment.
Okay, interesting.
Borrowing now picks up $2.6 billion a year.
Interesting stuff.
Well, Keir Starmer is hoping that tonight he has shrunk the target on his back in an election year for the Tories to take aim at. But people inside the Labour Party are saying that he may have...
Yeah, I mean, there's no fucking way Epstein killed himself. Who are we kidding? Who are we fucking kidding? The real question is, are they actually going to release the names? Because they were just about ready to do that, and then someone said, "Oh, we can't do that. No, stop." So we're about to get the list of names from Maxwell, from Maxwell there. So we'll see.
Shrunk his ambitions too. He's been insisting tonight that he hasn't done that his ambitions are exactly the same. The problem for him is that it's a matter of days, hours almost, since he was saying you needed that bigger figure that has now been discarded in order to meet targets like the 2030 clean energy target. It's worth remembering that this whole policy owes itself to a different era, really. 2021, Labour was behind Boris Johnson in the polls. This was a policy
Leon,
that really
it's definitely time
cheered
for a change.
People up, but Labour leadership just feels it is not wanted at this time. How have the leading protagonists in Labour coped with all of this? I think you have to think that Ed Miliband, well, he's still round the table, he's still there. This was his baby. He loved that policy. But he hopes that he's got enough, retained enough in order to build on it at a later date. He comes out of this.
No, Jeffrey was going to spill the beans. Jeffrey was like, I'm in big trouble now. I'm going to pull all my big cards. The first thing the FBI did was go to the villa and pick up all the evidence because Jeffrey had tapes on everybody. And he was going to spill the beans because he was in big boy trouble. So that's why Jeffrey had to go. I am skeptical that the names will be released, but it is interesting how far they're getting. I mean, they are rimming that Jeffrey Epstein story with the Maxwell name list, right? They're rimming all of us, right? Because they were like, "Oh, we're releasing it. We're releasing the names. It's happening. It's happening." And then they're like, "No, sorry, no, just kidding. No, we're not going to come out. We're not going to do that." So, I don't know. Oh, your boy used to be Lobby Lou. I remember Lobby Lou. Thank you for coming back, Lobby Lou.
Wounded, but not too badly. Rachel Reeves has boosted her credentials as a shadow Iron Chancellor in waiting, even though she has been trimming a policy she connived in creating. It's Keir Starmer who looks a bit weakened by all of this, a bit pushed about.
Missed you big time.
He's been angered behind the scenes by the leaks that have dominated this story, and you can't help thinking he'll be trying to learn some lessons from it.
Gary, thanks very much. Well, we did our
All right, so there you go. I mean, there's more to this Channel 4. They do a longer interview. Unfortunately, I don't have time to play the whole thing. But if you would like to see it right here, go ahead and see this. It's right there. Enjoy. We're going to go ahead and move on to our final UK video, which is a pretty funny one. You might enjoy this one, Leon. Brits regret voting for Brexit 4 years on since Britain left the EU. So it's interesting, what you see is the refusal to let go of this political identity. It's interesting. They're really, it almost seems like it'll be the next evolutionary step for mankind to have this ability to separate your identity from your politics in a way, because it's like, yeah, The two are definitely intertwined, but when you allow them to completely meld, you start making decisions purely based off of your history with that party. The party no longer represents you, but you continue to defend it. It's almost like an abusive relationship, right? It's like, well, sunk so much time into it. I can't leave it now. It's just a bad slump. We'll get through this. We'll make it through the other end. And really, when you're thinking about politics, it's actually best to be super selfish and just go, what's best for me and what's best for my family, you know? And if you just focus on that and make political decisions based off that, that'll be perfectly fine. Because you will say, yeah, you know, single payer healthcare is good. I want my family and me to be able to go to the hospital and not go bankrupt. You know, I want my kids to be able to go to college. So all of a sudden you're pro free education, free college education. You know, I want my kids to retire. I would like to retire. All of a sudden now you're pro, you know, retirement for the elderly, right? There's a lot of things if you just 100% go, I only care about me. Right? But people don't. They vote against their own self-interest because of these existing relationships, you know, allegiances. You know, I'm not a goddamn psychiatrist, right? But I can tell you, like, it really does remind me. I was raised in a very violent household. You know, my mom made a lot of stupid decisions with her boyfriend. And I had to deal with you know what it looked like, you know, abusive relationships looked like. I had to deal with that in my childhood. Like I have a really keen intuition on what that looks like, that exploitation, right? You keep coming back from it, you know, this masochistic kind of relationship. And that's what this reminds me of, because these guys, they don't want to let go. You know, this guy just doesn't want to let go. Keeps talking about how France and Germany had control. Oh, but now they don't have control. Oh, okay. Like you couldn't have just negotiated with France and Germany to like lower some prices or whatever. Like that wasn't possible. Like the only way to do it was to take your ball and go home. Oh, I got a problem. We got to just nuke it. Well, things aren't really much better after doing that, but it still felt good. My outburst still felt good. My emotional outburst still really felt good. So, I don't know. It's all a wash. Could you try humility, sir? Could you try regret? No, I'm incapable of that. I'm completely, I'm a hollow husk of a man. I'm totally incapable of empathy at this point.
Like the visible benefits of Brexit?
I haven't really noticed any. But
yeah, Mike. Yeah, you think voting Democrat? Mike, just leave. I see where you're going already, buddy. Just go. Stop embarrassing yourself with that. I literally just did a diatribe on how you know, it's how ignorant it is to ignore your own self-interests and align interests and you know, and instead, you know, vote for political parties that are no longer aligned with those actual interests because of, you know, your existing relationship and how you feel and your fucking feelings. So I just literally laid all that out, and here you go in the chat trying to turn it into a clumsy right-wing talking point. Turning it into a fucking clumsy anti-Democrat pro-right-wing talking point. Oh, you know, when I think of selfishness, I think of Democrats. Like conservatives in the United States aren't selfish. Anyway, back to what we're talking about here. It's just pathetic.
at least we're in charge of our own destiny now.
Did you vote for Brexit?
Okay.
I did vote for Brexit because I do feel personally, my personal opinion is that, you know, immigration, I feel that should be in a more of controlled way. And I feel that it was like we were missold the information to begin with, you know. So I did vote for Brexit.
Oh, it's so
but
loud, sorry.
With hindsight, if I could change my vote, I would change it now. Because I think, you know, I feel that, you know, I was missold the information to begin with.
I've seen the statement.
Now, N-Typer is correct. They're entrenched, institutionally entrenched, and there is no way around them. That does not mean that they are not undefeatable. Okay? And the left needs to break through this idea. Okay, we need to start talking about primarying and assimilating these parties so that we can create real reform. Because we can never expect, the idea that we're somehow going to get third party viability in the United States from the neoliberals or conservatives. It's not going to happen. We're not going to be able to vote. We can't. The only way to do it is within the existing confines of the structure that they've built, so that we can change it from the inside out. We have to primary Democrats, replace them with progressives that reform that are interested in reforming our electoral system and actually follow through on that promise. That's the solution. We are never going to get electoral reform from the neoliberals or the conservatives. Never.
But hindsight would say whoever did vote for Brexit, they should have had second thoughts.
The situation we were in.
Oh, that guy was hilarious. One more time. This guy's great.
I feel that, I was missold the information to begin with.
I'd seen the stay mum. But hindsight would say whoever did vote for Brexit, they should have had second thoughts.
He's great. Look, I love Marianne Williamson. I love her. She's great. And look, and if she ran as a Democrat, I'd be all for it. But look, we need to challenge the neoliberal Democrats directly. Where there's no loophole around the Democratic Party. The neoliberals. We have to attack them directly. We have to assimilate them into real, we pressure the ones, right? We primary challenge and pressure the ones that are willing to bend, and we eliminate and replace the ones that refuse to bend. Right? The Menendezes, the Cory Bookers, right? The new one in charge took over for Pelosi. You know what I'm talking about. There's ones that will bend to lefty political pressure, and there's ones that won't, and they need to be replaced, primaried. Now, once that primary challenge is lost, we got to make different decisions. We need to vote strategically. We don't take our ball and go home. We make the best decision with the choices that we have. Because remember, not participating is a choice. You don't get to be neutral on a moving train. Howard Zinn was 100% correct. Your apathy is a choice. And guess what? It's pro-empire. It's pro-oligarchy. It's pro-Bezos and Elon Musk. Welcome back to Mercurius.
We were getting ripped off left, right and centre by people on the continent, the governments, not the people. But as it is now, I'm too old to care whether we go back or go forward.
Man, fuck you.
I've got my pension.
Fuck you, bitch.
I can live quite happily on it.
Have you been
Fuck you, bitch. That's all I have to say to that statement. Literally, I don't care. I got mine. Yeah, I voted for a policy that completely fucked it up for everybody. But, I'm going to die in 10 years and I got my pension. So pathetic. Let me tell you, there's boomers in my chat that completely disagree with this asshole. This selfish mentality right here. Talk about selfish.
As it is now, I'm too old to care whether we go back or go forward.
Man, fuck you.
I've got my pension. I can live quite happily on it.
Have you been impacted by Brexit?
Well, we all have. Of course we have, yes. I mean, if the cost of living is a reflection of what Brexit was all about, well, it's been a disaster, quite frankly.
People are really struggling. And isn't that great? I love how they showed that dichotomy. He's even older. You see, it's not age. It's not age, guys. It's not age. It's who you are. It's your personality. You can't just chalk it up. I mean, of course, some people, mentally decline and, things, that does happen, of course. But this idea that, getting old means you're 100%, you're going to be turning into a conservative any moment. You're going to turn into a selfish asshole. Doesn't have to be that way.
Brexit was all about, well, it's been a disaster, quite frankly.
People are really struggling. I personally am struggling. I'm a widow. I'm struggling. The government lied to us. In fairness to you, they did lie to us. They never told us the truth. Most of us that voted for Brexit, we wouldn't have voted if we had known that we're going to be going through all this stuff. The wages are not going up. Wages are stagnant, and people are really suffering. House rent, a two-bedroom used to be like 700 quid, 800 quid. It's gone to 180 now. You can't even afford it.
My main impact for it has been through not being able to, for my dog to be able
And let's not forget, this was all precipitated, with Davos them all getting together and in Davos saying, oh, we're going to turn everybody into renters. And then all of a sudden we had companies like BlackRock buying as much real estate as, more than in any company in history, right? You see them implementing this plan, prices going up, neoliberals making excuses, and no one really, oh, well, it's a natural market.
to visit a vet, because I think before pre-Brexit,
thank you.
and all the stopping people coming over, we're not able to get the people to come and do them sort of jobs.
I met a lot of people. They believe that after Brexit, everyone will be rich, will be a lot of workplaces. It's not like that, because right now the union citizens cannot come so easy to work, and they have to bring people, especially with sponsorship from other countries, Asia, Africa. So this means more expensive, more time for training, because I'm working in healthcare. A lot of nurses, a lot of healthcare professionals from union, they are already trained when they came here, but now they have to start from zero, so a lot of costs.
I came shopping now, I went to Asda's, I went to, what's it called, Lidl. I budgeted like 100 quid. I've spent over 200 and something quid. It's crazy. Electricity is skyrocketed. I literally had to call my energy supplier yesterday. I said, what's going on?
Do you think the UK...
And then you ask these neoliberal politicians, and they're like, whoa, actually, look at these economic numbers. The economy's doing great. And you're like, yeah, Jeff Bezos is doing great. I'm not doing so great, right? And then where's the populist rhetoric about raising wages and, a real retirement and and sensible reforms like that? It's crickets on that shit. It's always crickets on that shit from the neoliberals, from the so-called lefties. Why? Because they're completely captured by corporate interests.
He has been better off since leaving the EU.
Not with the current economic problems, but, I also felt that we were being shafted by, well, the honest truth, Germany and France. They run Europe.
Well, for ordinary...
He literally said, yeah, no, it's not working. But, we were getting shafted by Germany and France, and I don't really like them, so... Okay, there you go. I mean, look, if the left wants to defeat this guy, they need to outvote him. Okay? He's got a cane. What's your excuse? Communist, anarchist. What's your excuse? 20-something who didn't show up to vote. He's like, he's 350 pounds, got a cane, 3 sheets to the fucking wind. He showed up. He voted. What's your excuse?
They run Europe.
Well, for ordinary people, I don't think we haven't got the foggiest. Why is the cost of living so high? Why are they pushing their prices up 25p at a time?
It's intentional.
There's a lot of questions to ask,
it's
but
intentional.
Sadly, there are no answers from anybody.
Yeah.
No.
Unless you're tuning into this channel.
Absolutely none. I think, all what we've experienced so far has been negative. I feel that, the benefits that if we do see any, I think we're going to be way down.
There's Mike. There's Mike, our non-right. You're not a right winger, right, Mike? Push the legalization of drugs like weed. I hate weed, dude. And also the party that seems to be wanting the LGBTQ agenda. No! What are we going to do against you, Mike? Yeah, selfishness is masked with empathy, young kids. I know, because it's more empathetic to have a trans kid, being told that you're, weird and you're unnatural, because that's more empathetic. That's more empathetic than accepting, and trying to make a a welcoming environment for kids that are going through gender dysmorphia. What's more empathetic is to abuse them and make them the other, right, Mike? Yeah, but you're not a right winger though, right? You just seem to repeat. I nailed you from fucking comment 1, dude. I nailed you from comment 1. I knew exactly what you were. Stop wasting my time and get the fuck out of my chat, bitch. You're not welcome here. You're not making good points. You're not owning a liberal. You're embarrassing yourself.
Way in the future,
smoke some
if we
weed,
see any
bitch.
to be, at all.
What would you say are like the visible benefits of Brexit that you've noticed?
I haven't really noticed any. But
LGBTQ agenda.
At least we're in charge of our own destiny now, instead of being part of the.
Oh yeah, cutting
Federal
off kids'
Republic of
genitals. What are
Franco
you
Germany.
talking about? You don't even know what you're
And
talking
I really
about.
don't like that.
But I guess, you know,
I'm doing it for the
economic
kids.
investment is
That's
down,
why I'm banning
immigration
books
is
on
still
black
high.
people.
But immigration, nobody wants to do anything about it. It's just a. It seems that
But Rosa Parks
it
part of the
doesn't matter what we
LGBTQ
do
agenda.
or what we say.
Cutting off kids' genitals.
You know, Labour, they ain't going to do anything if they get in. Tories have done nothing.
Oh yeah.
So I'm
yeah,
better off
nihilism.
living with my neighbours
Yeah.
around me who are Muslims.
Just
and,
embrace nihilism like me.
Hindus and Sikhs. And
I'm
a
almost
family
dead.
of Romanians next to me who are delightful. So why should I worry about it? I'll just get on and do what I have to do.
Literally butchering, guys. Literally butchering. Oh my God. Oh my God, guys. Did you know accepting gay people as a reality and accepting gender dysmorphia in kids as a reality means you're butchering children? I didn't know that. The redefinition, the reclassification. All right, and this is the last one. I'm going to go ahead and give Mike a ban after this one. But you see, it's very important to reclassify LGBTQ, gay, as evil, as pedophilic at its core, like to redefine it, right? Because you need to do that if you're going to dehumanize them, right? So, it's interesting to me because what this leads to is just more gay denialism in right-wing circles and communities that leads to more underground gay stuff happening. Okay, buddy. All right. Thank you so much. Golly, Mike. Thank you so much. It's been so nice. Been so nice. I know. I'm putting words in your mouth, buddy. I know. They're literally mutilating our kids, guys. We got to ban all the gay stuff now. Didn't you know? When you look into it, the amount of, the amount of kids that are LGBTQ or having gender dysmorphia issues is like 0.01%. It's not an epidemic. It's not a trend. Okay. It actually, it falls, and the reason why it's increasing is because more kids are feeling more comfortable going to their adults and saying, oh, I have these weird feelings. I have, I feel weird around, and I have these, is this unnatural, and it's like, no, it's perfectly natural. There are gay people. Some people like Sally, some people like Tom, right? No, you're teaching my kid to be gay. You're teaching my kid to be gay. My boy isn't gay, no. Look, like it or not, guys. Okay, gay people have been around as long as the dinosaurs. You know what I mean? What do you think those cavemen were getting up to up in there, boy? What do you think those cavemen were all like Christian and yeah, no, I mean the permanent change stuff. Because I don't even think the puberty blockers are permanent. But, it's like the doctors have a reason for prescribing the things that they prescribe. And, these psychologists are not, don't have some agenda, to churn children gay. And that, they just think it's really novel when, they mess with a kid's mind and force them to be gay. They think it's really funny and cool. And that's not what's happening here. Being gay in the Deep South is dangerous, but there's so many gay guys in the Deep South. Are you kidding me? It's, you know, it's all gonna fail though. It really is gonna fail though, because there are plenty of right-wing leaning gay people, and it's not gonna stick. It's the current boogeyman du jour, because we're in a political season. And they're throwing all these lies around about the LGBTQ community and all that. Because I do believe a lot of people in the LGBTQ community don't believe in, you know, permanent surgery, you know, before a certain age and things like that. But with that said, one of my main criticisms of the LGBTQ community is that there really isn't any kind of, you know, singular voice representing the LGBTQ community. It is a lot of different voices with a lot of different opinions. And I'm not saying, you know, everyone, you know, the entire movement needs to, or, you know, these people need to coalesce around a single idea and, you know, and agree on everything. You know, but I do think the LGBTQ community should have some kind of lobbying group or something, right? Some kind of union. You know what I mean? They kind of need like a union representative to be like, okay, this is the person that a grand majority of the LGBTQ community, these are the opinions, right? You know, we think permanent surgery at 16 is, you know, debatable, at 18 should be acceptable, and this is the general, right? So yeah, they're kind of, you know, I do feel like there's a lack of a representation, right? Because who am I supposed to go to, you know, except for the gay people in my life when it comes to their opinions? And honestly, I know a lot of gay people. I'm from the Castro, from San Francisco, and their opinions vary pretty wildly in terms of what they think is, you know, appropriate. Some, you know, are very radical and are like, you know, let kids do whatever the hell they want, which is insane to me, especially as a parent. And then some are like, you know, well, there definitely needs to be some, heavy scrutiny, like there is right now, because there actually is an incredible amount of heavy scrutiny. You don't, you know, the right wingers act like you literally, you know, little Susie goes up to the teacher, you know, I want to be a boy, and then the teacher grabs the kid, takes him to the gender reassignment surgery center. You know, I'm being an activist. Takes the kid over, right? Gives him a kitty litter bucket and says, there you go, now you're a boy. Which is not what happens. There's like all kinds of therapy and meetings and doctors, and you know, you have to get confirmed as gender dysmorphic, and you know, professionals do that, yada yada yada. Anyway, so that's all my comments on that. Just wanted to get that out of the way, because I did ban that person because it's so obvious what they're trying to do with this whole just asking questions and I'm here to defend the kids bullshit, because they're not here for the kids. Okay, and you want to know how I have proof? What's your average conservative's opinion on abortion? You know, got help. You know, no abortion, no abortion, no abortion. Okay, so then, you know, what about, you know, we're gonna lots of assistance for unwed mothers and lots of assistance for, you know, for kids and, you know, orphanages and shit like that. Oh hell no, fuck that. Here's some fucking bootstraps, you fucking commie ass piece of shit hippie. Oh, you want some help? Little baby, little crack baby, you want some help? No, thank you. Not from my tax dollars. Right? So don't give me that bullshit that conservatives all of a sudden give a fuck about kids. Moving on. Let's get the rest of this.
They ain't gonna listen to me anyway.
So what would you say to those people who are anti-immigration?
You never know in this life.
Welcome back,
Someday you
Ribbons.
can become an immigrant. So let's do the things better for all of us.
How does it make you feel?
They're fucking raging hypocrites, and it's
hear?
all political.
I'm depressed.
I don't give a shit about gay people.
I'm depressed, like proper, really depressed. I'll just leave it at that. I'm properly really depressed. I can't sleep. I came back from work yesterday. My light was off. Before I left work, it was a 5 quid there.
Terrible.
When I got home,
What?
it was off.
And what, is she lazy? Am I supposed to believe? Oh, she's just not working hard enough? Oh, that's her problem? Really? It really is that the fucking problem? Or is the problem that there's a system squeezing us intentionally making us more and more dependent on the day-to-day, making us into, you know, a new form. It's a new form of serfdom, right? Is it too hipster to call it neo-serfdom? I'm sorry, okay? It's such a cool word. But it does. It's like it's a new form. It's like a techno-serfdom. It's not 9 to 5 for a lot of folks. It's actually 8 to 6 for a lot of folks, including me. 9 to 5, shit, I wish.
You put £50, in 3-4 days it's gone. How long are we going to do this for?
Leon is 100% correct.
Do you say that you regret voting to leave?
Partially, yeah, a little bit.
Partially, yeah.
But there are bits that
fuck my kid's life up.
I can't get past France and Germany.
I hate them so much.
Don't like them. I never have done.
How do you think Conservative
they were born
government
over
style
there
in terms of, you know, helping Brexit to come into fruition?
I've got no faith in the Conservative government at all. I have voted Conservative in previous years. They will not be getting my vote. Personal opinion is,
this is literally all I ask. This is literally it. This lady is humble enough to say, I gave them my support before. They suck. I don't like them. I made a mistake. This is literally all I want from any right-winger. This is it. Thank you. Thank you. I bet she can whip it up at dinner, dude. I bet you.
I have a lot of faith in any future government. No, I think that there needs to be a change, a systematic change going forward, and I think we need to look at the way the whole country votes as a whole.
They couldn't give Tuppence.
Put
Well, a
those
good
in
example,
activist resources
I'm not
in
knocking
the
the
Discord,
Tories.
please.
A good example is these food prices being allowed to rise up and up and up, and no one says a dicky bird about it. It's only the more prominent things like energy, but that seems to have stabilised a bit.
Who do you think would do a better job at achieving the goals of Brexit? If
honest opinion, nobody. They haven't got a clue. You've got Rishi Sunak, who, I mean, what the hell's this thing about sending people to Rwanda, for God's sake? Rwanda was never even, you know, on a logical sort of step. It isn't part of the Commonwealth. It was never part of the empire.
Thank you, Leon.
And I'm not a supporter of the empire, but I'll say if they were never anything to do with it, and we're just going to pile off a load of people who are coming over illegally when they should be turned around from the port they left.
So again, that is so interesting, right? Because he just said, fuck you, I got mine. But here he is showing an incredible amount of empathy, being like, are we really just going to, load them all up into a cargo plane and dump them off into Rwanda? Are we really doing this? So even the fuck you got mine guy is like, can't avoid the blatant xenophobia and racism. Well, this was like, that was a Suella Braverman idea, wasn't it, Leon? The whole dump them into Africa.
Pile off a load of people who are coming over illegally when they should be turned around from the port they left. But again, France
okay.
doesn't play it.
Okay. I didn't hear that part. Okay, there it is. Turn around from the port that they left. Basically, inhumanely, you know, get back on your dinghy that barely made it over here and get your ass over there. You know, get back on your, you know, little flotilla that barely made it over here. So I guess I take it back. The fuck you got mine guy is actually still a selfish asshole. Goddamn. I tried. I really tried. I'm trying over here with these guys, right? But I mean, fuck you, dude. Right?
That game.
At this moment in time, I would probably, I would need to explore a bit further, but probably Labour at the moment, because I feel that as a leader, I feel Keir Starmer, I feel that as a whole, I go with what he believes in more, and I feel that he stands, I feel he could get the job done better. How long?
So check it out. Andrew Marr, when he was talking about electoral strategy, this is exactly the person that he thinks Keir Starmer is targeting. This is the person that he thinks Keir Starmer is making these kind of concessions, right? Why we're seeing these, you know, kind of pseudo right-wing policies. We're seeing kind of, this full-throated support of Israel, even though it's pretty obvious what's going on. Of course, that we're seeing a U-turn on that, because of the undeniable goals of the ethnic cleansing campaign. It's all mask off. So there's really, how do you continue to support it? Anyway, we'll get to Gaza soon. But anyway, this is the person that Keir Starmer is really worried about pissing off. And Andrew Marr's calculation is that we're going to see, Keir Starmer, make these concessions, because right now he's in full electoral mode. He's about winning this election, and then we're going to see maybe 180s or U-turns. And I got to say, I really am getting echoes of Barack Obama and the wishful liberal, projection, right? But with that said, Andrew Marr doesn't really seem like an unserious MSNBC commentator who needs to fill 15 minutes of time in between Clorox bleach commercials. You know what I mean? Andrew Marr seems like a pretty serious motherfucker. But please correct me if I'm wrong there, Leon. But at the same time, this seems to be the person that Keir Starmer is worried about losing support for, and why Andrew Marr thinks that we'll see a U-turn out of Keir Starmer. I certainly hope so, and he's all we got, guys. This is it. So
what he believes in more, and I feel that he stands. I feel he could get the job done better.
How long do you think that you can sustain this lifestyle for?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. But people are really, really, really struggling.
It's true.
And people are having mental health issues because of this.
Big time.
I'm one of them.
Nihilism.
That's the truth.
It's the truth. I'm one of them. Truth. But behind the praise, there is words, and there's truth in his words. I don't know. He seemed like he's pretty confident that he has a pretty good grip on who Keir Starmer is as a person and politician. Says a lot of, saying a lot of, positive things. So, like I said, I'm seeing big echoes of Barack Obama, like the liberal manifesting, I think is what it's called. Right? This idea that, well, they're playing a game, and it's because they're fighting up against, they need these conservative votes, and it's like, and for me as a lefty, it's like, how come there isn't a effort to get left-wing votes? How come it's always an effort to get these, conservatives? And really the calculation electorally is because those are the people that vote. Because the people that are lefty like me are 20-somethings, 20 to early 30-somethings that are, too busy sticking their dick in everything that they can see. Let's be real. What did you do in your 20s? What did you do in your 20s? Right? Thousands more. Okay, let's move on before I continue to embarrass myself. But there you go. That's the UK news for today. And I do hope for a liberal victory, or I'm sorry, a Labour victory. But yeah, I don't know. I continue to stay cynical about this idea that these neoliberals are eager to do U-turns. So we'll see. We'll see. 10% of our country are socialists, and many are too principled to vote for a compromising Labour. There are more people in the center, and the center is more forgiving. I'm noticing that UK politics is definitely different from US politics. I am seeing, like I said, that woman. You don't see a lot of that in US politics. That a woman like that woman in pink, right? Who's just like, oh, this sucks. They completely lied. They completely failed. I'm not voting for them. I've voted, Tory a million times in the past. I don't care. Not part of my identity. I'm going to vote for the party that is going to actually try to help me and my family. It's exactly what I'm talking about. All you need to do is just be totally wildly selfish, and we could have a fucking liberal utopia. Okay? Because the fact of the matter is that government needs to work for the people. It derives its power from the people. It needs the sole function of it needs to every single output needs to benefit the people. There should be no opportunity to make a fortune in government. It should be the most boring routine job you could get. Instead, what do we get? A bunch of fucking lawyers and charlatans and politicians and eager to get into, Would Matt Gaetz be a politician if the role was boring and you didn't get to be a bazillionaire and checks and balances held you in place, and you really it was very difficult for you to exploit your power. Would characters like Matt Gaetz be interested in being a politician? Hell no. God, I love the song. Okay. All right, we're moving on. Big news in the goddamn Congo, folks. Trigger warning. Of course, these news clips are going to be censored, so you're not going to see anything too bad. But the descriptions of what's happening is horrific. Sexual violence. People getting chopped up with machetes, shit like that. But we have some rebel group forcing thousands of people to flee their home. And it's literally a nightmare. What happens is these death squads roll in like psychopathic motorcycle gangs and just go house to house. They kick down your door, threaten you, sometimes just straight up murder you, and just empty out whole towns. Just empty out whole towns and villages. And what you're seeing here is convoys of people who were just completely internally displaced. It's wild.
Fresh advances by M23 rebels in the Democratic Republic of Congo's conflict-ridden east and battles to push them back have uprooted thousands more civilians around the city of Goma. Wow. Many arrived in Sake, a town just west of Goma, from which hundreds have already fled over the past year.
And once again, we got to talk about the strength of mothers, throughout history, and their ability. The mothers in Ukraine, that are in these bombed out cities taking care of their kids. The mothers, of course, in Gaza, Palestinian mothers, are doing everything that they can to keep their kids alive. And all these pictures you see from Gaza, these mothers carrying, 1, 2, 3 babies in some cases. It's really quite amazing, the strength of mothers. Just the strength of these incredible women. It really blows my mind because look, and unless you've done it, you have no idea how exhausting it is to take care of a kid unless you've done it. So doing all that is required to take care of the kid, and then also taking, surviving in these conditions it's almost unbelievable to me, dude. Okay, I had a robot crib. I had a crib that when my baby would cry, it would automatically start rocking to put him back to sleep. Okay, I'm a bitch compared to this amazing pillar of strength right here. Okay, I have no idea how it's done. I can't believe it sometimes.
From which hundreds have already fled over the past year. Elizabeth Rebecca was driven from her home last week.
Awesome.
There was a lot of gunfire at home. The M23 had arrived, burning the houses. They made us give them all the money. Some of us even lost our children. There were many dead and wounded.
Yeah.
When they entered a house, they took everything, killed people, and took away livestock.
Door to door.
In Goma, an area already...
These fucking pricks. And they do it because might makes right. And where's the U.S.? We're gonna help. We're gonna help somebody. No, come on. What do you got for us, Congolese people? What do you got for Uncle Sam? Group of women and children. What do you got for What do you got for me? Oh, nothing. Oh well, you're on your own. Fuck off.
People and took away livestock.
I'm not saying the U.S. and NATO needs to roll up
in, already plagued with militia activity. M23 rebels staged a major offensive in March 2022.
At the most, you'll get a statement like, "Oh, this is sad. We're sorry to hear this. Very bad."
Mediation efforts by East African regional leaders that brokered
Jen
a
Psaki,
repeatedly violated
little
ceasefire last
statement.
year. Civilians have borne the brunt of the violence, with many
resolution
killed in
to the
bombings
conflict.
and reprisal attacks. Tens of thousands have fled M23 advances into villages and towns, straining local infrastructure and humanitarian teams in relatively safer areas.
Look at that.
The sound of bombing,
playing and having fun, trying to keep the kids' spirits high. They were just literally, they just escaped getting murdered by psychopaths with machetes and machine guns from their home. They were literally, okay, they're not hanging out waiting for a Disneyland ride. Okay, they literally left their home in terror from being murdered. And this amazing woman right here is, you know, keeping the spirits high, keeping them alive, keeping them fed. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And quite frankly, the leaders of the United States and all Western countries should be inspired enough by these images, by these videos, by these statements, by these stories to do something about it. Our leaders who have power, those who have power, who claim to be pro-human rights, not even bothering to make statements, you know, not even bothering to just make some shit up. Put 5 minutes in front of a microphone. You got a whole team of people. You can't tell that team of people, hey, keep up with world events and make sure I'm making statements on, you know, horrific events like what happened in the Congo. Make sure I'm making statements on that. Can't even be bothered, right? I got another $10,000 plate dinner to go to. I got money to worry about. I know I put a lot of weight on Western leaders, but they are the exploiters of the world. They have a massive responsibility to humanity. Okay? The people that are running the fucking planet. The people in power. And if you can't handle that responsibility, you can't handle that criticism, and your solution to the problem is to shut down the criticism instead of doing something about anything, well, then I think I see what the problem is.
Humanitarian teams in relatively safer areas. The sound of bombing and gunfire rings out daily in both Sake and Goma, residents and Reuters reporters say. Congo's government this week promised that everything was in place to make sure Goma did not fall into M23 hands.
You gotta remember, these were people who had homes. But, you know, like I said, it's not like I'm expecting the U.S., you know, to jump in, to drop the Navy SEALs, right? But there are things that could be done. At the very least, make a statement outside of, you know, I don't know, man. There's got to be more. There's got to be more that could be done. These people that are in power, it really is just, they're fucked. There's nothing we could do. I just find that really hard to believe, especially when we are literally still operating bases in Iraq. You know? All right. More about, because this is fascinating. Nobody's talking about this. Show me the clip of Hassan talking about this at all. Please. I'd love to be proven wrong on that, because I'd love to see Hassan talk about something for real. Vosh as well. My challenge goes to Vosh and Hassan. Have they talked about Africa at all in the last month? M23 rebels capture Sake nearing Goma. Fighting intensifies in the Congo. Amazing footage.
Hello there. So it's yet another day, and the fighting in Kivu in east of Congo.
This is an African news source, by the way. This is African International or something, African Insider. So we have a authentic African source. I love to see these clips pop up in my algorithm.
It's getting bad. And before I continue, we need to answer some questions in this video. One of them being, has the M23 rebels captured the town of Sake? And if they have captured the town of...
Is that what's going on? Is that what H3 is tripping about? Is that what happened? I thought they did an interview or something. He leaked his, what, porn folder? It was filled with lolicon? Is that what it was? I bet that's what it was. Fucking God. Why him? Why him? Surely there are other, you know, people on this godforsaken platform that could represent the left better. Oh, there was a horse. Oh, who cares? Oh, whatever. Oh, my God. Okay. Well, it wasn't kids. Is it horse cocks? Okay, whatever.
Of Sake. Is there a possibility that they are advancing?
I'm not saying bestiality is right. Goma? Okay, of course not. But
so
it's just like, okay,
stay
whatever.
here as I tell you more. Now, as today morning, there have been heavy fighting between the M23 and Rwandan troops versus the Congolese army and Wazalendo. So crashes have been reported since very early in the morning today in the region of Malehe, in the Kambronza grouping in Masisi territory, which is
he's just
a few
not a good
kilometers
representation of the
from
left.
the town or the city of Sake. And after that fighting, there have been detonation of mortars from morning and explosion of bombs being dropped on these rebel positions by the jets, the Sukhoi 25 jets. And it's this explosion
we need to
and
change
detonation that has created fear among the residents
people like you
of,
and me,
Sake.
leaders.
These has made some
stand
of them,
up,
a good number of them, as precaution to start moving towards the city of Goma. So
look at
residents
this.
of Sake,
Look at these
as
folks.
you can see from these videos, are moving towards the city of Goma. Not all.
This isn't a pleasure cruise. My God, look at this. They completely manufactured this out of wood.
Sake, as you can
wow,
see from
look at
these
this,
videos,
dude. This is completely made out of wood, bro. It's like a wood bike. Wow. Wow, they got to get the fuck out of there. There's no. Yeah, who's funding the rebels? That's a good point.
Moving towards the city of.
But where's the government support? Where's the Congolese government? It's pathetic. Let me guess, hyper corrupt. Too busy stuffing money in their pockets to even give a shit about the situation.
Goma, not all.
Begging the U.S. for for help while they do jack shit.
All of them, but mostly women
Gold
and
farmers,
because they fear that these enemies, the M23 rebels and their Rwandan-backed, soldiers, might win against the Congolese soldiers and take the city or the town of Sake. So the fights are getting closer and closer, according to some of them. Remember, the city of Sake is located about 27 kilometers west of the city of Goma. And these residents are living
all over.
in
They all have them.
droves. Some of them are joining the internally displaced persons camps located around the city of Goma. We have 4 or 5 of such camps.
We have more
hosting
videos
close
getting
to
into this.
400,000 internally displaced people because of what these rebels from Rwanda are, doing there.
Rebels from Rwanda.
And I know a lot of people keep saying partisan. They will start saying, you keep accusing them of being Rwandans. But there's no need to lie. It is 2024, for God's sake. Who do you think is arming them? Do you know how much a mortar costs? Now imagine a rebel group that has enough mortars to sustain a war for 2 years.
Young and bloodthirsty.
In a battle like today, they've been firing
Give them a
mortars
higher than normal paycheck
for close
and a
to
fucking
5
gun.
hours. That is more mortars maybe than the Ukrainians are throwing at the Russians.
I doubt it.
Sorry to say that, but think about it. If they fired 500 mortars, for example,
that's a lot.
Where do you think the mortars come from?
So no wonder
Africa,
they're leaving.
Few countries.
So you're chilling. You're chilling in your African village. You probably don't even have like proper running water and plumbing. And then all of a sudden you're getting mortared by a military. Yeah, you'd probably get the fuck out of there pretty quickly. Yeah.
Countries in Africa manufacture mortars. These are things that have been imported from overseas. And I don't think the M23 as a rebel group has the power to import mortars.
Who manufactured
in
those?
Such huge numbers. Unless,
Where are
of
they
course,
coming from? North Korea or something? Russia?
Supported by a certain country.
Iran?
So let's stop pretending. Back to the story. So as I said, the fighting is heavy there.
No,
now let's answer our questions.
Yeah, temporarily,
Have
but I mean that's
they
not a real
captured
solution.
The town or the city of Sake? The answer is no. No. They're fighting about 5 to 10 kilometers away from the city. The Congolese army has always been here around Sake and Mishaki.
Okay, so they are engaging with the Congolese
since 2022. So they are well dug in. That's what we're saying in
I see what's going on.
military
Okay.
language. Dug in meaning
fancy.
they have trenches. They have defensive positions.
This is Google Earth.
They're
Nice.
very good at this region. So because they knew from the start, the M23, soldiers,
I see,
or fighters.
So I see. This is not intentional. This is just the combat spilling over into this residential area, forcing these people to leave. That is interesting.
Wanted to take this region here, right? So they have not allowed them to take it, right?
I see.
So that is a fact. So as I said yesterday, they were here in Kiroche, and they, of course, last night they were moving north under the cover of the night, right? You can imagine. And they're trying to come here. So if you look at the distance of where they want to come and where they are, it's about 4 kilometers. If they had covered half of that distance, it means they're about 1.5 kilometers. That's where they're firing the mortars from.
They're in mortar
so they're
range.
very close to the city of Sake.
Okay.
One of the mortar landed in a market in Sake. Oof. And 2 people were injured. So you'll see those photos online. If I find one, I share it here.
Chakudu.
So the guys in the marketplace looking at the hole that was created by one of.
All right. Well, this is a very informative site here, but I know it's dragging the stream down a little bit. I know you want, fucking, I'm just all day. I know that's what you want, but no, I'm sorry. We're learning something right now, and we're learning it from an actual African person, which is interesting. So we got a couple links from the users in the chat here from Strategy and Homeless. So this is where he's pulling it. All that glitters global initiative. So this is where you're pulling that info about it being gold interests. Okay. Kenyan revelations from a Kenyan gold smuggler. Wow, it's so interesting, the sources my chat pulls up. Thank you so much for taking your time to find these resources. Make sure you put them in the Discord. Yeah, that is very interesting. Obviously, I don't have time to read an entire book. I don't have time to get into that. But this is interesting. So these wooden scooters do have a name, Chakudu, transporting bananas. This is very interesting. Look at this. I mean, you can really load them up. Yeah, it looks like they just take rubber tire and they build a big ass. I mean, just amazing. It's amazing. Imagine what this society, what these people could do if their government had their back and, upgraded their life, gave them access to modern technology. Imagine how prosperous the Congo would be if their leaders, if just in general, if African leaders weren't just so wildly corrupt. Like this is great. I mean, the endurance of the human spirit is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. But I really do feel like it's also an indication of how their leaders have kind of failed them. These leaders have kind of failed them. You're still using wooden scooters, unpaved roads, And look, I'm not criticizing this man. I'm not criticizing, I'm criticizing this man's government. I'm really curious why lefties, maybe it's just too hard to talk about, because lefties often ignore the criticizing of the local governments. And I don't understand why. Maybe because it's awkward, because it is kind of awkward. All right, but I don't have time for this whole video, but it's incredibly informative. And if you want to watch the rest of it, it's right here from African Insider. I do have a couple other videos, showing just the amazing human cost of this. But that was very informative to know that this is, at least this isn't totally intentional, that this is really just, the result of violence spilling over into the region.
Young and old carry all they can. Fighting between Congolese soldiers and M23 rebels in the east of the country is pushing people like this mother of 5 into the town of Sake. She was driven out of her village of...
Look at this, man. This is the best that the Congolese government can provide. I mean, she's completely alone, dude. She had to get some stones and sticks to make some food. this is it. This is what the Congo government can provide. It's really pathetic.
Shasha, captured by rebels just days ago.
It was very difficult for us to stay in our village. Rebels arrived and there was heavy fighting.
Oh my God. This woman needs to see a doctor. What's going on here?
Between the rebels and the army. We've been here since Monday without food, money, or anything. The only way for us to survive is to now beg for food on the streets.
Oh, man.
Many sit, too scared to try and leave the town that's already encircled. Sake is one of the last towns before Goma, North Kivu's capital, and capturing it would deal a logistical blow to Congolese soldiers. It was last taken by the rebel group in November 2012. Thousands of UN peacekeepers watched on as M23 fighters took control of the city from the army. Alphonse is sheltering in a school in Sake, thankful he and his family could make it out of his neighboring village alive.
We left our home without any possibility of carrying anything with us. M23 rebels were shooting at people. It was very difficult for us to march on the road under a hail of bullets before reaching here with my family.
While the UN peacekeeping presence in the country is being phased out over the course of this year, the Undersecretary for Peace Operations says they're closely monitoring the situation.
Yeah. Our attention at the UN is on what's happening now in the North Kivu.
I fully believe that these Congolese citizens would gladly participate in a legitimate democracy if that was an option given to them. So yeah, I'm very hesitant to blame your average Congolese citizen for this situation. I mean, would more political awareness and political activism help their cause? Yes, I absolutely do believe that. With that said, I mean, they're up against warlords. You know, you don't vote your way out of that. You don't march your way out of that in some cases. And that's very difficult for a mother with 5 kids. You know, and a farmer, and a dad, and a father who's like a farmer, or a carpenter or something like that. So, not everyone's Che Guevara. I get that, but yeah, I'm very hesitant to blame your average Congolese citizen for this situation. Especially when you think about how many decades some of these African governments have been in charge. Full dictatorship, basically. Control everything. They've had decades to lay some fucking pipe and pave some roads, and somehow can't find the time or resources. But let me tell you something. They live in the lap of luxury. Gold everywhere. It has become a little tiring for me. But yeah, I'm not blaming the citizens.
Province, mainly in Goma. We are determined to increase our work. We are in discussion with local military officials on a joint and coordinated response.
This
Jesus
resurgence
Christ.
of M23 rebels is estimated to have displaced more than 1 million people from their homes,
God damn.
with no end to the fighting in sight.
Wow.
Mike Lappel, Al Jazeera.
So I guess what? So that they can take, like, the rebels are taking like a strategic position, and they're just dumping out the entire area so that they can occupy it and, like, set up traps. And that's brutal. That's brutal, man. Talk about, I mean, so these rebels, they just, it's because when you hear rebels, you almost think, you think they're of the people, like they're defending the people. And no, apparently it's they're, being funded and pushed, into doing this by a completely different government. It's basically just another form of warfare, state to state warfare, kind of internal chaos creation, right? Wow. So yeah, where's Hassan on this? Anyone got any Hassan clips covering this one? Yeah? No? I'm not jealous of his success. Not at all. Shut up. moving on to Senegal. Just for just more evidence of corruption of an inside, I believe, another African government in Senegal. I'm not a genius here, so I'm probably wrong. Jubilee videos. What, the X-Men? I mean, she's awesome, but we got bigger fish to fry right now. But no, we got some problems in Senegal. Go figure. Oh, the election might not go the way the current ruling party wants, so now we got a delay. Uh-oh. Usual bullshit.
Outside world, Senegal has appeared to be one of West Africa's more stable.
West Africa. Yeah, I'm not a dumbass. I shouldn't have even said anything, just pretending like I knew what I was talking about. Yeah. I'm such a jackass.
Democracies, at least until now. But internally, the political scene is in turmoil. The country was supposed to be having elections in just over 2 weeks' time, but President Macky Sall, who was due to step down, instead postponed the exercise, and that sparked anger.
Security, get your security of the country.
Security forces removing opposition members from the chamber as they try to block the vote.
Usual bullshit.
President Macky Sall had asked Parliament to approve a delay of the upcoming elections. With his party holding majority in Parliament, the bill quickly passed. The opposition has called the move a constitutional coup, but the president denied he was clinging.
Look at that shit. This, like January 6th is all new to America. It's not new to African countries. Look at this. Can you imagine? Full blown, this is what a coup looks like, guys. The military comes out. You're not allowed to vote. Yeah.
Constitutional coup. But the president denied he was clinging to office.
For my part, my solemn commitment not to run in the presidential election remains unchanged.
Oh.
I will engage in an open national dialogue to bring together the conditions for a free, transparent and inclusive election.
That's what was just about to happen. He's like, oh, no, hold on. I gotta rig it first. I gotta make sure everything's gonna benefit me first. Hold on. We gotta make sure this is gonna work for me before I approve this from happening. Democracy might have almost happened here, guys. Just almost had a slip up. Hold up.
Inclusive.
Show me this guy's house. Show me this guy's house. I guarantee you it's a fucking mansion that the 1% of the 1% of the 1% of his country gets to live in. I guarantee it. Every time.
Earlier, the Constitutional Court had disqualified several presidential candidates, including the man endorsed by the president. Macky Sall said that irregularities in the registration of candidates meant the elections had to be postponed.
Oh, we gotta postpone
Senegal has been seen as a beacon of peace and stability in West Africa. Opposition candidates say that image is now tarnished.
No, so yeah, this is what I've heard as well. Senegal was supposed to be one of the better African countries. There's a democracy and stability. It's all good. The problem here, you know why the West is guilty? Because the West is happy to exploit these countries, happy to do business with these incredibly corrupt individuals, these incredibly corrupt dictatorships, right? As long as they're getting the cheap labor and the cheap minerals or whatever the hell it is. Right? Are they there to actually, because what they could do to these guys is say, okay, look, we'll do a deal with you, but you need to invest $500 million in education right now. Cut a check right now, or we're not doing a $20 billion gem deal. We're not going to do that. They could be doing that to try and encourage more democracy and more at least altruism from these dictatorships. They don't even do that. They're like, oh, you're exploiting your people, paying them pennies on the dollar. Oh, you're getting some kids to dig out some lithium. Oh, that's great. That's fine. That's great. We can do business with you. France, Germany, US, Canada. Oh, that's okay. We'll just we'll transport it through a bunch of different companies, and eventually it'll like this metal came from Australia. The fuck it didn't. It was mined in Africa, sent to China, sent here, sent there. Oh, well, that's okay. That's what's going on, and that's why the West is guilty. That's why the West is culpable here. With that said, though, I mean, if it isn't the people of these African countries standing up, if it isn't them, then who? Right? Because the West is I don't think the West is ever going to change unless, of course, the left effectively reforms the U.S. government. Am I eating a banana with my butt? Okay, yeah, let's finish this clip.
A country that was a champion of democracy. A country that had become a benchmark in Africa and the world. A country respected by all and everywhere. What has happened to bring us to this point?
True.
But Senegal has seen its fair share.
Look, but if you want to get them up there proper, you got to freeze them first. Okay, good luck, unless you want to, butt chug unripe bananas, that are rather hard. I guess that's another avenue. But you're going to have to freeze the goddamn bananas before you shove them up your ass. Okay, hot tip. Fucking woke liberals.
Share of turmoil in recent months.
Don't even know how to
Demonstrators and opposition members have been arrested and killed, fueling more tension.
Trump.
They're planning on keeping the power for months, for another 6 months. But it's just a beginning. It's just a beginning. They're going to go on and on and on and on. Yeah. We don't know. So everything we want is a fair election. Election, that's all we want. We don't want anything else. That's it.
Senegal's appointment with democracy.
Uncle Sam in the West. Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, okay, whatever. Hearts and minds. Oh, our press secretary said we hope for a peaceful resolution.
Has been delayed. Many here fear that Macky Sall, at best, has set a worrying sign, and at worst, is borrowing from a playbook of his autocratic neighbors.
They think we're idiots. And a lot of us...
So has Macky Sall changed his mind about staying in power?
Acquiescing.
I put that question to Latirtine from the Gore Institute in Dakar.
During the speech...
Let's hear what an expert has to say about this, who apparently, I think this person lives, either in Senegal or in Africa. So let's hear what this person has to say.
He repeated that he's not supposed to stay. He wants to leave. That is what he said when he was having that speech to the Senegalese nation.
Never trust.
We all know that
fucking anybody doing this.
For a third term. But
I do this sometimes too.
What happened really is that it is a pressure at the international level that made him drop that decision to run for a third term.
Oh my God,
but what he's saying now is that he's not ready yet to leave the power because today he wants to stay.
Wait a minute. Is this guy carrying a Stanley Cup?
To leave the power because...
Oh, no, he's not. Okay.
Today he wants to stay 10 more months, and legally his mandate is supposed to end at April the 2nd.
What's the difference? Why 10 more months? It's possible that he just wants to delay so that he can implement more democratic reforms. Because like if this was Tropico, if you ever played Tropico, that's kind of what I would do. It'd be like, oh shit, I got to build a church. I got to build up a church and a couple schools before the election, right? So I need a couple more months, right? So you delay the election. Give me a couple more months. So maybe that's what he's trying to do. Is he's trying to... I'm being too optimistic, aren't I? Yeah. He needs more time to rig the election is what's going on, right? Yeah. Okay. All right.
And from April the 2nd, he will not legally be the president of Senegal, even if he stays.
Not going to be building any churches.
Doesn't allow him to stay as president of Senegal. Now, what is going to be done at a date from April the 2nd? We don't know yet. But what is sure is there are some other people who say that the real reason is that he is not really yet to organize elections because, as you may know, he's not running for a third term, but Amadou Ba, he is the prime minister today, is the one who is chosen to run for election for the political party in power. And they are saying that there are some samples, some studies that shows that if he organizes elections today, he may lose the election.
He may lose,
and that is why he decided to better prepare himself. Because even within the political party in power, everybody did not accept his this decision. Because
so what happens when he's still not, he doesn't like the numbers, is he going to delay again and keep delaying?
Three people left the political party to run for election as a president.
Right. So where do we think this is heading? We've seen some of the anger out in the streets. We've seen politicians as well express their outrage. Will this be settled in the streets or in the courts?
They are having, I think, two strategies. The first one is they consider that the election will happen in February the 25th. And now some political parties in the opposition are having their campaign. And but they are repressed by the police because they are not supposed to have those campaigns because the elections are postponed by the parliament. And this first day that
his wife is over on the damn phone, man. His wife or girlfriend, dude.
This was the Sunday. The Sunday there was some people in the opposition who were arrested because they decided to do the campaign. Most of them were arrested, but they were released 25 hours later. The second strategy is to go to court. Because today this decision has to be confirmed by the Constitutional Court. And they have protested toward the Constitutional Court to say that they have to cancel this decision made by the president and confirmed by the National Assembly. Because the last vote is for
yada yada yada. We get it. He's gonna lose. He feels like he's gonna lose the election. He's anti-democratic at his core. He doesn't really believe in democracy. It was just a tool to get him into power. And now, he's delaying by 9 months or so that he can, try to have more time to, like I said, is he, he's buying more time so that he could be, really impress the people and really, kick into high gear some of these initiatives that's going to help people's lives. No, it's so that he can pump more money into a TV campaign about how great he is and also, like I said, do what he can to subvert the elections that are happening, plan them out as much as he can, have as much control as possible, yada yada yada. All right, I didn't know I was streaming for 2 hours so far. I have this really great Democracy Now! Clip that goes into more information about Senegal's unraveling. Unfortunately, we do not have time for it. I'm very sorry about that. That's my own fault. But we do need to keep this train moving. If you want to see this amazing interview with this person right here from Senegal, heavily recommend you do so. It's very enlightening. Fortunately, I do not have time for it. And the last little bit of world news is, Pakistan here in turmoil as Imran Khan claims election victory despite being in jail. So the more anti-democratic, authoritarian moves in Pakistan here. Very popular ex-cricket player, I believe. Celebrity in general, more lefty kind of person. I don't, not that lefty though, if I remember correctly from what I've dug into about this guy, but better than the current regime. But he's basically won the election, and now he's in jail. Imran Khan claimed on Friday night that his party had won Pakistan's election, defying the country's military, which has been accused of fixing the vote to keep him out of power. So they couldn't even fix the vote, right? Couldn't even steal it. It was that overwhelming for this guy. Provisional results revealed high turnout for Mr. Khan's candidates, even though the former premier and his wife, Bushra Bibi, have been sentenced to 7 years in prison after a district court ruled their 2018 marriage violated the law. Oh, that's the new one. Oh, yeah. Oh, that is some bullshit. Oh, the bar just got lower. Oh, did you feel that? That's the bar getting just one more notch, dude. It fell down a notch, man. Their marriage violated the law. It was the third sentence for Khan and the second for his wife. This week. Oh, the bar got lower. Oh, shit. Oh. Mr. Khan claimed victory in a video message created using artificial intelligence. Whoa! So because he can't speak, no cameras are allowed, no microphone, but he was able, through his lawyers probably, to put a statement out. So they used AI to generate his voice and do the facial movements as if he was speaking from prison. Wow. Wow, dude. Pakistan on the cutting edge of AI technology. Man, this stuff is everywhere immediately. It is literally changing our life as we speak. This very moment. And I don't think anybody's ready for this. You know, the first AI restaurant opened up recently. Fully AI. Waiter, fucking cook, like one human being in the whole place. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. The jailed former prime minister rejected his rival Nawaz Sharif's earlier claim to victory, calling on his supporters to celebrate. The army was also widely thought to have thrown its weight behind his rival Nawaz Sharif, so the military had the authoritarians back. The surge backed predictions that Mr. Sharif would easily gain power and delivered a rebuke to a military establishment accused of engineering the vote against Mr. Khan. So here's Mr. Sharif right here. Yeah, he's as he's as slimy as he looks. Mr. Sharif on Friday night admitted his party had been unable to secure an outright majority and said he would enter coalition talks with other parties. So that's interesting. So that's the best he'll do. It was a blowout. He completely lost. And he's like, the best I'll do is this. So much for democracy. These people call themselves like, they call themselves like, people who respect democracy. They claim to respect democracy. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just a tool. It's just a tool for them. The sooner cynical characters like this, the sooner they are thrown in the dustbin of history, the better. So there you go. That's the end of my world news segment, but I did have this little bonus for those who stuck around through the world news segment. Please enjoy this funny video.
I'm Michael Cera, and I'm pleased to announce that this is my cream. CeraVe. Oh, you didn't know? Generosity. The truth has been hiding in plain sight. I am CeraVe. Oh. Can human skin truly be this moisturized? Oh. Yeah. Wow.
I need more grip.
Let my cream hydrate you. I like this. Skin. 3 essential ceramides. All-day hydration. I'm telling them our story. CeraVe, developed with Michael Cera. V. That's me.
That's me. He's got an earring. Oh, man. That was hilarious. Wasn't that funny? Welcome back, Kissing Gonzo. This is a funny video, too. Let's just do funny videos. Loud. I know it's loud. This is from Atlanta.
Hey, I flex on a bitch like I just got a check like haters gon' hate like until they see me in the face and they all like saw you baby mama like and then I said I'm home with a good night.
All right, moving on to our U.S. segment. Yeah, we're jumping into our very positive U.S. news. It's all good news, guys. Everything's going great in the U.S. You know that? Everything's going great. Nothing is wrong. Nothing. So obviously I don't have time for this whole 20-minute interview, but it is a really, really good interview. But the last 5 minutes of it are stupid bullshit about SNL, so we can skip that. But this is just a full recap of the current situation of what happened with the Supreme Court and Donald Trump. And the rejection, the cowardly Supreme Court rejecting the Colorado Supreme Court's decision that Donald Trump 100% participated in an insurrection and without any equivocation does not qualify to be on our ballot. There's like a rule, it goes all the way back to the Confederate era, because I mean, imagine this really happened. Okay, we had the Civil War, right? We had the Civil fucking War. Dead Americans, right? Abraham Lincoln heals the country. Oh yeah, the stream's gonna be a long one. Get over it, especially the Ukraine segment. Oh my god. But no, we had the Civil fucking War, right? So we had these guys got their ass kicked, right, from the South, and then literally, generals and people who were pro-Confederate and they were part of this insurrection effort are then running for office. These Confederate heroes and whatnot. So some of these states passed a law that said if you participated in a civil war, in an insurrection against the country, you're not allowed to run for office. You're not allowed to be a politician in the Union. It was probably the least controversial rule, past that year. You know what I mean? It was probably like 5-minute deliberation. Yeah, no, that's probably a good idea. Yep. Okay, let's get to more serious business now. Right? Now it's very controversial. Oh. Because it's all about states' rights until it isn't, right? But no, here's a breakdown of the whole situation. It is embarrassing. It is embarrassing.
This is Democracy Now!
Because the Constitution. What is that? Oh, we're too scared. We're too scared to defend the Constitution. We're too afraid. Well, we don't want to trigger a right-wing backlash. We don't want another January 6th, so we better just acquiesce. I mean, it's just the worst, most cowardly shit. Like, we're gonna lose our democracy to this pathetic behavior. It's pathetic.
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh, joined by Amy Goodman. The U.S. Supreme Court heard oral arguments in a historic case Thursday to determine if Republican presidential frontrunner Donald Trump is eligible to stay on the ballot for the 2024 election. The justices are reviewing a decision by Colorado's High Court that found Section 3 of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution makes Trump ineligible to run for office because he engaged in an insurrection on January 6, 2021.
Yes, it was an insurrection.
A ruling would come within weeks. Before a packed courtroom, both liberal and conservative judges expressed skepticism over Colorado's case. This is liberal Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
I think that the question that you have to confront is why a single state should decide who gets to be president of the United States. In other words, this question of whether a former president is disqualified for insurrection to be president again is, just say it. It sounds awfully national to me. So whatever means there are to enforce it would suggest that they have to be federal, national means.
So that's so pathetic. That's so pathetic. She's basically saying, well, a state shouldn't be allowed. This is supposed to be a liberal, by the way. This cowardly judge is saying, well, a state shouldn't be allowed to, remove a person from the ballot for any reason. Not even high threshold. Can't even have a high threshold. No, for any reason. Because that will affect, the national election. Which is totally ridiculous to me. Because, you know, we'll say if a state wants to pass a law that says if you are a convicted sex offender, you're not allowed to run for office. Right? I don't see what's wrong with a state passing that law. But, you know, what Sotomayor, I guess, is fear-mongering is that, well, a state could just pass a law that says, well, if you're a communist, if you believe in leftist ideology of any kind, then you're not allowed to run for office. Because that's what's being threatened here, is that, oh, well, all the right-wing states are just going to start banning, you know, Joe Biden. They're just going to remove Joe Biden from the ballot for erroneous reasons. And it's like, so there's no nuance here, huh? There's just no nuance whatsoever. Did Thomas recuse himself? Not quite sure.
Meanwhile, Liberal Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson appeared to agree with Trump's lawyer, Jonathan Mitchell's argument that the 14th Amendment's disqualification provision does not apply to all insurrectionists, but only to people who swore to support the Constitution as an officer of the United States, which does not include the president.
So the first argument is we have a list of offices that a person is barred from holding, right?
Yes.
Under your theory or under the language of, and we see it begins with senator, representative, elector of president and vice president, and all other civil or military officers.
Offices under the United States.
Offices under the United States. But the word president or vice president does not appear specifically in that list. So I guess I'm trying to understand, are you giving up that argument, and if so, why?
No, we're not giving it up at all. You're right, the president and the vice president are not specifically listed. But the Anderson litigants claim that they are encompassed within the meaning of the phrase office under the United States.
And do you agree that the framers would have put such a high and significant and important office, sort of smuggled it in through that catch-all phrase?
We don't agree at all. That's why we're still making the argument.
That's Trump's lawyer, Jonathan Mitchell, questioned Thursday by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. And this is conservative Justice Brett Kavanaugh challenging Colorado's attorney, Jason Murray.
Last question. In trying to figure out what Section 3 means, and kind of to the extent it's elusive language or vague language, what about the idea that we should think about democracy, think about the right of the people to elect candidates of their choice, of letting the people decide, because your position has the effect of disenfranchising voters to a significant degree.
This case illustrates the danger of refusing to apply Section 3 as written, because the reason we're here is that President Trump tried to disenfranchise 80 million Americans who voted against him, and the Constitution doesn't require that he be given another chance.
For more on this and other cases Trump is facing, we're joined by Elie Mystal, the nation's justice correspondent. His new piece is headlined, "The Supreme Court is Not Going to Save Us from Donald Trump."
Doesn't seem
He's the author of Allow Me to Retort, A Black Guy's Guide.
But, I mean, in terms of the immunity argument that he's bringing to the Supreme Court, it seems weird to me that conservative Supreme Court justices would want to set that in stone, that, yeah, no, a president is allowed to commit crimes if he's not impeached. If he doesn't get impeached for it, then, you know, he gets to leave office, and whatever crimes he committed in office, he's not guilty of those because he was never impeached for it. Seems crazy to me that these conservative judges would want to hand that right over to Joe Biden. You know? I mean, because, like, once that's set in stone, couldn't Joe Biden assassinate Donald Trump? And, like, oh, the Republicans will immediately start an impeachment hearing, but, you know, it's like 1 month before the end of his election. He just fucking sends some fucking wet work operators over to Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago, fucking lights him up in the name of America. 1 month before the end of the election, you don't have enough time to impeach him.
To the Constitution. Welcome back to Democracy Now, Elie. If you could just begin by responding to yesterday's oral arguments.
Yeah, it was a disaster. Apparently, the Constitution does not matter if it makes Republicans sad.
Yeah.
The idea, and it's so important that you guys, I think, earlier
They're going to do it
highlighted
again,
the
guys.
Bolsonaro story, right? Because look at what Brazil is doing when their former president threatened their government, right? They took my man's passport away, right?
Yeah.
That's not what we do here, apparently. We don't defend ourselves, apparently. And yesterday's Supreme Court argument involved 9 justices, 3 appointed by Republican presidents, sorry, 6 appointed by Republican presidents, but 3 appointed by Democratic presidents, kind of locking arms and deciding to ignore the Constitution, ignore the plain text of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which clearly states that insurrectionists cannot run for office. They decided to lock hands and ignore that because it would be too messy for the country to apply the law to Donald Trump. That's what happened yesterday, and it was very disappointing to listen to.
Cowardly.
I mean, it's fascinating, Ellie, when you look at who Jason Murray is, right? The lawyer for Colorado that is trying to keep Trump from the ballot as an insurrectionist. He both clerked for Elena Kagan, a liberal justice, and for Neil Gorsuch, right? The justice from Colorado.
Of course.
And both Gorsuch and Kagan lit him up yesterday. Kagan was extremely concerned. The first sound that you played wasn't Sotomayor, it was actually Kagan. And as you played, Kagan was extremely concerned with the ability of Colorado to kind of on its own exclude Trump from the ballot and the knock-on effect that would have in all the different states. The best way that I can explain the liberal position or why the liberals took the position that they did is that I would say Kagan, Jackson, Sotomayor to some extent, they were more concerned with a red state, a Republican legislature, a Republican governor kicking somebody like Joe Biden off the presidential ballot for bad faith reasons, that they were willing to stop Colorado from kicking Trump off the ballot for good faith reasons. And while I get that calculus as a real politique method, it is a problem when your legal decisions, when your legal rulings are based on what you think the bad faith guys will do with it. Right? Like that's a problem if the law gets reduced to like, oh my God, what will Ron DeSantis do? Like that's not a good way to run a country.
No.
But that is the way.
And in a way, the conservative fascists win. You know, they're breaking the rules and they've made it such a shit show. It's the cowardly neoliberals don't want to get their fucking powder dry. They're so pathetic. We could get into the many motivations as to why they are the way they are. Okay? Some of it's intentional, some of it's ingrained. But they're just so pathetic inherently.
That we saw the liberals want to play it yesterday. And I think the other point, Amy, that's worth mentioning, you brought up who the lawyer for the Colorado side was. Let's not forget who the lawyer for the Trump side was, right? Let's not forget who Jonathan Mitchell is. He is the former Texas Solicitor General who is most famous for inventing Texas's SB 8, the bounty hunter law that allows people to pursue abortion providers in Texas that effectively overruled Roe v. Wade before the Supreme Court overruled Roe v. Wade. That's the guy, the Trump.
So that's the guy who wants to deputize good old boys to track down women who want to get an abortion. Basically, a U.S. version of the morality police from Iran. Awesome.
Campaign dragged out to make their argument that he should stay on the ballot, and that's the guy that apparently all 9 justices found a way to agree with yesterday.
Pathetic.
So I also wanted to ask you about the line of questioning of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and the whole issue of what it means to be an officer in the 14th Amendment. And also talk about the history of this case, why Colorado invoked it going back to the Civil War, what it means for an insurrectionist to run for office.
Yeah, I mean, this is the double-edged sword of Justice Jackson, right? She is fantastic, amazingly smart, and she is a textualist, right? She is an originalist, a liberal version of those words. But she's the person who kind of goes toe-to-toe with Neil Gorsuch whenever they want to talk about the original public meaning of this or that, right? She's the one who goes right in to the, Oxford English Dictionary to fight Gorsuch about the definition of what is, right? That's who she is. And that's great most of the time, right? But yesterday, that intellectual consistency led her to what I think is a quite tortured place, where she was parsing the word office versus offices, officer versus offices, to try to find some way to not include President Trump. And the problem with that is that it's ridiculous, right? It is just ridiculous as a matter of common sense to think that the people who said that you can't be a senator if you raised a rebellion against the government, and you can't be a congressperson if you raised a rebellion against the government, but president, yeah, sure, that's fine. We don't have a problem with. Like, that's a ridiculous argument, but that's what she talked herself into.
It's absurd.
And again, I think she talked herself into that. I think the liberals generally talked themselves into that because they don't like the political reality of what the law says. They don't like the idea of kicking Trump off the ballot. They don't like what that means kind of as a precedential value around the country. Yep. And so they twisted themselves into a pretzel to pretend that the law says something that it doesn't.
That's right.
Well, Ali, I want to ask you about the long-awaited ruling this week on Trump's claim to be immune from criminal prosecution, which you write about in your piece, headlined, "The D.C. Circuit Just Shredded Trump's Immunity Claims." The court's decision should put to rest the question of whether a former president is immune to prosecution. The question is whether the Supreme Court will allow that, you wrote. So lay out how this three-judge panel unanimously rejected Trump's argument and what could happen next.
Yeah, speaking of stupid arguments, the argument that the President of the United States, once he is no longer clothed in power, is free to commit any crime he would like without fear of prosecution. The idea that if a President of the United States commits crimes while he is in office, he is somehow immune from ever being prosecuted for those crimes.
Yeah, Del, is that what we need? So he's over here pointing out that your president, the person that you want, is making the argument that he should be able to commit whatever crimes he wants to commit because he was able to make it to the presidency. And I know, N-Typer, I know. And you think, yeah, that, Mr. Kick over here, you think, yeah, that's what we need, Yeah, we got a milquetoast, neoliberal with Joe Biden here, and what we need is just an authoritarian conservative who's literally making the argument that they should have full-blown immunity to any crime they commit. Yeah, that's really awesome, bro.
Even when he's out of office, that is ridiculous. Nobody reasonable believes that. And the D.C. Circuit panel, the three judges.
Hey, Del, who are you voting for there, Mr. Kick? Who are you going to be voting for?
Panel, two judges appointed by Democrats, one by a Republican, unanimously ruled that Trump was wrong on every single level of his argument. It was a total, what I called it was a bench slap. They destroyed that argument. As well they should. It's a ridiculous argument. But does that end the issue? No, because remember, folks, Trump is not trying to win with this ridiculous immunity argument.
Yeah, and honestly, he's one of the few commentators I see on mainstream media pointing this out. But yeah, no, he's right. This isn't about winning. This is about delaying. This is about getting to the president so that he can install an attorney general that's going to completely gut our judicial system. Do everything in his power to completely subvert the judicial system, erasing his crimes, wildly anti-democratic. Dictator for a day. Oh, okay.
He is trying to delay with this ridiculous.
Yeah, so we all know Haley isn't winning. So end your delusions there, you coward. Go ahead and admit that you're going to vote for the fascist. Go ahead and admit it, you absolute fucking coward.
Immunity argument. He was due to be put on trial by Judge Tanya Chutkan and Prosecutor Jack Smith
Can't even admit
on
you're going
March
to vote
4th.
for the fascist.
Then he started making this immunity argument. Well, then Judge Chutkan ruled that immunity argument was wrong because, again, it is obviously wrong. But now he got to appeal, right? So that appeal took a month. Right, took a month for the D.C. Circuit to write it. We've moved. Chutkan has already moved back her March 4th trial date. Right. So what happens next? Well, he's going to take the D.C. ruling and appeal it to the Supreme Court. Now, again, when he gets to the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court takes it, he will lose again because his argument is ridiculous. And I think even after what I heard yesterday, I do not think that there are 5 justices up there who will say that the president is immune from, that a former president is immune from prosecution. That's just not true, right? So I don't think they're going to do it. But the question is whether or not they grant the case at all and whether or not they allow him to continue to delay the start of his trial while he makes this ridiculous argument. The court doesn't have to take the case.
Look at this. You could see the bronzing. Wow, look at this. Even from this distance, you can see. Look at his ears, all white and pink, and look at the bronzing, dude. It's looking like Justin Trudeau in the 80s.
And if the Supreme Court does want to take the case,
look, Mr. in denial conservative over here, I'm going to vote for Haley. It's a foregone conclusion. She's lost. Okay, I'm never going to vote Trump. So you're just not going to show up to vote at all instead of vote for Biden, which is fine. Go ahead and do that. That's great. That benefits the left when right wingers and conservatives do that. So I approve of that strategy, Mr. Conservative. But I don't believe you, first of all. What are you going to do? It's already a foregone conclusion. She's lost, dude. She's lost. So what's your calculation there, buddy? Just going to sit it out? It's already over. Are you kidding me? In her home state, she's being overwhelmingly defeated by Trump. In South Carolina, I believe. Overwhelmingly, the polls show Trump is not even a question. Historic. It's over for Haley. So what's your calculation now, Mr. Dell? Mr. I'm never voting Trump. Just going to sit at home? So if you're just going to sit at home, why don't you save everybody time and trouble? Get off the fucking internet and stop talking about right-wing politics because you've already admitting I'm not even going to vote. So why don't you just go wank off? Go do something else. You're literally irrelevant to the conversation. Thank you for making yourself irrelevant and acquiescing defeat to the left. I appreciate that. It's important. We need conservatives to sit out this rising tide of fascism. Great. So why don't you just go ahead and save yourself some time? The conclusion is made. You're not voting for Trump. Save yourself the whole year. I'm not mad, homie. You're literally doing exactly what I want you to do. How could I be mad? I've won. But what I would like you to do is save everybody a lot of trouble and yourself a lot of wasted time and stop talking about politics for the rest of the year. Right? You're sitting out the vote. It's Trump. You'll never vote for Trump. I wanted Haley. But you can't, right? You will absolutely, because of all the peer pressure, because all the right-wing demagogues you listen to are going to be telling you, oh, it's the election. You have to do it. It's the end of it. It's the apocalypse. It's the apocalypse. Joe Biden's going to kidnap your kid, turn him gay, turn him into transgender. You have to do it. You're so pathetic.
It doesn't have to grant a stay. It doesn't have to stop Judge Tanya Chutkan from moving forward with her trial. But if there are 4 or 5 conservatives willing to allow Trump to delay, willing to allow him to essentially the legal process to try to keep himself out of jail long enough to run for president again, then Trump will potentially be able to delay his trial into the summer, through the conventions, maybe even past the next election, which is his whole game. Because the idea that he's actually going to win on this particular argument is never in the cards for him, and he knows it, and anybody rational knows it as well.
Yeah. Well, this week, Donald Trump renewed his request for the judge in his Georgia election interference case to disqualify Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis and dismiss the indictment, saying her, quote, egregious misconduct demands it.
It's so funny. They found some dirt. They found some scandalous dirt with Fani Willis. See what happens? Oh, they found some dirt.
Has acknowledged she had a romantic relationship with the prosecutor she hired on the case, Nathan Wade.
Shouldn't have
You
hired
have a piece
him.
for The Nation headline, "The Fani Willis scandal is bad, but it doesn't change her case against Trump." Explain what you mean, Ellie.
Yeah, I don't think Fani Willis should have done what she did. What she allegedly did, what she has admitted to, even in some ways. I don't think that's a good look. I don't think she should have done that, right? But that's I think that borders on unethical. But it has nothing to do with her ability to prosecute this case and the charges that she's brought against the 19 co-conspirators who tried to defraud.
Still, at the same time, she really should have understood that this was historic, that they were going to dig, and she was rather cocky, you know, putting this person in charge, quite frankly. Pretty fucking cocky, pretty dumb decision. She should have seen that coming. But I think maybe she just didn't understand, you know, the tsunami of of eyeballs and, you know, picking through every single little thing. So she should have seen this coming, quite frankly, because of course you're rattling the hornet's nest. You know, you shouldn't have put that person you had to hit. You hit. I'm sure she had a selection of many other qualified people, but she decided to put this one that she had a relationship with. It's like. Really bad move.
The people of Georgia of their votes, right? It has nothing to, like, her personal, I think, foibles.
I agree
have
with all
nothing
this,
to do with the prosecution of that case.
Does it actually matter?
Let us
I don't
not
know.
forget,
We'll see.
3 people have already pleaded guilty to the charges that she brought.
Oh, true.
So we have to understand Fani Willis as a person who has professional responsibilities and a personal life. And her personal life, I think that was a mess. But her professional responsibilities are not in any way implicated by this particular scandal. There are different kinds of ethical, moral quandaries and scandals that potentially would implicate a prosecutor's ability to move forward with the case. This ain't one of them. This is just a bad look, right? So the idea that you can go from this personal issue and overplay it to the point where now you have to dismiss the whole case and she is racist and it's ridiculous, and I don't think a judge will go for it. That
doesn't matter.
But it's a bad look. I wish he hadn't done it.
Yeah.
And Ellie Mistal, we haven't talked to you for a while since the E. Jean Carroll case, which really is significant.
Okay, so then they're going to get into E. Jean Carroll, and then they're going to talk about SNL, which made fun of him. So N-Typer or the other folks that were making fun of his hair, SNL actually made a comment on that. We'll watch it here. It makes me cringe. Jimmy Fallon reading his script off a teleprompter. You don't have time to memorize these really intricate skits. Jimmy Fallon, you just too fucking busy.
Let's take a look.
For the nation. Do you think the media is overstating?
Look at him. He's reading out fucking cue cards.
The negative sentiment of the election to get views and clicks.
Well, that's an interesting question.
Oh, is it? It's interesting. You find it interesting?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, well, I find you interesting, okay? You look like if Don King ate another Don King. I will unhinge my jaw and bite your head off like a goldfish cracker.
Wow. Just someone, you know, take this poor show to the goddamn woodshed and do what needs to be done here. That's the best. It's not good. It's not good. I guess they're supposed to be the Bee Gees. Jimmy Fallon can't read 2 sentences without looking over to the teleprompter. Ooh, all right. That's just the beginning of the U.S. news, folks. But that was a really good, coverage of the whole situation. And honestly, that person's feelings reflect my feelings. But, I'm not a constitutional expert, yada, yada, yada. But seems pretty cowardly to me. The 3 liberals couldn't even muster up a fucking dissenting opinion. Couldn't even, try to make any kind of argument. Silence. Yeah, that really tells me a lot about the whole immunity thing. Just to buttress and reinforce what that fellow was saying about the strategy. So here's Trump. I'm not going to read this article, but the headline says it all. Trump lawyers will bring back the quote-unquote immunity argument despite appeals court smackdown. So they've lost. They've lost in already in a previous case about this argument that, oh, no, it's officer, not officers, or whatever the fuck. So I get to do whatever the hell I want, actually. So it's already been stricken down, but he's going to continue to use it because it slows everything down, brings it up to the Supreme Court. I don't know what happened to precedent, but these judges are cowards. They don't want to go, oh, well, there's already a precedent here. That's what they're betting on. It's all about delay. It's all about delay. If you want to read this article, though, here is the link. Feel free to dig in. I encourage you to. Raw Story is literally obsessed with Trump. You want to see something funny? Watch this. We'll go to the homepage of Raw Story. It's the funniest thing. Watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there it is. 5, 6. Okay, and then we're at the bottom here. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, 18, there's the back of his head. Get a full 360 view. 19. Look at that. 19 images of Trump. Raw Story officially has Trump derangement syndrome, dude. Raw Story has Trump derangement syndrome. What can I say, though? He's about to be America's first dictator. He's about to shatter the dream of George Washington. And he's pushed every democratic norm, and he will break. He will break it if you give him the opportunity. And he's 50%. There's a 50-50 chance right now, basically. One poll says, oh, this. Another poll says that. Margins about 10%. Either way, it's 50-50 right now. So just so you know, you have not entered into a time machine. It is the year 2024. Just so you know, when I read this headline to you, militant commander killed in U.S. drone strike in Baghdad. That's right. We are in 2024, just so you know. Don't check your watch. What's a watch? Fucking Zoomers.
News reported at the top of the program. In a statement released just moments ago, the U.S. military says that an airstrike by the U.S. has killed a commander belonging to an Iranian-backed militia group believed to be responsible for strikes against forces in the Middle East. The U.S. military says that there are no indications of civilian casualties at this time. They add, quote, "We will not hesitate to hold responsible all those who threaten our forces' safety." Yeah. Joining us now, NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons in Erbil, Iraq, and national security and global affairs reporter Dan DeLuce for us at the Pentagon. Dan, what more do we know?
Oh, good. We got someone right from the Pentagon.
This is what they're calling a unilateral strike.
Don't you love that? Are we supposed to take this seriously? Literally? I mean, CNN has like an office at the Pentagon, I think. I think MSNBC does as well. It's fucking, come on, man. We're stupid. What does the government say about this? What does the government say how we should feel about this one? Oh, okay, well, let me tell you how you should feel about this according to the Joe Biden administration's approval.
Central.
It's a bit loud. Okay.
Command says that they have taken out the commander of Kataib Hezbollah, this Iranian-backed militia that has been blamed for many attacks, dozens of attacks on U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria. And as you said, they believe at this point there were no civilian casualties or collateral damage. And they of course, say that they will continue to take these strikes as necessary to, as they say, protect our people, American service
600
members.
fucking TVs
Important
in the
to point
back.
out here that this campaign started on Friday after 3 U.S. service members and were killed and dozens of others were wounded in an attack at a U.S. outpost in Jordan. And those retaliatory airstrikes targeted militias backed by Iran in Iraq and Syria. And then today they're saying they targeted and killed this commander of this Iranian-backed militia.
Dan, help me understand, though, is this part of the tiered attack? Is this part of that ongoing campaign?
I think very much so, very much so. This is about holding accountable those who the U.S. believes have been conducting rocket and drone attacks on American forces in Iraq and Syria. And then, of course, there was that lethal attack.
Look, I have an example. Hopefully it's next. Hopefully it's here. Hopefully I have it queued up. Maybe I don't. No, I don't have it queued up. But these rebels, they experience 7 years of almost constant bombardment from a different conflict and are still around. So these little pissant strikes really aren't doing shit. I gotta say, I don't think. Oh my god, the fucking emojis. I don't really think it's doing shit right now, guys. I don't think they're as intimidated as this representative of the fucking Pentagon would like us to believe.
That killed 3 American troops in Jordan. So this is part of this reprisal campaign, which is continuing. And of course, they're trying to calibrate it so that they do not trigger some wider conflict. So the strikes so far have not been conducted or targeted anything inside Iran. They're going after these proxy networks that the U.S. says are armed and trained and financed by Iran.
Keir, what more can you tell us from Iraq, from Syria?
Government representative.
Well, at least you're in Baghdad. The first we heard was of this explosion, a car on fire in.
No, and it was a very surgical strike. Barely, just they knew exactly. Like, they were probably following him. They knew exactly it was just him two and those two in the car. Boom. Because Al Rakabi is probably correct. Probably a total monster. These Hezbollah characters are not nice folks. Okay, they're theocratic zealots, who, will not get into it. They're nasty individuals. Now, it's more complicated. It is more complicated because they wouldn't have as much clout and power if the exploitation and adversarial stance of the West wasn't so apparent. If the full-blown antagonism of the West through Israel, but sometimes overtly, directly, like with the sanctions against Iran, if that wasn't happening, if the United States was acting as an honest actor, organizations like Hezbollah would have a much harder time operating and getting recruits and getting resources and and sustaining itself. So I don't know if it's proper to blame the West for Hezbollah. I mean, in some cases, like the Mujahideen, there's a direct connection. So I don't know if I'm comfortable saying that, but I will say that these terrorist organizations or these nasty theocratic authoritarian resistance groups, whatever you want to call them, they would have a much harder time operating if the West was an honest actor on the global stage in dealing with these Middle Eastern countries, instead of this weird, our way or the highway, kind of mentality. And it's interesting to see what's happening in Israel, because it's really the strategy is kind of blowing up in the United States' face. The United States is like, oh, we want to do it this way. You got to do it really carefully and slow, and we got to control it. And the extreme right-wing government is like, we're done waiting. We're done waiting. And once we're done with the destroying Palestine, we're going to hit Iran next. We're hearing this incredibly warlike, bellicose language from this extreme right-wing government that's incredibly xenophobic. Yeah. And Trump wears diapers. So what kind of point are you trying to make there, Mr. Kingbot? Yeah, of course. You're pathetic. You're pathetic. You want a daddy authoritarian? How is that going to make your pathetic $30,000 a year life any better? Huh, Mr. King? Voting for an authoritarian. That's what you want, huh? Boot-licking cycle complete. Fucking pathetic.
Eastern Baghdad. It's in a mixed neighborhood, Sunni, Shia.
Hezbollah is not fucking based. Worst take of the day. Worst take of the day. Based. Shove that shit right up your ass.
Christian, but as Dan was reporting there,
Shut the
it
fuck
looks
up.
like
Post a picture of your face immediately right now in Discord. Post a picture of yourself right now in Discord. Right now.
this hit a vehicle that was carrying members of Kataib Hezbollah. Now, one of those killed is Abu Bakr al-Asadi, and he is a leader of that group as far as we can see. This is being reported on Telegram channels, so, you know, we have to get...
All right, okay. All right, I'll accept that. If you can't see what he posted, it's two women twerking very vigorously. I'll accept that. That's fine. All right. You know, that definitely does look better than my face. I'm not going to sit here and argue that isn't a better sight than my fucking ugly mug.
Confirmation from the US that, if you like, they hit who they intended to hit, but it does appear as if what has happened here is that the US has specifically targeted and assassinated a member of a group that they believe is responsible for that attack on Tower 22. And just to add to what Dan was reporting there in terms of what CENTCOM is saying, what we're being told by people, eyewitnesses, people in Baghdad who are talking to eyewitnesses, is that it does look as if it hit specifically this car, and even a car right next door didn't sustain damage. Now, that's...
No, it's nuts. Uncle Sam was like literally 3 miles in the air, or however high these Reaper drones are up there. They probably watched him go into the building. They knew exactly where he was. They probably had guys, you know, agents right there. Okay, he's on this floor, he's on that floor. Okay, him and his accomplice confirmed going into the car, hit it. My question is, now Israel has access to all of this advanced technology, right? The United States hasn't restricted them at all. They have access to all this fancy stuff. But their solution for anti-terrorism is destroy 90+% of the residential buildings, carpet bombing, just roaming barrage, decimation of the entire region, forcing people further south is the only solution. It seems like they have access to the kind of technology that would allow them to actually surgically strike and go after these individuals if they wanted to. And you know what? It would be interesting to see the reaction of Palestinian people if the IDF was, you know, helping the Palestinian people, feeding them, right, working with them to go after the actual members of Hamas. Instead, what the IDF is doing in a very xenophobic and racist way is saying anybody who's Arab is my enemy, and they need to be destroyed, man, woman, and child. They either need to be exiled or destroyed. Anyway, we'll get to it. We'll get to it, folks.
It's not to say, even if there weren't any civilian casualties, that there isn't a huge amount of anger. Crowds around shouting no to America, no to Israel, as ambulances took these bodies away. Some reports that 3 people were killed in this vehicle. I don't have confirmation of that, but that's what's being reported. Obviously, in this opening hour after something like this has happened, a lot is being reported and that we can't necessarily confirm. But it does look as if this has been a specific target on a specific member of this group that the US accuses of carrying out this attack on Tower 22, where those 3 service men and women were killed.
Dan, what more can you tell us about Kataib Hezbollah and or this senior military commander?
The commander...
Do I look completely out of it, guys? Del. Hey, Del, why don't you fucking admit that you're voting for the orange fascist, huh? Why don't you admit that all the peer pressure around you, you're not going to tell your friends, oh, I'm not voting for Trump. You're not going to tell your friends that. Do you even have friends, by the way? But let's admit it. You're voting for the fascist, you pussy. Come on. All right, I don't want to hear any more from the representative from the CIA. If you would like to see the rest of this interview, you're welcome to right here. Once again, pretty fucking pathetic. MSNBC over here with a direct line to a talking head from this, and just treating him like this is a normal interview, just normal guy. Because you should be asking. Because here's how I would do it. Oh, hey, we have a representative from the CIA. Hey. How does this, benefit Western interests and yada yada? We'd go into, why is the West, using failed strategies and techniques and all this? But no, it's what it is. It's just simply, okay, let's cut to the CIA person to give us the approved opinion of the United States government. Mainstream journalism, especially so-called lefty mainstream journalism, is pathetic. It's pathetic. I know I use that word quite a bit, but it really is. It's a shadow of what it once was. This would be embarrassing. This would be embarrassing 40 years ago. You're not going to challenge him at all. There's no challenge. There's no pushback. Not even a hard anything, just literally cut to the CIA guy. What do you have to say? Oh, well, this is your new opinion. Oh, Dell. Okay, honey. I guess we're just going to have to ban you. Okay. I know. I'm so challenged by your intellect. I'm so challenged, guys. Oh, my goodness. Flush noise. Goodbye. All right, moving on to our next clip. Look. It's a shame I banned the conservative because he'd absolutely love this segment here. But let me show you the clip here. Let me show you the video. And let me get into my thoughts on this as a leftist. So this is in Oakland, California, Apple store. Individual walks in, and knowing exactly how these employees are trained, right? Which is, do not interfere, do not physically touch him in any way. This is what you support. You think the left supports crime? The left supports this? This is what we want? Really? Yeah, no. Well, that's pretty ignorant. That's pretty ignorant. And without question. Oh, okay. Oh, without question, huh? Well, then I guess debating you is a total waste of time. And I'll just fucking ban you right now. Instead of trying to debate you. Without question. Yeah, no, and that's really the ending. That's really the coup de grace right there, is the cop car at the end, right there, right outside the store. Like it's a sketch. Yeah, no, and my storage locker that was near California was burglarized, and my video game collection was from my childhood. Some of my most treasured possessions was stolen from me. Well, what if you didn't notice, what he was actually doing was stuffing the phones down his pants, and as you can see him right here, he he's basically tied the bottom of his pants, so you can just like stuff them in there. So these phones, of course, will be bricked or whatever, but that doesn't matter. You sell them to usually Chinese folks who will buy them for like $50 or $25 each. And they're shipped over to China in bulk in big they're called gaylords. I know, don't laugh, but they're shipped in big gaylords on shipping containers over to China, where the components are removed, and then they're used to make bootleg cell phones. So there's a market for bricked phones. So it doesn't matter that all those phones are going to be bricked. There's still somebody to sell them to, and of course, there's also idiots that don't know any better that might also buy one. So anyway, now we've talked about that. Here's the thing, is that, we saw the conservative here, this is 100% the fault of the left, and this is left policies, and this is what the left wants, right? He said this is what the left wants, 100% without question. So, no, the left doesn't want anarchy and crime. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Oh, LGBTQ and no. Please calm the hell down, Mr. Conservative, Mr. Trigger Conservative. Believe it or not, progressive leftists actually want law and order. We don't want theft. We don't want chaos. The failure, though, but this is the problem. Right now, what are we seeing? We are seeing the failure of current neoliberal policies when it comes to this, especially post-COVID, where, you know, during COVID, shockingly, they just said theft is legal. I still, to this day, do not understand why in San Francisco and Oakland and other places, they just said, oh, yeah, well, during COVID, because it's so dangerous, we just can't enforce theft. So we've seen some reversal on that. We've seen some people lose their political career in San Francisco over that. Not enough. But what we have right now is we have the failure of neoliberal policy to really tackle the issue, which is class, which is economics. You think this person is doing this? So the conservative that I had to ban would say this person listened to too much rap music, and this person likes to do crime, right? And this person was just raised wrong, and they just like to do crime, right? So he's risking jail time, and a lot of these guys get jail time for this kind of stuff, for this kind of brazen stuff. It does catch up to them. Andrew Callahan with Channel 5 did a great investigation, and the guy that he was interviewing that was doing all this bipping, which is breaking into cars to steal valuables, he was arrested just a few weeks after Andrew talked to him. So the conservative would say, oh yeah, well, this person, you know why, just likes committing crimes. He listened to too much rap music, and it's his culture. It's the poison, toxic culture. And the left right now, the neoliberals that are in charge, don't really have a good response to any of this because of who runs their campaigns, who runs their lives, which is the moneyed elite, the oligarchy. The neoliberals are fully in control, or fully controlled by corporate entities. And their concerns are number one. Their concerns are number one. So what does that mean? They don't want to address the core issue, once again, which is class, which is economics. How do we prevent this person from being encouraged to do this? In fact, the solution is not to ban rap music and, other racist ideas. The solution is to actually make this person's life better. Give him an opportunity. Give him opportunities for education, opportunities for jobs, better wages. Make it so that the economy actually rewards him for his hard work. This fellow looks like a pretty hard-working dude to me. Gets every single one of them with gusto. What I'm trying to get at is that people don't commit crimes because they're Saturday morning cartoon villains and they just really enjoy crime. People commit crimes because they're in desperate situations. Neoliberals are not addressing the core issue, right? His desperation. They're not addressing that. Leaving open this vacuum for the authoritarian right wing to come in and say, well, I got the solution. Look, it worked in Argentina or El Salvador. I got the solution. Go after him, go after his family, go after his friends, arrest everybody. Big fat dragnet, big authoritarian dragnet. Put everybody in jail. Technically it works, right? El Salvador has created a future decades-long dictator who will never leave office. Who will never leave office. And who knows what years and years and decades of corruption will do in El Salvador. The gangs will come right back. Potentially. But that's the failure of the neoliberals right now, is that their failed policies, their failed ideas, they don't want to go after bukulele bippers. That's funny. They don't want to go after the core reason why this person is motivated to do this, because they are aligned with corporate interests, the oligarchs that insist we get as little as possible, as little we got to work and work and work 2-3 jobs just to get anything done, just to afford a house now, and you're lucky if you can. Okay, don't believe the racist ideology of the conservative that says, oh, this person, he just doesn't have a dad, and he's listening, like I said, listening to rap music, he gets off on committing crime. Okay, he just potentially made more money in 30 seconds than he could all month working a job at McDonald's. And Joe Biden's okay with that. Joe Biden's perfectly okay with that. Yeah, that's a cop car right outside that he's running by. Yeah, once again, cop car. Oakland police sitting right there. Oakland police sitting right there. A lot of the time, because police departments are right-wing oriented, they'll often selectively enforce things like this in a kind of protest, right? To show, oh, you see, well, you're not letting us get what we want. You're not giving us the power that we demand, so that we can use hard-handed authoritarian tactics to go after him. So we're just not going to enforce the law at all. I don't know if that's the case, because I don't see anybody in the car, and I don't see any Oakland police in the store either when this is happening. There's like several. You can see there's several, and there's employees and customers, right? Shocked, right? But none of the cops are there, and there's no cops sitting in the cop car either. Yeah. So that's just my general point right there, is that neoliberals, through their failed policies, are opening it up to conservatives to say, well, the only solution is authoritarianism. And that's not the only solution to crime. The left does not want crime. Preposterous. And if you're saying that, you're just a bad fucking actor. You're a bad fucking actor. So this was put in the chat, I believe, by Strategy Member. This Zoomer over here asking, is this the most corrupt politician? Spoiler alert, no. It gets much, 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 much worse. Now, if you want one of the most corrupt politicians I saw, remember, don't forget the Garbage Fuel 2023 Garbage Fuel Dumbass of the Year Awards. Bob Menendez, Gold Bar Bob Menendez, literally taking gold bar bribes from Egyptian, connected Egyptian politicians or something. So this kind of stuff is what we should get used to, because this is, the stuff that this person is describing is these are the kind of people that we're going to start seeing more and more of these George Santos types. Because we being a policymaker is no longer what the party wants. They want you to be a bombastic character that does exactly what they're told, and that's kind of a problem right now, right? But no, I thought I would show this because I thought it was interesting to get the Zoomer perspective.
Hey guys, it's the Super Mayor. Tiffany A. Henyar, self-proclaimed Super Mayor, was elected as the mayor of Dolton, Illinois with a majority 80% vote. But now, some residents want her out. What changed? So from 2021 and 2022, she spent around $250,000 per year on taxpayer money on security detail in a city where there's only 20,000 residents. Security were getting paid 100, 200 to even 300 plus hours in a 2-week period, making paychecks of around $13,000. So that's clear overpaying, but doesn't that just mean that she's for the people? Tiffany's not only the mayor of Dolton, but also the supervisor of the Thornton Township. She recently made an ordinance to cut the salary of the supervisor role from $225,000 per year to $25,000. So it sounds great, but turns out that this only goes into effect if she's voted out of her position. With the salary drop that big, will anyone even want to run against her? I'll be following this crazy story. Follow for more. Could this be America's most corrupt politician?
No, it's not. It's not even close. But we're just get used to stuff like this. Blatant corruption. Blatant corruption. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Jesus saves. Boy, you found the wrong stream here. Thank you for the follow, Kayuk. Appreciate that. Sorry, I'm not reading every single comment here. Wish I could, but I've got to keep it flowing here. Halsky, thank you for that follow as well, Halsky. No, God is dead. Man killed him. We need to go beyond God. You're Jesus. We need to go beyond it. Evolve beyond religion. Of course we're capable of killing it. We created it. God is dead. God is dead. But anyway, get used to this kind of stuff. Blatant, overt corruption, legislation, directly benefiting me, the person, getting passed. As long as I play the game, Trump will allow individuals like this to thrive politically, defend them politically, if they are sycophants at the throne of Trump. Yeah, she can do whatever she wants in her little fiefdom. She can do whatever she wants, defend her in court, right? She loves me. She's always said great things about me. She loves me. Yeah, pray for me. You do that, buddy.
This new tool.
So this is the other one posted, I believe, strategy member or someone else in the chat. If in the Discord chat, if that was you, go ahead and chime in this chat. Want to give you credit. But there's an interesting new tool that if you are an artist that's creating art and you are worried about AI kind of stealing, your ideas and stealing your, style and incorporating it into its, hive mind. This tool is really quite interesting. It allows you to defend yourself against that. And I thought I would show you this. I figured there's probably some artists in the chat, probably some people who are making, something that they don't want AI to gobble up, and turn into a viable corporate product for them. So check out this. This is really neat.
This new tool lets you fight back against AI image generators. Nightshade is a free download that poisons your personal artwork so that it confuses AIs that scrape the internet for training data. Your image with Nightshade applied will look completely unchanged to the human eye, but have significant differences from the perspective of AI models. Wow. The example the devs give is what we see as an image of a cow could be altered so the subject is perceived by AI as a handbag sitting in a field instead. The same team also made another tool called Glaze that alters the actual pixels of an image so it looks extremely similar to the original artwork and still confuses AI. But Nightshade's considered to be an offensive tool while Glaze is defensive. According to the Glaze at UChicago Twitter account, Nightshade had so many download requests that it tampered with their on-campus network and it was pushed beyond its limits since this new tool.
Okay. Loops back. Oh, fucking Zoomer media. No, so that's really fascinating. It's a tool to defend yourself against, AI theft, which I think is going to be a rather relevant issue for, I don't know, maybe the rest of our lives. You know what I mean? Like, this is the age of AI. It's really wild. We are literally experiencing the leap into the next age. I think this was the information age. Millennials and Gen Xers, kind of started with us there, the internet and technology and a big, right? But I think maybe it's not the current age. It feels like maybe it is. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. But it feels like we're leaving whatever current age we're in. I think it's the information age into the AI age. It really does feel like that. It is that big of a shift. It is going to change everything. It's going to change everything, including government. And I think in government and also executive and governance of corporations is going to change big time. Why would you pay VP an exorbitant salary, millions of dollars and, all this money and, and deal with their bullshit. Why do that when there's an AI model, there's an AI algorithm that has a higher success rate than your average human at making company-wide, VP level decisions? Oh, we should budget this much for this, or we should acquire this company. Right, that's kind of a VP level decision. Oh, this new technology is very interesting. We should look into buying it. Those are the kind of decisions and suggestions VPs make. Oh, we got to do this with our staff. We got to focus on this, focus on that. Well, we got an AI model that's actually more successful than any human has ever been in terms of those kind of decisions. That's the end. That's the end of vice presidents, of the entire goddamn executive level. Half your C-suite annihilated with a robot. So I don't think these decision makers, these goddamn suits, understand that AI is coming for their job as well, because they are in hog heaven, baby. Woo! We get to fire everybody. We get to fire everybody. Oh yeah, man, we're gonna save millions, billions, bazillions. Everyone's getting replaced by a robot. They don't see it. They don't see that axe over their own head. And it could be good. It could be good. Davin over here saying good, right? Less work. Could be good. In the current framework, in the current paradigm, it's the apocalypse. So we would, we're going to need a progressive reform, a progressive reform like we have never seen before in our lives to account for the changes that this is going to make, because millions of people are going to become redundant. And I'm not talking about like lower income people. I'm talking, like I said, middle and upper income white collar jobs are going to be affected big time. And I'm talking changes of 80% and higher to some of these industries. So I'm talking millions of people redundant. Shareholders will never trust an AI to run a company. No, you're so wrong. Shareholders, if they're so greedy, they're going to, because you know what's going to happen, Davey? They're going to look at it and they're going to say, oh, wow, that's an extra $50 million in my pocket, right? That's an extra $500 million in my pocket, right? Let's risk it. Let's roll the dice. They're gamblers. They're greedy, psychopathic, sociopathic gamblers. They're going to look at this. They're like, well, we could replace X amount. Could go this way, could go that way. It was this company did it. It was successful. This company did it. It wasn't successful. Let's roll the dice. Because to them, it's just a game, dude. Because what they get all the golden parachutes. They got money. They're not. It's not. It's just a fucking game to them. They don't care. Go on to the next one. Run another company into the ground. Mitt Romney style, hopping from next one to next one. They don't care. They will absolutely do it, Davey. I have total faith in the total greed of the oligarchy. You know what I'm saying? The self-destructive total greed of the oligarchy. Total faith in that. Not going to watch this whole video from Mr. Sexpot, but thought we'd get into it a little bit just out of fairness. These gaffes are getting pretty bad. And I'm going to make a pretty, and this is in no way disrespectful to the boomers, the wiser folks of my audience who have their heads screwed on straight. So let me just make that clear. But I want to make this hot take here about Biden after seeing this clip. So let's take a look at this clip. And I'm gonna have this hot take. No, out of respect for the elderly, want to make that clear. This is not an ageist comment, but I want to say something after seeing this.
Right after I was elected, I went to what they call a G7 meeting, all the NATO leaders. It was in the south of England, and I sat down and I said, "America's back." And Mitterrand from France, looked at me and said, why, how long are you back for?
It was Mitterrand.
I think Biden is going to die before the election. I think Biden is going to die 3 to 4 months before the end of the election. And the Democratic Party is going to scramble to put Gavin Newsom in place of Joe Biden, even though it's going to be Kamala. There's going to be probably a little bit of infighting about Kamala Harris. But I think there's going to be a big scramble. But I think Joe Biden is going to kick the bucket 3 to 4 months before the end of the election. It's not just a senior moment, man. I mean, it's it's more than, and it's more than just one. It's more than just one. They're kind of happening all over the place, pretty consistently. No, Kamala is not even electable in her home state.
In his description, you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
So this is a right-winger who was in charge of this investigation, and this is his so-called independent analysis. So let's be clear on that. At the same time, I feel like, well, it's definitely a bad actor, inaccurate analysis of Joe Biden. But, Joe Biden should be answering these questions anyway. The crooked U.S. pin doesn't really help either.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's totally out.
How bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad, I let you speak. That's my
memory has gotten worse, Mr. President.
My memory is not good. My memory is fine. My memory. Take a look at what I've done since I become president. None of you thought I could pass any of the things I got passed. How'd that happen?
The whispering. How'd that happen? He does that so much. Solid burn. What, from Biden? You think so? Yeah. Little rocky at first there, but yeah. How'd that happen? How'd what happen? What, the blow job you gave to fucking industry, so-called financial bill? The trade-off that we got instead of your important Build Back Better agenda, which we've never heard of since. Remember that? That was the compromise. We were supposed to get what was it called? Was it the financial bill or something? What was it called? Something like that. Some kind of trade-off, right? How did I get that passed? How'd you get it passed? It was a sloppy fucking... You heard what I said.
I quite like that first line. I am well-meaning. I am elderly, but I know what the hell I'm doing. Unfortunately, at that same press conference, he went on to say this.
The conduct of the response.
Yeah, and Typer. Oh, the list goes on and on and on when it comes to... I mean, look at the immigration bill. Was it written by the Heritage Fund? Right? As he's like, maybe you want to try to flip at the script and say, well, Joe Biden's a genius. You see, he knew they were never going to vote for it. So he put up the most right-wing, he told the party to put up the most right-wing bill possible. Oh, could it actually be that he actually believes in all this right-wing immigration reform? Oh, no, that's not possible. No, it actually is. Let's not forget, Trump's policies were an expansion of Obama's policies, and Obama was considered the deporter-in-chief. One of the most anti-immigration presidents we've had since Joe Biden. Thank you for following. Oh, Wan. Appreciate that. Otaku? That what's going on?
In the Gaza Strip has been over the top.
Over top.
I think that, as you know, initially, the president of Mexico,
who could have seen it coming,
did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate.
He's talking about Israel.
I talked to Bibi to open the gate on the Israeli side.
Okay. Mexico or Israel?
People often say that Joe Biden sort of mixes up the American interest with the Israeli interest. Now he's mixing up Americans.
Ooh woo. Ooh woo. There you go. I mean, look, I think, look, and this is once again, no offense to any of you wonderful boomers that are watching me. You guys are great. You know, I'm not trying to sound ageist. I'm not trying to sound disrespectful, but I think Homeboy's on his last legs, and I think he's going to die this year. And my specific prediction is 3 to 4 months before the November. 3 to 4 months before November. Why is this here? Yeah, this needs to be in the Gaza section, actually. This is a great clip, so we'll definitely show that. Here we go. Here's some red meat. He looks tired. Yeah. Yeah. You know, and that isn't to say, what I'm trying to discourage, though, is this idea that people in Biden's age, you know, have nothing to contribute. You know, they should be like automatically disqualified from things, and like, it's ridiculous. But I think there are special circumstances for that rule. And I think U.S. president is one of them. Trump wears diapers. Trump has worn diapers from the 80s. He blew his digestive tract out on Quaaludes and other expensive designer drugs. It's a fact. It's a fact. Donald Trump has worn diapers since the fucking 80s, dude. His entire stint of you know, his TV show, his reality TV show, he had to wear diapers. I'm not playing, dog. I'm not even joking. It's not even no. That Feinstein shit was tragic. I agree. Zio Duke, Mitch McConnell. Yeah. Yeah. So video shows latest U.S. airstrikes against Iranian-backed targets in Yemen. Thought I'd show this. You know, we're not going to watch the whole damn CNN clip, but just wanted to show some of this footage that CNN has of these strikes. Of course, they got the camera right on the U.S., you know, embedded. What does the Pentagon have to say about this? Yeah, we're doing great. We're kicking butt, and we're going to win against the bad guys. Oh, thank you so much for that objective report from literally from the talking head at the Pentagon office. Thank you so much. Yeah, the rocket's red glare. Yep. Wow, we kicked butt. Duh, Bears.
I want to take you back to the new video we're getting from the Middle East. The Iran-backed Houthi rebels are vowing to retaliate after a series of strikes by a U.S.-led coalition there. U.S. officials say they hit at least 30 targets, including weapons used by the Houthis to attack commercial ships in the Red Sea. Now, this follows retaliatory airstrikes by the U.S. in Iraq and Syria over the deaths of 3 U.S. troops in Jordan. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan tells CNN there will be further action. So here now to discuss this is CNN anchor Fareed Zakaria. He's the host of Fareed Zakaria GPS.
Okay, no, we're good. I mean, I think I watched a little bit of this, and I don't necessarily disagree with Fareed Zakaria, but I mean, look, if you want to watch this here, you're welcome to. But you know, I think his main takeaway is a concern over escalation, right? Over this turning into a broader Middle Eastern war. Which I agree with. But I just wanted to show you that, you know, that footage that CNN had. So moving on to our next story here. I believe this is from Davey. Poor Fareed. I'm a little sick of Fareed Zakaria. But he's better than most. I mean, his takes are not 100% by any means, but his takes are better than Aaron Burnett's, we'll say. So here's footage right here from the strike. Yeah, this is the Baghdad attack. Too old to do anything but political affairs. I mean, you know, like I said, I don't think old age should disqualify people. But I do think there are special exemptions to that rule, and Commander-in-Chief should probably be one of those. See if we can get this working here in X, the world famous. Wow. Great website, Elon. You're really kicking butt, buddy. This used to work. So this was probably deleted off Twitter or something. This has probably been censored because Twitter has become a right-wing website that now censors left-wing information pretty consistently. I've noticed. But yeah, here we go. We got an image. Yeah, so we can see that. So this is the result of the strike. Obviously very surgical, You know, somehow the United States was able to, you know, annihilate these very specific people. Of course, Israel, you know, would, of course, I guess they would, just carpet bomb, you know, like, you know, like 50 buildings in the radius. That's the only way to do it, guys. That's the only way to do it. It's not like we're giving Israel all of our advanced technology to do stuff like this. And what are they using? They're literally using like World War II, you know, 2,000-pound bombs. So, Serenity now. We're not gonna. I'm sorry to the Zoomers out there, but we're not gonna watch the squeaky clean Zoomer. He's so sorry. The volume. This kid is so squeaky clean. But this is the guy who fills in for David Pakman. He's got his own show. I recommend it. Go ahead, like and subscribe. Check it out. But we're gonna skip his parts because I wanted to show this JD Vance, George Stephanopoulos interview, just the clips. I didn't want to show the whole thing because it's just so much, you know, JD Vance, like, you know how they do 5 minutes of bloviation and they just let him go and go and go because the idea is like, you know, it's a strategy. He knows George Stephanopoulos has basically like 9 minutes total for this interview. So as he fills as much of it as possible with bullshit in the hopes that there won't be time to drill down on any important questions. Not fuck Pakman. I like, you know, Pakman's okay. I gotta say his criticisms during the Bernie era were definitely disappointing. But I would say he's a pretty consistent left-wing advocate. You know, definitely has good choice in Zoomers. Little, very handsome fella. Very handsome fella. Very young. What is he? Is he what? 18, 19? Pakman isn't progressive. You think he's pretty centrist, neoliberal? Yeah.
It
says I can't take. You got a username like that. It's pretty hard to take your opinion seriously. I gotta say.
Ends in JD Vance's mic.
Why are we over here? I thought we were in U.S. News. What happened? Okay.
Getting cut and the interview just wrapping up that way. 12. So super wild. And this is George Stephanopoulos. He showed the media how interviews should be conducted, starting off with a confrontation.
Ooh, yeah, you're over here giving props to George Stephanopoulos. This is real journalism? George Stephanopoulos, really? Oh, honey.
On JD Vance's flip-flop on Donald Trump. He, of course, was very critical of Trump until he wanted to run for Senate. Then he realized, the GOP is owned and operated by MAGA, so now he's a Trump guy. Take a look.
I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place.
So that was these are comments from 2016.
Leading our political
when he was trying to sell a book.
Discourse to a very negative place. If Trump is elected president, he has to be a much different president than he was a candidate. As a candidate, he was fundamentally divisive, arrogant. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
That was J.D. Vance back in 2016. Now he's a Republican senator from Ohio supporting Donald Trump, and he joins us this morning. Senator, thank you for joining us this morning. Back in 2016, you also wrote that Trump is unfit for office. Why have you reversed yourself?
Well, I think in office, actually, George, he did a great job, and he proved me wrong. He also proved a lot of other people wrong, which is why I think he's doing so well in the polls these days. We have to remember, George.
So slime. I feel like I got to take a shower just listening to that.
That Joe Biden promised to return to normalcy.
And then he goes on to say all of the normal Republican takes on Biden's presidency, so I won't subject you to that. You've heard it so many times. But listen, do people... As president, he wouldn't have certified Joe Biden's win.
So you're not troubled by the sexual assault and defamation. Let me ask you about January 6th. You've been mentioned as a possible vice president for Donald Trump. Had you been vice president on January 6th, would you have certified the election results?
So if you're a little confused about what's going on, he's basically asked if you were in Mike Pence's shoes during January 6th, and Trump was asking you, delay the election, do not certify the election, do not do the normal process, and do this review process. Basically delay, buy me some time, do this delay, do this review, because that's what the idea was, that Mike Pence was somehow able to engage this process that was going to verify something. So that's basically the question. Coup, yay or nay, basically. And this is what this slime bag's fucking response is.
Oh, George, this is such a ridiculous question, in part because the law has changed here. We, of course, had
I didn't ask you about going forward. I asked you what you would have done. I asked you what you would have done.
George, here's what I think. Here's what I think happened in 2020. And I know you guys are obsessed with talking about this. I have to make a point here. You constantly say to people like me, why do you talk about January the 6th? Why do you talk about the election of 2020? And then you ask about us multiple times during a 6-minute interview. But look, you asked the question, and I'll answer it. Do I think there were problems in 2020? Yes, I do. The political solution to the problems that existed in 2020, it's a reasonable debate to have. And I find it weird, George, that people like you obsessed with what I call what happened in 2020. You're so incurious about what actually happened in 2020, which is why so many people mistrust our elections in this country. We've got to do better, George.
I'm not the least bit incurious. In fact, you laid out a litany there, but you didn't answer the question I asked. Would you have certified the election results had you been vice president?
If I had been vice president, I would have told the states like Pennsylvania, Georgia, and so many others that we needed to have multiple slates of electors, and I think the U.S. Congress should have fought over it from there. That is the legitimate way to deal with an election that a lot of folks, including me, think had a lot of problems in 2020. I think that's what we should have done.
So it's very clear. You would have done what Donald Trump asked you to do there, not what Vice President Mike Pence did.
I covered this story on my show. You can find
Yeah, make sure you like and subscribe to this Zoomer's incredibly successful channel, I'm sure, because he does seem to be towing a neoliberal-friendly line. But no, the ending to this is the best part. The ending to this is the best part. Watch this, where JD Vance gets cut off.
And then when the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it.
Fire everyone in the government, then defy the Supreme Court. You think it's okay for the president to defy the Supreme Court?
No, George. I did
so what you hear right there, what he's talking about is the Project 2025 plan, which is gut the current government. You know, these non-elected officials. Watch, it's been working this way for decades for a reason. You know, gut all of them. Put basically czars in place. And then rule by fiat. So if anyone gets in your way, you can fire them immediately. This basically allows the dictator, the newly appointed dictator, to just by fiat make unbelievable changes to environmental regulation, to anything. I mean, literally anything. Gives them power to do whatever the hell they want. There's no more checks and balances within a system. And of course, JD Vance is 100% on board for that.
Has made his ruling, now let him enforce it.
Fire everyone in the government, then defy the Supreme Court. You think it's okay for the president to defy the Supreme Court?
No, George, I did not say fire everyone in the government. I said replace the mid-level bureaucrats with people who are responsive to the administration's agenda.
Every civil servant in the administrative state.
No, George. I said the mid-level bureaucrats, and one of the problems that we have in this government.
You said every civil servant in the administrative state.
Let me finish the answer, George. You asked the question. We have a major problem here with administrators and bureaucrats in the government who don't respond to the elected branches, that whoever is in charge, agree or disagree with them, you have to follow the rules. So
he's making the argument that whoever's the president should be able to, by fiat, as said in the chat, tell the U.S. government to do whatever he wants, wave his orange finger. And literally, the federal government has to completely do. There's no process. There's no bills. There's no laws. There's no debate. No, the federal government needs to be an extension of power directly, like a king, like a dictator, of one man.
People aren't following the rules, then of course you've got to fire them, and of course the president has to be able to run the government as he thinks he should. That's the way the Constitution works. It has been thwarted too much by the way our bureaucracy has worked over the past 15 years.
The Constitution also says the president must abide by legitimate Supreme Court rulings, doesn't it?
The Constitution says that the Supreme Court can make rulings, but if the Supreme Court And look, I hope that they would not do this, but if the Supreme Court said the President of the United States can't fire a general, that would be an illegitimate ruling, and the President has to have Article 2 prerogative under the Constitution to actually run the military as he sees fit. This is just basic constitutional legitimacy. You're talking about a hypothetical where the Supreme Court tries to run the military. I don't think that's going to happen, George. But of course, if it did, the president would have to respond to it. There are multiple examples throughout American history of the president doing just that.
You didn't say military in your answer, and you've made it very clear you believe the president can defy the Supreme Court. Senator, thanks for your time this morning.
No, George.
Roundtable's up next. We'll be right back.
Again, as I said, when
he gets cut off. Oh, that does feel good. I feel like that Zoomer looks. Look, he looks so placid. Everything's working out for this guy. It's all coming up roses. Good for you, buddy. Good for you and your incredibly successful life and future. So happy. You're going to be living it up when I'm 6 feet under. You're talking about average public workers, civilians, not politicians. So, real quick on this, I can't read the whole thing. That's the, theme of the stream, it seems. But this is an article that fully breaks down the Heritage Fund's Project 2025, this plan to completely gut our administrative state, basically gut the government, gut the federal government, destroy all the checks and balances, destroy whatever, systems are in place, getting in the way of these right-wing authoritarians from implementing all kinds of authoritarian reform changes that will absolutely affect your day-to-day life. Oh, you think it's just going to be tax cuts for the rich, and then you're going to pay less at the pump? Gas is going to be great. You think your house price is going to go down, or your house prices are going to go up if you own a house, or house prices are going to go down if you don't own one? Fantasy. It is going to be an orgy of corruption and corporate malfeasance. And good Lord, God knows what wars, world conflicts, and how they will be handled by individuals like this who have ultimate power and no ability to question or change that. So talking about this individual here, Heritage Fund Foundation, Kevin D. Roberts, talks about he's looking ahead into the 2024 election and beyond. Roberts told me that he views Heritage's role today as institutionalizing Trumpism. This is all out in the open. Folks. These individuals right here. The right-wing fascistic academics that are creating the plans that will be implemented by these mediocrities like Ted Cruz and other people who don't know what the fuck they're doing. They just know how to do what they're told. But this is the plan. Institutionalizing Trumpism, which is basically fascism. It's American-style fascism. It's fascism wrapped in the flag, carrying a hot dog and a gaudy Big Mac, dripping Big Mac from the sauce. Delicious Big Mac. I want to order some food. So he just talks about how, the first question is how the Heritage Fund is actually transformed from a peace through strength, Reaganite institution into a full-blown, antagonistic, extreme right-wing organization, blah, 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 a bunch of bullshit. Homeschool question. He praises Viktor Orban. So the journalist asks, so Orban has become this darling of the right. You yourself have met with him. You've praised him on social media. A very impressive leader. If you don't know who Viktor Orban is, he is a unrepentant, brutal dictator of Hungary. CPAC last year, he said Hungary is the quote-unquote, the place where we didn't just talk about defeating the progressives and liberals and causing a conservative Christian political churn, but we actually did it. So he views Hungary as the template for America. It should be celebrated. Talked about how, why do these policies attract you? Of course, he never really talks about, it's a bunch of crypto fascism, basically his responses. The journalist points out that the EU disagrees with him. They're incorrect. Fake news. So it's a very interesting interview. If you want to know more about Project 2025, they get into, they get into it, but it's all like I said, crypto fascism. He doesn't, it's interesting how blatant some of it is, but it's all, protecting ourselves, protecting our identity, great replacement nonsense. It's all a lot of words in defense of authoritarianism, in defense of a dictatorship. You don't know about brutal dictator? Really? You don't think this is the foundation for a dictatorship? You're fucking wrong. This is the foundation for an American-style dictatorship right here. This plan. No, I mean Orban. I see. Wouldn't call him a brutal dictator. You'd be like extremely corrupt, including morally. Okay, all right. I'll take that criticism. Only because of my sheer full-blown ignorance of everything. That's fine. I'll accept that. Accepted. Here's another example of exactly what I'm talking about. Heritage Fund is not the only organization working as hard as it can to implement a, like I said, style of dictatorship, an American dictatorship. Here we have a, if you've been following politics, you've probably heard of this group, the ALEC group. Secretive U.S. right-wing group ALEC designs law to give big business complete immunity for bad acts. So this is exactly the kind of stuff that I'm talking about that we will see in a Trump dictatorship after he has gutted the federal government and he's able to make changes by fiat. This is the exact kind of legislation that we will see. Complete immunity for bad acts. So that means, corporation could sell your kids, jagged metal crusty O's. And, well, that's your own fucking problem. You didn't check the box. Of course, what it usually means is a bunch of nasty chemicals put into our food. A bunch of corners cut. So a bunch of, the increase in rodent feces and other types of feces in your beef, in your chicken products. That's usually the first thing out the window. But it also means, cancer-causing chemicals. Chemical oil spills, all kind of chemical spills. Your train company spills a bunch of nasty chemicals in your neighborhood. They don't have to pay for anything. Right now, if a chemical company dumps, has a big whoopsie doodle and, dumps a bunch of nasty chemicals across your whole little, rural neighborhood, you can sue that company, get a big fat paycheck, and they have to clean everything up. Well, after this, they don't have to do shit. Oh, whoops. Cost of doing business. Your problem now. Welcome to the libertarian hellhole of the future. This is exactly what libertarians want. They want the ability to abuse society without it's power. It's like, do you have the power to go after me? No? Okay, well, we can dump on you, dude. We can do whatever we want. Money is power. This is the anarcho-capitalism wet dream. No restrictions. Well, if that neighborhood didn't want to get chemicals spilled on, they should have hired their own private chemical spill protection. They should have... Oh, the train tracks weren't kept up. Well, they should have kept those train tracks up. That's their problem. They didn't want a nasty chemical spill, then they should have banded together and... Wait, you mean there's no one making sure the train tracks are upkept? No, not anymore. No one cares. There's no regulation. There's no rules to say that the train track has to be upkept. And no one wants to spend money on it. Train company doesn't want to spend money. They don't have to. It's cost of doing business. Fix it up, do a shitty job, patch it up, back to work. No safety checks. Who cares? Yeah, woke train tracks. Fake news. They're getting what they want. backstabbing, you know, the right wing. People are like, "Oh, it can't be so bad. Can't be that bad." So this flaming mediocrity is the best term I can come up for this individual. Is a Z-level conservative celebrity called Dilly, and here are his thoughts on what he wants to do to left opposition. What he would like to do to the left. This is like I said, Z-level celebrity, probably gets a couple thousand people viewing his stream, interviews other right-wingers, probably been on Fox News a few times, all that. One of those, if you're a right-winger, you've seen this guy. He's been around for at least since the Trump election, the last Trump election, he's been around. He's one of those MAGA personalities. But here's what he thinks about, the upcoming conflict between the left and the right.
So you better pray to God, and I mean this literally, or whoever the fuck it is you pray to, okay? That Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, and Attorney General Barr clean this up lawfully. Because if for any reason the President of the United States feels that it's not getting done the way it should.
So basically talking about the trial against Donald J. Trump.
And decides to put out the tweet that says, "My fellow Americans, my fellow 2A loving Americans, it's time to take up arms against these assholes."
Right. He's saying, okay, if Donald Trump comes out and tweets out to everybody, okay, grab your guns.
You are all fucked in under an hour.
Right. Okay. So under an hour, Meal Team 6, right wingers that look like Dilly over here, they're going to grab their guns, and the left is fucked in under an hour. This flaming mediocrity does understand left wingers do own guns, right? He does understand that. And it sounds rather terroristic, doesn't it?
Under 1 hour, you're done. Every one of you.
Yeah, huh?
We're all just at home, hanging out, or we're on vacation like me right now.
Right.
Watching you idiots behave the way you do.
Right.
Waiting for that one tweet, that one emergency text message from the fucking President of the United States.
Yeah.
That gives us the green light to finish this entire thing.
Finish it.
Under an hour.
Under an hour.
It will not be law enforcement. It will not be one of these slow, bureaucratic justice system
under
wheels
an hour,
of justice
guys.
Turning.
Wow, they're so organized. They're ready to go, dude. Top high-class mercenaries. Ready to go. Strapped, 100% ready, like the Avengers, dude, with the secret watch, ready to receive the tweet at any moment. I'm chilling in the Caribbean, dude. I get the tweet. I'm busting out double Glocks, and we're killing everybody for America.
It'll be a group of people you didn't even know fucking existed because we were at our houses. We got off work. We were with our families, but we were ready for that call. And if that call ever does come, you will be fucked 7 ways from Sunday.
I assure you, if you have a neighbor that listens to a guy like this on the regular, you can spot him pretty easily. It's not like they hide, right? But he's basically saying if your local conservative neighbor is building an armory, right? Is collecting all of his arms and getting all his weapons ready for the moment to at any time receive a text message from his God Emperor and fucking kill you at any moment. That's what he's saying. Okay. The fact is, of course, this person's a cosplayer. Because this person's like I said, a mediocrity. He's just an incredibly pathetic man. I think maybe he's on vacation. That's why we don't see the usual right-wing shit in the background. But and obviously, if that were to really happen, Donald Trump literally posts, "Okay, grab your guns, literally save me. I'm literally getting arrested." None of 1% of 1% of these guys are really the diehard bowdy die for that shit. will actually do that. January 6th is really interesting because the the amount of violence that happened there was in a way enabled by the preemptive actions of Donald Trump in terms of the Capitol Police. No one in the liberals, they didn't, they lionized and defended the Capitol Police, right? They used that angle against the right wingers. They, very politically, look at the, the cops that died. And then of course the cops that had PTSD afterwards, and they used that for political. They never got into the culpability of the Capitol Police of not pushing back, not providing enough security, not really, getting into it. They did, of course, get into the failure of Donald Trump to not call in the National Guard. Mike Pence had to do that. But anyway, what I'm trying to get at is that right-wingers have a inflated sense of their ability to be successful in revolting. After January 6th, a lot of right-wingers like this idiot think that 1 hour strapping up like Rambo, right? 1 hour later, conservative America takes over, right? Your hidden terrorist cell conservative neighbor ready to activate, put a gun in your face. Here you go, liberal. He's my president. Right? That's what they think. And it is very, very dangerous. Because, like I said, the 1% of the 1% that will actually do something incredibly violent if told to do so. But really, they're more dangerous in how they vote and how they consistently vote. Because they're looking for the most extreme authoritarian that they can install. And they will gladly do it. They will gladly do it if we let them. They will gladly flush our democracy down the drain. They have no idea how bad it will be for them. They think they're going to be on top. They think it's going to work out great for them. They won't admit until it's far too late that they made a mistake in supporting authoritarianism once it actually negatively affects them, of course. But the only solution in a democracy is to outvote them, is to be better activists. The neoliberal idea that we can just ban all their social media and they're just going to magically go away. We can ban our way to free speech. That's not the solution. The solution is to make the middle class stronger, make the economy more fair, to reduce the amount of exploitation, to make people's quality of lives better, right? Give more people time off, more money to spend. And then mediocre sons of bitches like this wouldn't have much ammunition. But, the solution isn't just to go after every little right-wing pocket and silence them. The solution is to make it so that it's nearly impossible to make these arguments. Make people's lives better. Speaking of making people's lives better, it is America's #1 favorite news segment. It's the mass shooting update, folks. Mass shooting update. We just heard the right-wingers in a very giddy way, in a very giddy manner, talk about Mr. Dilley here, very, very excited to bust out the guns and get to shooting at the drop of a hat, commando style. So let's see where we're at. I mean, that's the future that they want. Let's see what the current present that we have of incredible gun violence in America. 50 U.S. mass shootings in 2024, 5,936 mass shootings since 2013, and one whole day since the last mass shooting. Thank you so much, Good Guys with Guns, giving us an entire 24 hours of peace. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that there wasn't gun violence. It just means that there wasn't any mass shootings. But make sure you stay strapped, America. Over there in Dallas, Texas, 0 dead and 5 injured. Juvenile victims, as they so normally are nowadays. 2 juveniles among the wounded. Well, let's hope those guns were legal there, youngins. I'm sure it was over something very important. Pokemon cards or something. Over there in Washington, D.C., 1 dead and 3 injured. Gunman unknown. I'd like to point out that the solved murder rate in America is, I believe, below 50% or hovering around 50%. That's right. Almost 50% of murders in America go unsolved. Great job, police departments. East Lansdowne, Pennsylvania, PA. 6 dead, 2 injured, total massacre. Preliminary COD unverified for 6 family members. This is as normal, and as this has become the trend. This is this week's family annihilation event. Of course, if you don't know what a family annihilation event is, it's when a husband or chided lover decides to murder an entire family and then Roblox themselves. Let's read here. Preliminary COD unverified for 6 family members. 2 police officers shot, responding to the report that 13-year-old girl was shot. House was subsequently set on fire, and 6 bodies have been recovered, including that of the gunman. Victim fatalities: Xavier Lee, Nakaila Lee, Ratini Lee, Zuwang Lee, and the gunman, Kan Lee, 43, male, as per the norm. R.I.P. Unironically. Disgusting stuff. And look, it goes back to what I was talking about, watching that individual steal those iPhones, right? The neoliberals are failing to provide adequate solutions to the root of the problem. So the root of the problem for the crime is class and economics. And of course, the root problem for gun violence is, in the same vein, definitely economics, but also total lack of mental health care, an overall feeling of nihilism and despair because of the current economic situation. Family annihilation events have become extremely common, and I don't think until a real progressive left solution is actually implemented will we ever see any kind of resolution to this. Because let me tell you, the right-wing solution of more guns, more despair, more exploitation certainly isn't gonna work, and the current neoliberal solutions of band-aids, well, there's no real money to be made here, so little around the edges support. Also, a total failure to see what works and see what doesn't work, and then change and modify. It's very, very slow. Because a lot of left policy will try things that don't work over and over and over again. Or, they would work if it was a larger program, like needle, like safe needles and whatnot. It's like, well, you're not going to help the problem just handing out needles to everybody. It has to be a full-throated effort. There's got to be a jobs program. There's got to be, places for people to sleep. There's got to be medical health professionals. And there needs to be billions of dollars that goes into this. And it's like, well, can we spend $5 million on some needles? And ain't gonna fix shit. Over there in Denver, Colorado, 2 dead and 6 injured. Juvenile victim. Juvenile boy was one of the 2 fatalities. Gunman unknown. Once again, I hope those guns were legal, boys. Kankakee, Illinois, 0 dead and 4 injured. Juvenile victims seems to be the theme. Kids killing themselves, getting killed by guns. Juvenile victims, 2 17-year-old boys among the 4 wounded teens. Well, there you go, folks. That is today's mass shooting update. Garbage Fuel would like to thank you for watching. Thank you so much. Garbage Fuel would just like to remind you that this is the new normal. Going to the grocery store, going to school, going to a special event could be your next mass shooting. Make sure you put your personal mass shooting stories in the chat. Garbage Fuel would like to thank you for watching the mass shooting update. Yeah, get a little gecko mascot dancing around. There you go, mass shooting update. And as is tradition, some good news after the mass shooting update. I thought we would see, this is really amazing. We talked about this last week, but it really is something else. This is by far the most epic tagging in history. in history without a doubt. And this is the news underground, so we got to cover this. We got to cover graffiti news. This is easily the most epic graffiti ever done. This is really something else, and I had to show it, so I thought I would show this as the good news of the day to kind of, bleach your mind a little bit of the horrific news of family annihilation events.
Taggers going to town on a 53-story high-rise in downtown LA.
Oh no, there's just no security, so they're climbing up the stairs. Zio Duke.
Unfinished skyscraper many call an eyesore. Tonight it's even
total
more
boondoggle. The company went out of business or something.
Tagged it.
Floor after floor tagged on several sides of the empty three-tower complex.
They keep coming. These luxury skyscrapers continue to be under siege by graffiti artists. It's something that's never been seen before.
A neighbor tells us he first noticed the graffiti about a week ago, but take a look. It has only exploded since then. But now the 3 abandoned LA high-rises are towers of graffiti and beacons for taggers.
The LAPD has posted today. Central Division personnel met with the property management and CD14 representatives to collaborate on better securing the property and adding additional security measures.
Too late now. This is millions of dollars of damage. Do you know how expensive it is going to remove the paint on these windows? Look at it. It goes all the way down, dude. Almost all the way down on this one. Almost all the way down on this one. Millions of dollars. Fuck you, developers. Multi-billion-dollar greedy sons of bitches driving up that market shamelessly. Their little multi-million-dollar investment goes up in smoke, and all of a sudden now we got to deal with the externalities, right? Oh, we shouldn't have to cover this. We shouldn't have to cover this. Paint it up, tag it up, show the world what we've become.
Taggers going to town on a 53-story high-rise in downtown LA.
Yeah, no, and they were taking up whole buckets of paint and paint rollers. This isn't just a couple cans of spray paint. They had all the time in the world.
An unfinished skyscraper.
They had days and days to do it, uninterrupted, unimpeded.
Thanks to vandals who tagged it.
Floor
the most epic
tagged
tagging
on several sides of the empty three-tower complex.
They keep coming. These luxury skyscrapers continue to be under siege by graffiti artists. It's something that's never been seen before.
A neighbor tells us he first noticed the graffiti about a week ago, but take a look. It is only
they'd have to have special equipment to do that, keyboard.
Abandoned LA high-rises are towers of graffiti.
Yeah. But as you can see, it's very dangerous. There's no guardrails here. Right, this is totally a building in construction, so it's totally you could easily fall off. A gust of wind, blows you the wrong way. There's no guardrails.
For taggers,
the LAPD has posted today. Central Division personnel met with the property management and CD14 representatives to collaborate on better securing the property and adding additional security measures.
Yeah, okay. The city needs to force the conglomerate to either sell or make a decision and sell it for pennies on the dollar to a developer that's actually going to finish it, and then house some people, right? Where's the initiative? And this is once again a failure of the neoliberals, right? Because probably money was exchanged. There's probably all kinds of politics being played. No real leadership here. I'm not saying, of course, that there should be. The government should be able to just come in and do whatever the hell they want. But when there's situations like this, the people in charge actually do have a lot of ability and power to do certain things, to influence certain things. And what we see as a trend amongst these neoliberals is a failure to use their own power to implement change in policy that people want. Oh, because why? Because it would ruffle feathers. It would ruffle their donor feathers, or fill in the blank. I mean, not even house poor people. Just put them up for sale at a discount price to get lower middle class people in there. If you just simply refuse to want to help poor people, you know what I mean? Anything is better than just letting them sit here and rot. Surely you have some control over, hey, you got to do something with this, Snappy. You can't just let it sit here and rot. Either you do something with it, or we're gonna do something with it. But I guess, I don't know. I guess we're just totally at the whim. We're just totally screwed. Wow, so we've actually made it through the U.S. news just about 2 hours later. Goddamn. I was trying to go faster. trying. Failed. Big fail. Where's my tunage? There we go. Moving on. Yeah, the neoliberals are the landlords. Totally. Totally. That's the exact problem in Canada. Exact problem in Canada. Liberal party is a bunch of property owners. A bunch of investment in companies like BlackRock. Buying up as many as they can. So far. Well, I'm sure things will slow down with or speed up with Gaza, because there's going to be no arguments about what's happening in Gaza, right, guys? We all agree. It's going to be nothing but a love fest here. Kumbaya, my lord. So this is just wanted to start off with this amazing footage from Sky News here. This reporter basically caught ass out. Doesn't know what to do. Let me just try to get this a little bit bigger. There we go. But I wanted to show this here. Here, maybe do a refresh on this bad boy. There we go.
Over there where the smoke's coming up, that's the road. That's the road leading to the US.
The music's like syncing up with it perfectly.
Effectively saying that the United States is complicit in what they claim are war crimes being committed in Gaza.
This is in Beirut.
And go a bit further forwards.
Fuck America.
Forgive the language there, as I say, in the atmosphere is extremely.
This motherfucker's wearing a bicycle helmet.
Move around here. Dean, follow me. Come down here. You can see people are slinging. They make slings to throw stones.
Yeah, keyboard. That wouldn't be a very coherent movement if it was just about vandalism.
Some of their supporters are here.
Death to America, is that what they're saying?
That's the yellow flag of Hezbollah. Yeah, we need to go. Let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. I feel pretty vulnerable right here, bro. Can we get out of here?
Homemade collar mud flaps. Keeps the Georgia Ram from soiling your chassis.
But Daddy, I made that one for you.
Re-gifted. Got it, Lord.
One copy of Dodeca Glands, please.
I'm checking here. No, I don't see him.
Fine. You want to go that way? Let's go that way. Death to America!
Death to America.
May I cut in?
This is my wife, so...
May I cut in?
And this is our bedroom. Where's he going?
Picked the wrong way to go, Coachy.
Death to America! You guys got danglers?
Sorry, we don't have that.
Come on, really?
Special ordered for you.
What about Blarg Rider? Huh?
No, afraid not.
You're making it a little too easy for me to go that way.
You want to go this way?
Because we can go this way.
You really want to go this way?
We can go this way all day. Oh, we're going that way now. To America!
To America!
Big spore inch.
All right, you get the point. Squidbillies is amazing. I really enjoy Squidbillies. Very funny. Definitely recommend watching it. But anytime I hear Death to America, I think of the alien. It's like his slogan. It's like he'd introduce himself. I'm Death to America. So Owen Jones, we're going to move on here. More serious stuff. Sorry, folks. But Owen Jones, his reporting is very biased and openly biased, and that's okay. Grow up. No. Boo.
I don't want to grow up. I don't want to grow up. I want to live in Never Neverland. You're ignorant.
So no, Owen Jones is very outspoken, very upfront about his, his bias for human rights. So therefore, he stands up very strongly and vociferously against the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign. So I just wanted to point that out. There's definitely a bias there. With that said, he's not, everything he talks about is always coming from a source. He's not pulling information out of his ass, but he's very emotional. And, there's nothing wrong with that. But I just wanted to make clear that, he's very strong, like I said, supporter of human rights. He's not an anti-Semite. He's not anti-Israel, but he is pro, like I said, human rights. So I just want to point that out. But I got to give him credit here. This is an amazing rundown of the current situation. I wanted to start off with this because this was put out just a few hours ago. It's a perfect recap of the current situation. And of course, what's the current situation? The Rafah, the final stronghold, the final area that has not been occupied by the IDF, that houses close to 1 million people, maybe even more than 1 million people, refugees that have been pushed south. It's right on the border with Egypt. Well, now guess what? The IDF has to do a full-blown invasion, and everyone needs to get out of there. And interestingly, I have yet to see representatives from the IDF say where these people are supposed to go, because they've opened up these humanitarian corridors always south. So, okay, well, you're going to invade the final southern location. Is there going to be a humanitarian corridor going north then for these people to get out of there? No talk of that. Of course, what Israel wants is a mass, uncontrolled migration, a Nakba style caravan of hundreds of thousands of people making a mass migration into the Sinai Peninsula, into Egypt. Fixing the problem. They're never allowed to come back. The total eradication of the Gaza Strip would be complete. That's what they're trying. They're trying to basically create a humanitarian disaster. And the West can't sell it anymore. There's just nothing they can't. There's nothing they can do, man. There's nothing they can sell. There's just it's impossible to sell this as a defensive motion. And it's impossible to spin it as anything other than what it is. So it's little too late, though. It's, the United States is still, at this point, refusing to carrot and stick. Oh, okay, then we're going to remove military aid. The reason why, it's an election year. The moment they remove that military aid, Bibi Netanyahu is going to be getting on and sending all of his minions out to get on media and say, this Israeli soldier died because we didn't have aid from the United States. This operation, this IDF operation that went tits up, failed because we no longer had the support of the U.S. military. We didn't have satellite images or info. Joe Biden is responsible. That's what they want to say, is Joe Biden is responsible for these laws. That's immediately what would happen if that trigger were to be pulled. And Joe Biden is really in a rock and a hard place, as predicted, dude. As going way back, way before October 7th. I'm patting myself on the back here, but I deserve a little credit. This is exactly what I've been talking about, because it's a very obvious situation. It's very obvious what's happening here. Often the cure to cancer, right? As if the Palestinians are cancer and they're not human beings. Pathetic. Take that dehumanization crap to the fucking sewer where it belongs. To the commenter. Let's back it up here.
Too late. Much, much too late. Those Western states who have aided and abetted Israel's crimes from the very start are trying to parade their consciences to the world. They're panicking a bit. Why? Because they're now fully aware that the sheer scale of horror being unleashed against the Palestinian people by the Israeli state is impossible to suppress, and that even greater horror is yet to come. And they know that, as it turns out, their voters aren't all a bunch of sociopaths, that despite the monstrous dehumanization of the Palestinian people, despite the media coverage, which has been overall, with brave exceptions, nothing short of a disgrace, erasing the actual scale of the atrocities being committed, that despite all of that, most people don't actually like watching tens of thousands of innocent civilians, many of them children, being butchered and starved to death. Let's listen first to Joe Biden, who has been nicknamed Genocide Joe because of how he has
You see what I mean about the bias, right? Like, I get it. None of these things are technically incorrect, but I always find this kind of, I don't know, I don't know. Do I do it any differently? I make fun and do all kinds of funny voices and all kinds of bullshit. So maybe I'm no better, but I don't know. Genocide Joe, all that stuff. I find it to be a bit of a distraction, but maybe that's just me, and it's like a stylistic difference, you know?
Directly aided and abetted this from the very start.
I'm of the view, as you know,
that's true.
That
aiding and abetting it from the very start
of the response in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, has been over the top.
Over the top.
Over the top. That's one way of putting it. And we'll come on to what over the top means right now in practice, and crucially what the involvement of Biden and the US has been in this over the top response.
So this is what I mean by sourced. Owen Jones does a great job in this segment, laying out a bunch of facts, a bunch of videos, a bunch of clips. So that's why we're watching. It's not just a monologue from him in his, moderately furnished apartment.
Meanwhile, John Feiner, a deputy national security advisor, reportedly told Arab American...
Well, you found the wrong channel then, Vice. Because I'm pretty goddamn clear about where I stand on things.
Leaders in Michigan, crucially in a closed meeting, obviously you can't say this in public, that the administration had made mistakes, declaring, "We are very well aware that we have missteps in the course of responding to this crisis."
Missteps.
Since October 7th. Missteps. That's one way of describing what's happened.
Missteps.
Woefully too little. Woefully too late. Who next? Oh, the German state. Let's talk about them. Their foreign minister is Annalena Baerbock, and she tweets, "Already the suffering of Rafah is unfathomable. In an extremely confined space, 1.3 million people are seeking shelter from the fighting. A large-scale IDF offensive in Rafah would be a humanitarian catastrophe in the making.
Yeah.
The people of Gaza
Where are they gonna
cannot
go?
vanish into thin air." She
They
goes on,
can't.
"Israel must defend itself against Hamas. At the same time, it must do whatever it can to alleviate civilian suffering. That's why another humanitarian pause is needed."
No, you're right, Vice. I'm just pointing out that I'm no better. I'm a total hypocrite in my criticism, I guess is what the point I was trying to make.
Also, to finally get the hostages home. How to get there will be on my agenda when I visit Israel next week.
Uh-oh. You're going to kick your
Let's
ass
just
out.
deal with the first part, shall we?
Oh, he was quoting. Is that a bottle of lube? No, that's glue, right? It's like glue or something. It kind of looks like lube, though.
Germany has backed Israel's mass slaughter from the very beginning. Why? Because within living memory, the German state attempted to exterminate the entire Jewish population of Europe and murdered
evil
2/3 of
dies.
them, and then
You've
elected to
commented
make
before.
the Palestinian people pay for that crime. Well, Annalena Baerbock, the people of Gaza, of course, will not vanish into thin air, and you know that. They will suffer hideous violent deaths at the hands of the Israeli state. They will be blown apart by bombs or riddled with bullets. They will be starved, deprived of clean water, exposed to the elements for lack of shelter. They will die of treatable medical conditions because Gaza's medical system has been destroyed by the Israeli state. All of this, in part, because of you, the German state, both historically, but crucially in the here and now, because of the cover you have offered the Israeli state. And more to the point, your authorities have targeted and
I
silenced...
don't really give a shit what you think, man. Why are you still here? Why don't you just say the N-word so I can ban you immediately? That'd be really great.
Over and over again, those voices who have sought to oppose the mass murder you now fret over, including, it must be said, hugely courageous Jewish people who have spoken out.
Yeah.
You say
And they
Israel
are
must
courageous.
defend itself against Hamas, followed by, at the same time, it must do whatever it can to alleviate civilian suffering, even though, as anyone by this point knows, unless they are either terminally disingenuous or terminally stupid, or, to be fair, indeed both, mass civilian suffering is integral to how Israel has defined defending itself against Hamas. A humanitarian pause,
it's true,
otherwise known as stopping the killing for a week or two and then resume it all over again.
Yeah.
Now let's just discuss what they're all panicking
No, and if you were Hamas, would you agree to that negotiation? Yeah, give us all of your political leverage, and then we're going to start the war up again. Guaranteed. That's the deal on the table. It's a horrible deal.
At the very start, the Israeli state ordered the Palestinian population of northern Gaza to flee. This was the war crime of forcible displacement. The claim was that actually the south would be safe. This was a lie, and indeed by late December, Israel used 2,000-pound bombs on area it had designated safe for civilians to evacuate at least 200 times.
So that And once again, we talked about, so what did he talk about? He talked about Israel encouraged everybody to move to a safe area, and then they bombed the safe area, right? While continuing pressure coming from the north. It's so obvious what they're doing, literally squeezing people south, you know, giving them no reason to come back, destroying their homes, their schools, their entire neighborhood, you know, not demolishing the hospitals, but making them unusable. And of course, we see them going after the food aid, and we'll be covering that a little bit. But it is a very concentrated and obvious effort to make life in the Gaza Strip totally untenable for Palestinian civilians. And it's all being done under the guise of anti-terrorism in a very clumsy and overt and kind of like, you know, very unclever kind of way. Is that a word? But you know what I mean? In a very clumsy way. It's not clever at all. Very ham-fisted.
The Palestinian population of Gaza,
yeah, that's an Adam Sandler movie.
Driven to Khan Yunis. Then it was attacked, and then they fled to Rafah in the very south.
The power of the purse.
The pre-war population of Rafah was
Adam Sandler and a 20-year-old.
Now more than half of Gaza's 2.2 or 2.3 million people have been driven there. So yesterday, the Israeli Prime Minister's office tweeted, "It is impossible to achieve the goal of the war of eliminating Hamas by leaving 4 Hamas battalions in Rafah. On the contrary, it is clear that intense activity in Rafah requires that civilians
I've had enough of you, buddy.
evacuate the areas of combat.
Bye-bye.
Therefore, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered the IDF and the security establishment to submit to the cabinet a combined plan for evacuating the population and destroying the battalions." Where?
Where are they going?
They supposed to flee to? Where?
Where?
There is nowhere for them to go.
It's intentional.
As Germany knows and the United States knows.
Not allowed to go north.
That's the reason for the panic, isn't it? A ground invasion of Rafah will be a epic, horrifying humanitarian catastrophe. Mass death. And indeed, there's every reason to believe Israel is actually seeking to drive the Palestinian population into Egypt's Sinai Desert.
Yeah, Zeoduke, and they're actually making that argument as well in the West Bank. They're now saying that, you know, the regions that they have conquered through settler colonialism in the West Bank now need their own 5-mile or whatever mile security buffer, meaning that they are going to, the Israeli government is going to go into these circles, these small little islands of Palestinian territory, further cutting them down, pushing, destroying whatever homes that are in this buffer zone. It's so pathetic, man. You know, and yeah, no, since its creation, the West has supported this. And the only thing that Israel is doing differently is it's doing it quickly. The West was perfectly okay with the erasing of the Palestinian country as long as it was nice and slow, and there was this pretend debate about a 2-state solution, and Israel is ready to come to the table once they have a deal, and once the Palestinian Authority stops being a bad actor. It was all a lie. They literally never acknowledged their own borders. Never. It says it all right there. They've literally never said, "Oh, this is what we believe to be the border of Israel." They've also never acknowledged the existence of Palestine. Those two things make it perfectly clear what the goal was from the very beginning. And what we are seeing is the end stages, the final stages here. But it's interesting how this effort that started in the 40s might fail because of Bibi Netanyahu and because of how, and Ben Gvir, of course, and how they've accelerated this program. It might fail. It might be the unraveling of Israeli dominance in the region if this goes tits up somehow. Right now, it doesn't look like that, but if the United States pulls a wild card, we could see something happen. Maybe. I doubt it, though. I doubt it. I think the Biden administration is calculating, well, it's going to be a bigger political disaster for us if Israel starts losing this war, if Hezbollah opens up a new front, right? The United States cuts off the support. Same day, Hezbollah announces a new front, you know, north of the Gaza Strip. North of Israel, right? Immediately. Oh yeah, we're we've officially cut off military support. And then the wolves. Because look, it's the thing, Israel says, "Oh, our annihilation is guaranteed if we don't get military help." That's kind of true if they continue the antagonism. If Israel actually worked with the Middle East, as we saw right before October 7th, they almost had a deal with Saudi Arabia. They were almost, even while they're conquering Palestinian territory, they were able to negotiate, starting to get on friendly terms with the Arab Emirates. Right? So if all Israel needs to do is stop with the antagonism, and it wouldn't be under this mortal threat from all of the other Middle Eastern countries that surround it. But in its current right-wing configuration, its current belligerism against the Palestinian people, you can bet other Middle Eastern countries will smell blood in the water and try to take advantage of the situation if the United States pulls support. Especially if Israel, they pull support, and then Israel just keeps that shit going in Palestine, keeps the settlements going, accelerates the settlements. All right, fine, we're on our own. We're just going to take it all then. It will have an incredibly negative effect of other Arab countries going like, well, we're going to be next.
A murderous act
if we don't do something about
cleansing
this.
To empty Gaza of its Palestinian population. In any case, this will constitute mass murder. Now listen to the courageous Israeli journalist Gideon Levy, who I've interviewed.
Do you think US concerns are likely to make any real difference to what Benjamin Netanyahu is planning?
No, as long as the US remarks are only remarks or concerns and they are not followed by practical measures, Israel will ignore it. Excuse me for my voice, but I'm still fine. In any case, Israel learns to ignore advices. If the United States wants to prevent the next catastrophe, and Rafah is going to be a major catastrophe, the US has to be precise and take measures. Otherwise, it will not work.
So when I just read out the latest line from Israel's prime minister ordering his military to plan ways to evacuate civilians in Rafah so he can carry out the intention to target Hamas, what do you make of that? Is that just words? Is that to deflect some of the criticism that is already coming his way, do you think?
I want to ask you where to.
And that's the point. There is nowhere for them to go. But all of this is happening with US complicity because their words mean nothing. They could pull the plug with their actions at any moment, yet they choose not to. Meanwhile, Philippe Lazzarini, the head of UNRWA, the UN mission in charge of...
That's a fact. There's a lot of stuff that Joe Biden could do that would immediately have immediate effect and really show Israel that there's, legitimate pressure to change the direction that they're going in. But they're cowards. Neoliberals, they're cowards. And quite frankly, the Republicans would be just as cowardly in dealing with Israel.
The welfare of Palestinian refugees, the main humanitarian agency in Gaza, which Western states have financially
they would cheer it on
based on completely unevidenced
Kill them all!
He has declared that Israel is blocking a month's supply of food for 1.1 million Palestinians in Gaza at Ashdod port. Yep. Israel has apparently,
this is intentional,
ordered the contractor not to move it. According to the UN's humanitarian
it's intentional. Once again, it's an intentional part of this ethnic cleansing campaign. Now there's no food, there's no medical help, there's no education, there's nothing. There's no roof over your head. What would you do if you were a mother with 5 kids? Where would you go? Wouldn't be north.
More than half the aid missions in northern
That's
Gaza
intentional.
denied access last month, with Israeli forces increasingly interfering with the delivery of aid. Residents are now resorting to grinding animal feed into flour to survive, but they're running out of those grains too. Acute malnutrition amongst the young children of Gaza is surging. As the World Food Programme Regional Chief, Matt Hollingworth, says, we know there is a very serious risk of famine in Gaza if we don't provide very significant volumes of food assistance on a regular basis. As the Médecins Sans Frontières report, according to UNICEF, at least half of the water and sanitation facilities in Gaza have been destroyed or damaged, while UNRWA reports that around 70%
I think I know which one you're talking
Gaza
about, Al
are
Rakabi.
drinking salinized
Go
or
ahead and put the link in the chat.
contaminated water. Meanwhile, Israeli soldiers keep broadcasting their war crimes on TikTok, showing how much they are relishing and reveling in the mass slaughter and destruction of Gaza. That means the mass murder of innocent civilians. Let's just talk about one example. On the 29th of January, a 6-year-old girl called Hind Rajab rang the Palestine Red Crescent begging them to save her. She was surrounded by the bodies of her dead relatives, her uncle, her aunt, her cousins. Her 15-year-old cousin, Layan Hamadesh, she'd rung them first, telling them her parents and siblings had been killed. They are shooting at us. The tank is next to me, she reported. Her call was cut off by what sounded like gunfire. So this little 6-year-old girl rang, begging the Red Crescent, "Come take me, you will come and take me. I'm so scared, please come." She said it was getting dark, and she was scared of the dark. An ambulance crew was sent out to rescue her by the Red Crescent. Its coordinates shared with the Israeli military. But
Lazy, when will you accept that Israel is not going to allow the Palestinians to return? This is not a campaign to quote-unquote eliminate Hamas. There's actually, you don't need to do a carpet bombing campaign of over 90% of residential buildings to eliminate terrorism. There's actually other ways of doing that, even offensively. But when will you accept that? Will it be 6 months after Israel doesn't allow these? We're at the point now, Israel is about to remove these people from Palestinian territory altogether into Egypt, and you're still saying this is all necessary for eliminating Hamas. What of the Palestinians that will continue to support Hamas but just won't have a land to defend? There's no elimination of Hamas. And there's no amount of brutality, I guess, that can affect your conscience for you to not support this ethnic cleansing campaign.
That was lost with them.
Pretty sad.
And with Hind. And today, the burned out ambulance was found. The ambulance workers murdered. And the car just nearby with the badly decomposed bodies of Hind and her loved ones.
So why did the IDF shoot? So I guess Hamas shot up that whole family, right? That's what the IDF would say. I guess we'll never know who shot him up. But we do have evidence of the IDF shooting innocent men, women, and children on video. We saw a guy just get gunned down. He was carrying a peace flag, shot right in the stomach by a high-powered Israeli sniper.
What do you say? What do you say? That's such horror.
You say, but Hamas. That's what you do. You go into a chat, into Reddit, and you go, but Hamas. As if any of this could possibly be justified with some anti-terrorism campaign. That's not going to work. That's not going to be effective. Hell, you might as well call it a terrorist creation campaign. What do you think of those people in Rafah? Do you think those people are, I mean, they're literally, their backs are to the wall. Their backs are to the ocean or to Egypt. I wonder what kind of reception the IDF is going to receive going into Rafah. Moving on, we got a lot of clips here. This is quite a breakthrough, though, in UK politics. We have David Cameron basically saying we are no longer waiting for Israel's permission to acknowledge the state of Palestine, which is massive. The default stance, I guess, of the British government for, I guess, since the creation of Israel has been, we're going to wait until these negotiations complete, and then we will, and then we acknowledge the state. But I guess things have gotten so bad and so obvious in what's happening. Right at the very end, now the Liberal representative of the Liberal UK government, the Labour Party, coming out and saying we're no longer going to wait for Israel to give us permission to acknowledge the existence of Palestine. To that I say too little too late, gentlemen.
It is historic. It is historic because the whole
supporting Israel
Palestinian
that entire
cause,
time.
agony, has started in this very city, in this very country. It is historic.
Davin is correct. I've seen at least one verified case of Hamas shooting at their own civilians. So yeah, who knows?
Because it was a lord before him, his predecessor, Lord Balfour, who promised our land without consulting us, that moment of colonial arrogance, whereby we as a people were cancelled in these 67 words by Lord Balfour. We were no longer a nation. In these 67 words, Lord Balfour said that the Jewish state that will be established in Palestine have to respect the rights of the non-Jewish minorities. We, the natives of the land who have lived there for millennia, Andrew, the birthplace of Christianity, the cradle of civilizations, the hub between East and West, we were reduced to just non-Jewish minorities.
So that was the, talking about the initial negotiations, right? The British said, oh, hey, we own this. This is one of our properties, this is because the world is our personal monopoly board. Oh, here we go. We'll just give this to these, to these Jewish people. And in the document, I guess, is, non-Jewish minorities. Oh, there's some barbaric minorities or whatever. Just scooch them out of the way. They're fine. They don't even know how to read. Meanwhile, beautiful poets and brilliant doctors and authors have come out of Palestine, just like every other country. Beautiful people in general, of course. No, they're not. No, they all hate us. They hate Israel. They hate humanity. It's complicated, isn't it? Because it's not like I agree with your average Palestinian on how to treat a woman, right? So it's complicated. But with that said, they are human. And what does 99% of humanity want? The freedom to be left alone, right? To work, a modest job, earn a modest wage, and have a modest life. 99% of us want that. They just want to be peaceful, left alone, right? We don't want a collar put around us. Said, you got to believe this, you got to believe that. 99% of us are perfectly happy to live next to people that we disagree with if all of us are given equal freedom to believe in what we want to believe in. Anyway, moving on to our next story. CNN staff say network pro-Israel slant amounts to journalistic malpractice. I think this was from Woke Patriot in the Discord. Insiders say pressure from top results in incredulous reporting of Israel claims and silencing of Palestinian perspectives. So this is really interesting. Pro-Palestinian protests rally outside CNN's headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia on the 14th of October, 2023. It's just a few months ago. But let me tell you, folks, stuff like this would be unheard of at CNN in the 90s, early 2000s. There was no questioning the Israeli victimhood narrative. There was really no acknowledgement of Palestine. Palestine was successfully reduced to a bunch of Allah Akbar boogeymen. Everyone there, right? No real considerate debate really happening in the mainstream zeitgeist about Israel-Palestine. And now we see pretty big 180, right? We see staff at CNN. I assume these people were not fired, right, for this activism, which is huge. CNN is facing a backlash from its own staff over editorial policies they say have led to a regurgitation of Israeli propaganda and the censoring of Palestinian perspectives in the network's coverage of the war in Gaza. It's really the war in Palestine. Gaza region of Palestine, whatever. Journalists in CNN newsrooms in the U.S. and overseas say broadcasts have been skewed by management edicts and a story approval process that has resulted in highly partial coverage of the Hamas massacre on 7th of October in Israel and Israel's retaliatory attack on Gaza. Well, that's weird to me because I was told CNN is impartial. You're telling me Wolf Blitzer gets his directives from his boss, that Wolf Blitzer isn't just a highly respected stoic journalist, that he's actually a pathetic milquetoast puppet reading a teleprompter and pretending to give a crap about anything? Like, once a year, we see Wolf Blitzer do something journalistic. Once a year. 99% of the time, it's robotically read the teleprompter, then cut to the CIA guy. And here's what the U.S. government has for you to, have for you to think. I'm probably repeating myself from earlier. Sorry. Quote, the majority of news since the war began, regardless of how accurate the initial reporting, has been skewed by a systemic and institutional bias within the network towards Israel, said one CNN staffer. Quote, ultimately, CNN's coverage of the Israeli-Gaza war amounts to journalistic malpractice. According to accounts from 6 CNN staffers in multiple newsrooms and more than a dozen internal memos and emails obtained by The Guardian, daily news discussions are shaped by a flow of directives from the CNN headquarters in Atlanta that have set strict guidelines on coverage. Wow, guys, that sounds like real independent journalism to me. Everything's going through the corporate owners. The owners don't let you sneeze on air without clearing it with them first. We got a serious problem with journalism in this country. When fascism, when a dictator comes to America, CNN will be partially to blame. These are the only things standing in the way, guys. Progressives have negative 10% power in government right now. And yes, it's our own fault, but that's just the reality. It's these guys or nobody else. So if these guys are dropping the ball, we're mega fucked. The left needs to forcefully and aggressively, without question and without shame, take control of these institutions or make them irrelevant by competing with them. We need to take responsibility for that. Listen to that. According to accounts from 6 CNN staffers in multiple newsrooms and more than a dozen internal memos and emails obtained by The Guardian, so this shit is legit. Daily news decisions are shaped by a flow of directives from the CNN headquarters in Atlanta that have set strict guidelines on coverage. And let me remind you, the new owners of CNN, conservatives, oligarchs, billionaires. I think it was Jeff Zucker or something, and now it's some other conservative who thinks the solution to CNN's ratings problems is, you guessed it, right-wing coverage of things, more right-wing opinions. So this is interesting. If you want to read the whole article, I'm going to put it right here in the chat. But this is those are my thoughts. I think it's great. It's also indicative of a massive problem in media. But it's also interesting that media, wasn't able to fire these people, apparently. I need to get to the end of the article here. So CNN staff say that some journalists with experience in reporting conflict region have avoided assignments in Israel because they do not believe they'll be free to tell the whole story. So that's interesting. Journalists who work for CNN are like, don't give me Israeli stories, because if you give me stories on Israel, I'll have to tell the truth, and the owners aren't going to like that. So don't even give me the story. That's fascinating. Quit the company, all right? Others speculate that they're being kept away. Just wondering, who got fired? Oh, that's terrible. Can't really show that too much of that. Who got fired? Okay, hold on. Let me just... Fired. Really? No one got fired. Israeli government within... Wow. So that's fascinating. So they were able to... Their faces... Look, they got their faces totally exposed. We work for CNN. Atlanta, Georgia. In front of CNN offices. and they didn't lose their job. That's bravery right there, folks. And that also shows a weakening of this seemingly monolithic pro-Israeli narrative that somehow defense allows you to commit ethnic cleansing. Moving on. Trigger warning. Starving children begging for food, amongst other things. But we're going to get into the UNRWA controversy. And like I said, this is like, it's a multi-pillared, multi-tiered. Look, there'll be documentaries that will go into this. And of course, they're not gonna watch, we'll never see the News Underground, right, put into a documentary 10 years from now talking about this, but they're going to break this down in this way. They're going to be like, this was a very systemic and intentional, multi-tiered, multi-pronged attack against the Palestinian civilian population in Gaza. You go after their homes. You corral them into safe zones, and then you make those safe zones unsafe zones, systemically moving them further south. All with the justification, right? All with a slick PR media campaign justification, ready to go day one. Pretty suspiciously on day one, too. We saw those 9/11 comparisons pretty damn quickly. What a fucking amazing beat, dude. That was sick. I want to hear that again. But let's get into it. Like I said, trigger warning. Starving kids. But Hamas.
Children in Gaza are hungry, and the fear is that they're about to get hungrier. Donors to UNRWA, the main UN agency that supports Palestinians, including the UK, withdrew their funding 10 days ago because of allegations in a confidential Israeli document that this program has now seen. The document repeats an allegation the Israel Defense Force has made many times, that the Hamas terrorist organization has been methodically and deliberately emplacing its terrorist infrastructure in a wide range of UN facilities. And
literally saying tunnels underneath every house. Comical, absurd.
Assets, but provides no evidence to support its explosive new claim that UNRWA staff were involved in the terror attacks on Israel.
Will a 3D model whipped up in Blender, hired a guy on Fiverr to whip up a fantasy 3D CGI model, will that do it? That's evidence, right? We can just submit that as evidence. Good enough. Close enough. Come on.
Stating, from intelligence information, documents, and identity cards seized during the course of the fighting, it is now possible to flag around 190 Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorist operatives who serve as UNRWA employees.
It's a pretty big claim.
More than 10 UNRWA staffers took part in the events of the 7th of October.
Pretty big claim.
Israel gave the document to donors just after the International Court of Justice in The Hague made an interim ruling on a charge of genocide against Israel.
Israel must take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance.
It is utterly shocking that the donors who accuse UNRWA of instrumentalizing aid, as they have done, are themselves weaponizing UNRWA. It is a violation of international humanitarian law. It's a violation of international principles. It's a violation of the ruling by the ICJ, which says nobody should squeeze international humanitarian aid. What's Britain and others done? They've squeezed the aid. And it's a violation, arguably, of the Genocide Convention, because it will devastate the lives of 1.2 million people who were on UNRWA's food lines even before the 7th of October. And that's going to get longer. It will undoubtedly, if unsuspended, lead to mass starvation.
Intentional.
Apart from emergency aid, UNRWA runs schools, hospitals and other services for 5.9 million Palestinian refugees across the Middle East. It employs 13,000 Gazans.
Commenters famously in the past and past broadcasts have said that they are actually able to, figure out who Hamas is, right? Of course, jokingly, right? But if you could help me identify the Hamas members That would be really, really great in this video. If you could help me pinpoint which one of these people are the hardcore supporters of Hamas, please.
Hospitals and other services for 5.9 million Palestinians.
There we go, right here. You can tell because of the glasses, right? These are actually spy glasses because she needs to know the location of the tunnels to escape. You know what I'm talking about.
Palestinian refugees across the Middle East. It employs 13,000 Gazans,
those are grenades,
all of whose names have been checked against a UN terrorism list, and as recently as last May were vetted and approved by Israel. UNRWA immediately fired the staff members named in the document
without proof, by the way,
and mounted an investigation.
UNRWA is playing a critical role. It's true that the Israeli government has been very critical of UNRWA, not now, from many times ago, but we cannot punish 2 million people by depriving them from the support that UNRWA is providing.
Hold my yarmulke.
Who will take care of that? No.
The Israeli Prime Minister, who met a UN delegation last week, is angry that UN reports about the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza were cited as evidence in the genocide hearing, adding to his anger that UNRWA staff allegedly took part in acts of terror.
I think it's time that the international community and the UN itself understand that UNRWA's mission has to end.
Today, UNRWA released photographs they say show a food aid truck in Gaza, which was hit by Israeli...
I can't stress how it's UNRWA is like 90% of the food lifeline in the Gaza Strip. That without UNRWA, there would be mass starvation if people stay. And that's the point. And once again, that's the point. No shelter, no hospital, no education, no food, nothing. And then, of course, the IDF bombing you, at any time. Bombs could be dropped on you. Safe zone or not, does not matter. Come on. So you got that looming over your head, too. In hindsight, I'm telling you, there will be documentaries that are like, in hindsight, this is very clear. This is very, very clear what this is. They've been gaslighting us for decades. This is an acceleration of what that plan was the entire time. Okay, it's I don't want this to be the reality.
Naval gunfire.
I don't have an agenda.
The Israelis haven't yet commented. In Gaza, the suffering never seems to end. Today, the UN Secretary General announced an investigation into UNRWA to be headed by a former French foreign minister. If UNRWA were forced to close, another organization would have to step in. Under international law, in the West Bank and Gaza, the occupying power, which is Israel, would be held responsible.
Well, earlier I spoke from our studio to UNRWA's spokesperson, Juliet Tuma, and I began by asking if they had received any evidence from Israel to support the allegations being made.
There is an ongoing investigation that is not conducted by UNRWA. It is being done by the highest investigative office of investigations in the United Nations. That investigation is ongoing.
Doesn't matter. It could be fucking Dick Tracy and the goddamn gorilla, the gorilla detective from fucking DC Comics, and Batman. Triple team in this bitch. Does not matter. Could be the best detective on planet. Sherlock Holmes, from the goddamn books, dude, comes out to take over this case. Does not matter how legitimate it is. It will be considered illegitimate. And justified in its removal, forceful removal, because I don't think Israel's going to let it go. Because it's all about pressure. It's all about making the suffering unbearable, so people en masse start leaving, and the starvation will do that. Hunger will do that. Hunger will get tens of thousands of people on the road crossing that border into Egypt. So it's an essential part of the strategy. So they can't give it up. They can't because right now they're blockading a bunch of food aid. Right? Why? What? Because it's what? Hamas food? Pro-Hamas food? That's why.
And they are going to do their work and look into all these allegations.
When was the last time?
Yada, 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 yada. So, you know, this is whatever. You know, you want to watch the whole interview here. She's a representative from UNRWA. Obviously, there's not. UNRWA doesn't support Hamas. UNRWA doesn't, intentionally hire Hamas members. They hire thousands of volunteers. Of course, some of these people that they hire are going to be, shady. They do the best they can. Of course, like I said, once again, of course, UNRWA isn't Hamas and supports Hamas. How absurd is that? But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Yeah, 13,000 employees doesn't matter. Because all Israel needs is the accusation. They've been 100% successful in obtaining their goals with just the accusations. The truth does not matter. Egypt won't allow it, but Egypt might not have a choice. I mean, because that's the thing. Is the Egypt government going to put their military on that border and just start gunning the tens of thousands of people down? There will be hundreds of thousands of people at the border, and eventually there will be a breach in the border. And there'll just be tens of thousands of people pouring in. Is the Egyptian government going to gun those people down in cold blood? I don't think so, and I think Israel knows that. Wanted to show this here. No, we're not going to watch the whole thing. Calm your pants, Davey. But Israel has officially, welcome back, Borderline Feline. Israel has officially lost Saudi Arabia.
At least 6 civilians. In other news from the region, Saudi Arabia has reaffirmed it will not establish diplomatic relations with Israel until an independent Palestinian state is recognized.
So there you go. I just wanted to show that one snippet from the Democracy Now! Headlines there. Saudi Arabia has reaffirmed that we're out. We're not gonna hang out and play nice with Israel, which is a big loss for the United States. They would really like Saudi Arabia and Israel to play nice, and there's a bunch of other reasons why they'd want that, but it's a big loss for Israel as well, of course. That oil deal, but what are they just going to get oil from Russia? I mean, what's the plan here? That will be a breach of Israel-Egypt peace treaty, so that means that they'll start another Egypt-Israel war, which the U.S. will not allow. The U.S. doesn't look like it's in the driver's seat here. It's a Mexican showdown. Israel are fucking a big time when BBC News starts reporting against them. I mean, we're seeing that. It's like nobody, because there's no spin. There's no spin for this. So here we go. Here's the United States, back up against the wall, incapable of spinning this any further. Basically saying, okay, yeah, we don't support this, so you're going to stop supporting? No, we have no plans to stop supporting, but we don't support this.
I can tell you we've seen no plans that would convince us that they are about to or imminently going to conduct any kind of major operations in Rafah.
So this was made mere hours before Israel, the Israeli Prime Minister tweeted out that tweet that we saw earlier, announcing the invasion of Rafah.
I think you all know more than 1 million Palestinians are sheltering in and around Rafah. That's where they were told to go. There's a lot of displaced people there, and the Israeli military has a special obligation as they conduct operations there or anywhere else to make sure that they're factoring in protection for innocent civilian life, particularly civilians that were pushed into southern Gaza by operations further north, Khan Yunis and North Gaza. I could tell you that absent
that
any
is the reality, Mr. Kirby.
Consideration of protecting civilians at that scale in Gaza. Military operations right now would be a disaster for those people, and it's not something that we would support.
Has the U.S. communicated everything that you just said about protecting civilians to Israel?
Secretary Blinken, in his meetings with the Israeli leaders, the Prime Minister, and the War Cabinet, made clear our concerns.
Okay. Well, like I said, hours later, Israel decided to invade Rafah. So, not really in the driver's seat, looking like too much there, State Department.
You
You know, okay, this kind of covers exactly that right here. This is a really amazing interview, but I'm actually really short for time, so I'm going to go ahead and skip it, and I'm sorry about that. But if you want to watch it right here, it's really great. This fella here, the Palestinian from the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign, makes some amazing points. Really well-read, sensible person. Really enjoyed this interview, so please check it out. Fortunately, I do not have time. We got to keep it moving. This one is very important that I do want to show because this one is about Israel's, and we've seen this. You know, if you're online, you've seen this, and you know, in our own chat, we see it. You know, oh, it's all justified. It's all justified. You know, you should see you got to watch the video. You got to watch the videos of Hamas doing horrific things. But one thing that we don't see a lot is, you know, unless you are in the, you know, pro-IDF, pro-Israel circles, is the social media videos that the IDF has been putting out that are ghoulish in their pro-ethnic cleansing. They're like, they're out and proud, like, we're cleansing this territory, we're taking it over. Like, they have no doubt whatsoever what is happening, right? They're not pretending that this is some anti-terrorism campaign. No, this is about conquering. They're dancing and celebrating while demolishing dozens of civilian residential buildings. Oh, there are tunnels under each one. Hand wave it away. Okay, we're good. Blow them all up. All the homes. And it's brazenly out in the open, as Borderline Feline is saying. You should post it in your channel if you Discord too. It'd be super cool of you. Might be inconvenience. I definitely appreciate that. What are you talking about? It becomes ignorant, but I never intend to start to get angry. I wish America would take responsibility. What are you talking about? Inverted. All right, let's get to this clip here. Oh, the link.
Israel's war on
the link to this, or the link to the thing that I just posted? That thing. There you go.
Gaza is the first genocidal campaign whose consequences have been live streamed around the world.
Volume is very loud. Sorry about that. Adjusting that right now.
For 3 months now, Palestinian journalists and citizens have been uploading images and videos showing the horror raining down on them. The world has now seen countless images of people killed in airstrikes, children maimed by war, and the videos of people mourning entire families killed by the IDF. But there is another set of images and videos being uploaded from the Gaza Strip, those from Israeli soldiers themselves. And the tone could not be more different. Now, in this TikTok clip, an Israeli soldier gives a thumbs up as he drives a bulldozer down a street in northern Gaza, pushing a battered car towards a collapsed building. The caption reads, "I stopped counting how many neighborhoods I've erased." This next clip shows...
So that is the soldier filling that out. That isn't, it sounds like a parody. Like, it sounds like something like, and the opposition would say, oh, this is what they're saying. This is what they really think, right? Like misquoting them or something, or putting words in their mouth. No, that's them saying that.
There's an Israeli soldier putting his feet up in a destroyed Palestinian home. It was uploaded with a parody version of the Israeli song, "This Was My Home," which was featured in an Israeli comedy sketch, and according to the New York Times, has spread online among Israeli social media users, making fun of Palestinians. Another song widely used by Israelis on TikTok is a remix called Shtayim Shalosh Shager, or 2, 3, Launch. Here you can see soldiers dancing on camera. And in this song, when the word launch is heard, the video cuts to a shot of a building being blown up. IDF combat engineers have been particularly busy on TikTok.
So this is pretty disgusting. I'm supposed to believe that this mass destruction,
IDF combat engineers have been
that this mass destruction is essential to the weeding out of Hamas. So is Hamas still in the building? Oh no, there's tunnels. We have to demolish the building because there's tunnels. So is it possible to just blow up the tunnel? No, we have to literally demolish the entire building to the ground, to rubble, to get rid of Hamas. It doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't make any sense.
particularly busy
It's
on
absurd.
TikTok, uploading light-hearted videos which show them destroying entire Palestinian communities and civilian buildings. Here, the engineers smoke hookah pipes and make a toast as they blow up 4 residential blocks. In another video uploaded to TikTok, Israeli soldiers dedicate the bulldozing of a building to Eyal Golan. He's the Israeli singer who called for the complete destruction of Gaza.
This house is for you.
All those videos uploaded by IDF soldiers to social media were featured in a report in the New York Times. That's a paper which is generally fairly pro-Israel.
So I'm not saying that those soldiers speak for every single Israeli person, because there is an anti-war movement. There is a pro-Palestinian, or at the very least acknowledge that Palestinians are human, movement inside Israel. But we've shown polls. There's plenty of evidence to support this. The views of those soldiers is the popular view of the population of Israel. That is the view that wins elections. You know, what do you do about that? What do you do when the Democratic majority is like, yeah, kill them all, erase them? You know, I don't even think Russians are like that. I think a grand majority of Russians, I mean, they don't really give a shit one way or the other. But, you know, if you got a legitimate democratic poll of all the Russians about, you know, what do you think about Ukraine? I think a grand majority of people will be like, yeah, leave them alone. I don't care. But that's not the case in Israel. Through indoctrination, through many different, you know, kind of indoctrination. Like I said, the Democratic majority in Israel believes that, you know, they need to destroy Palestine, that it's necessary. A lot of people are, oh, it's a necessary evil, but it's necessary. Thank you, Lenny, for sticking around for 5.5 hours. We're not done, folks. We're not even to Ukraine, baby. My wife isn't home. I got nobody. I just got to walk my dog at like 8 or 9 o'clock. We're good. Yeah. Was that 10? What is this number? What is this number in Roman numerals? How do I say your name? But yeah, I don't think I disagree with that comment.
Before that, some were referenced. So before it was featured in the New York Times, some of those had been referenced by South African lawyers at the International Court of Justice, who used them examples of the genocidal culture within Israeli troops, which comes from the top, as the South African lawyers also showed with regard to statements coming from Israel's leaders. The IDF have, as you can imagine, distanced themselves from the soldiers making those posts. In a written statement to the New York Times, they said this: "The conduct of the force that emerges from the footage is deplorable and does not comply with the army's orders." However, and this won't surprise you.
So they weren't specifically ordered to make the IDF look bad. Okay. But it was absolutely their order to bulldoze and demolish these homes.
That statement doesn't seem entirely genuine.
They're not allowed to enjoy it,
the
though.
Israeli newspaper. Israeli army admits running unauthorized graphic Gaza influence op. They say an IDF psychological warfare unit ran a Telegram channel targeting Israeli audience without approval. The army initially denied involvement, but an internal investigation following Haaretz's expose revealed its involvement. Now, the Telegram channel referred to here was called 72 Virgins Uncensored, and it was operated by members of the IDF's Operations Directorate. This is from the Haaretz report. The channel's administrators posted graphic content such as images.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Chem Goblin. I just feel like a grand majority of people in Russia just don't really pay attention, you know? And if you were to somehow knock on every Russian's door and ask their opinion about Ukraine, I think people would be surprised. And that it's like, because you'd think, oh, they're bloodthirsty. Oh, yeah, you know. They hate Ukraine. They think they're all Nazis. And most people are like, yeah, no, I think that's bullshit. You know, if there wasn't the fear and the police state to enforce these opinions, a lot of people are scared to even, you know, give their opinion, rightfully so.
Images of the dead bodies of Hamas terrorists captioned "Shatter the Terrorist Fantasy" on a daily basis. On several occasions, they posted exclusive material from investigations or information that was only available to the defense establishment at the time, boasting it was exclusive from Gaza. They uploaded thousands of videos and still images of the killing of terrorists and destruction in the Strip, and encouraged the channel's followers to share the content so that everyone can see we're screwing them. Of course, I'm reading from Haaretz here, so whether you would consider these people terrorists or militants or just civilians who have been falsely targeted is up to you. Moving on, though, the operators used coarse language in a bid to obscure the IDF's involvement in the channel. An October 11th post read, "Burning their mother, you won't believe the video we got. You can hear their bones crunch. We'll post it right away. Get ready." Photos of Palestinian men captured by the IDF in the Strip and the bodies of terrorists were captioned, quote, "Exterminating the roaches, exterminating the Hamas rats. Share this beauty."
Ugh.
A video of a soldier allegedly dipping machine bullets in pork fat is captioned, quote, "What a man. Grease his bullets with lard. You won't get your virgins." Another caption was, "Garbage juice, another dead terrorist. You have to watch it with the sound of you'll die laughing."
Garbage Fuel is
I mean,
not
this is just
affiliated with the
disgusting
IDF.
for anyone to be posting this. But what's really interesting here, I think, is that this was run by IDF operatives. And what you're seeing here, what it explicitly says in this Haaretz article, is that one of the reasons they made this sort of so explicit and so gruesome is because they wanted it to seem unofficial. You know, they wanted it to seem organic and grassroots, and they wanted it to seem organic and grassroots because they wanted this spread around Israel.
Yeah.
So this idea,
So they were emulating the language of, you know, social media, you know, gore posters, you know, oh yeah, listen to the bones crunch and all that. You know, you see that on social media, the guys that are just like gore obsessed. So anyway, there we go. Just wanted to show that because I think it is important. I do think that unfortunately a Democratic majority in Israel does believe in, you know, like I said, some believe in, you know, killing them, some believe in just exiling them, but everyone agrees that Palestinians have to go. Not everyone, but enough to vote in the most extreme right-wing government Israel has ever seen in its history. And that happened before October 7th. Remember that.
We are for the first time back in the city of Sake.
Okay. This is about the Congo. So I missed my chance to show this, but very interesting interview and just a rundown more of the situation in the Congo. Unfortunately, this is our Gaza section, so fuck that up.
What happens
Good job.
next is a huge...
So this is a France 24 interview or kind of debate about, okay, well, where can these people go? Or no, I'm sorry. That's not what this one is. Sorry. This is just a quick video explaining aid agencies have already said that an evacuation in Rafah would be impossible. There's nowhere for them to go. The borders are not open. You know, like it is undeniable. It will be a total disaster if, you know, military are firing, you know, missiles and mortars and there's full blown open combat in this region. It will result in the death of thousands. So that's what aid agencies are already saying. Let's go ahead and watch this very quick France 24 report on that.
What happens next is a huge question after that statement from the Israeli Prime Minister's office on Friday, calling on the Israeli armed forces and security establishment to draw up plans and submit those to the Israeli cabinet for a combined plan to launch a ground assault into Rafah to, quote, destroy the Hamas battalions remaining there. Israel says there are 4 Hamas battalions in or under Rafah, but a combined plan also to evacuate the civilians. And there are nearing 1.5.
See, I don't know about that, because when I think about the so-called patriots, the MAGA freaks in the United States, they're like a minority of a minority. You know, and probably there's a lot of countries that are like, oh, that's America. Everyone in America is like those MAGA people. And it's like, if you live here, you're like, no, that's not even remotely true. Not even amongst conservative, areas.
Million civilians who've crowded into Rafah, that city right in the south of the Gaza Strip near the Egyptian border. Many of them struggling to survive, struggling to get food, water and medicines, sheltering already in makeshift camps and eking out a survival, really, an existence there. So, of course, while this is perhaps a nod to the US remarks that any invasion, any offensive on Rafah that didn't take due care of civilians, this is set to be a huge logistical operation. Aid agencies already saying that it's impossible.
So what are you going to do, Israel? You going to bomb them? That's probably what's going to happen. Is that they'll strike. There'll be a minimal strike. It'll create a massive panic, big rush to the border. That's what they want. They want a mass migration of tens of thousands of people. Impossible to stop everybody. Fearing for their life. Running for their life. In terror. And crossing the border out of desperation.
Israeli government spokesmen have hinted that this evacuation could be to other areas of the Gaza Strip, open areas where they would set up huge camps for those people in Rafah. But the scale and difficulties of such an evacuation would be huge logistical challenges, would take some time, and would also throw into question the delivery of aid to those people who desperately need it, which at the moment has been coming through the Rafah crossing. So that has raised concerns and a huge number of questions.
I mean, Israel has already successfully, created from the river to the sea. Everyone just wants Israel to agree to the 1967 Oslo Agreement, which, has the West Bank as a chunk, restored to where it was, the Gaza Strip, a corridor, and then fishing rights for the people in the Gaza Strip. And that's all people want. So Israel has already accomplished from the river to the sea. They have, everyone would be perfectly happy if Israel would just stop at the 1967 agreement. Everyone would be super duper happy, and Israel could, but this incredibly xenophobic idea that if you give the Palestinians any kind of peace, it's a guarantee that they are going to create violence. If we naively treat these people like human beings, then they will immediately, stab us in the back. It's incredibly bigoted, incredibly xenophobic perspective on Arab people. I've seen people saying freedom from the river to the sea sounds much nicer and cleaner, what they mean. I just avoid it altogether. It's not for me. I'll stick to my pro-liberty, pro-equality, pro-equity for every human being on planet Earth. Right? Religious freedom. So I mean, there's a lot of disagreement I have with a lot of Muslim people because there's a lot of Muslim people, not every Muslim person, not every Muslim religion or organized religion believes this, but I think there's a lot of Muslim organized religions that do believe it's like, in dominance. I'm not allowed to show Muhammad. I'm not allowed to draw Muhammad. Like that should be a law. Ridiculous. So there's a lot of disagreement there, but dialogue. There's a lot of room for dialogue. And there's a lot of religious organizations. There's some that don't, but there's a lot of religious organizations that do negotiate, that can find a compromise in a more secular society, So there are compromises to be made. Ground assault on Rafah. It's hard to fathom how an operation like this can be feasible. I mean, everyone who knows what they're talking about is saying this has the potential to be, you thought we've seen horror so far. Like what we might start seeing, some people are talking about, you might start seeing like civilians just gunned down in the streets, or, a bomb dropping on a crowded, Rafah refugee area, killing thousands in one strike, dead bodies everywhere, people running in panic, total chaos. And once again, from Israel, what is the plan? People aren't going to leave. Their backs are to the wall. Do you have vans? Do you have planes? Or, are you going to, what are you going to do? Where are they going to go? How are you going to forcibly remove these people? Egypt's not going to let them in. Doesn't sound like the Egypt, border is going to, unless, I don't know. What could happen? What could happen? One breach in that Egyptian border wall and you got tens of thousands of people pouring in. What does Egypt do? Oh my God. I mean, it is. Like I'm saying, anybody who knows what they're talking about is saying this has the potential to be an unmitigated disaster.
John, let's start off with how you view the situation. We have the US warning that without proper planning, you have a looming disaster. Saudi Arabia now calling on the UN to stop this from happening. What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, it's been foretold really with the sort of request from Prime Minister Netanyahu to prepare plans, and obviously the statements you alluded to from the United States, from the European Union, from Saudi Arabia. It's really hard to fully fathom how an operation like this can be feasible, considering that we have 1.4 million people from across the Gaza Strip now concentrated in such a small parcel of land at Rafah, and the dire humanitarian conditions that they're already living in 127 days into this war. So, I share the alarm that you've been discussing from different world leaders, from different humanitarian organizations. And I think also it's worthwhile noting that the Saudi Arabian statement came as they were convening other Arab states in Riyadh to talk about some sort of an off-ramp, some kind of a diplomatic process might stop this continuing escalation. And they, like all of us, are also aware that we have the Muslim holiday of Ramadan approaching, and sort of the tensions in the region being ratcheted up, the risk of escalation beyond the tragic consequences in Gaza have not gone away. And I feel that we're really looking, again, 4 months into this war, over yet another precipice.
When you listen to the reasons given by Benjamin Netanyahu, Mark Regev, his spokesperson today, reiterating that if they don't go into Rafah, it's the one territory that they haven't been into to, quote, achieve total victory and clear Hamas from some of these underground bunkers. Yahya Sinwar, the leader, said to be still somewhere in Gaza. I thought he was in Khan Yunis. He wasn't. What's your take on that explanation to say if they don't do this,
would
the whole
someone mind
operation
posting
could be
a
rendered,
map?
Potentially pointless?
I mean, 127 days, almost 30,000 victims in the Gaza Strip into the war. The idea of us talking about this being pointless, it's kind of extraordinary, to be honest with you. But I think it's also worthwhile acknowledging and reflecting on the second war aim that the Israeli government articulated early on in the war around the rescue and release of the hostages. Now, it's safe to assume that those that still remain alive are probably in Rafah. And any ground invasion that goes in, and I know this from speaking to families of hostages as recently as this week, it radically increases the likelihood that those remaining surviving hostages will lose their lives. And I'm not the first person to point out that the two war aims being declared are in tension with each other. I returned from the region almost 2 weeks ago. I met with families of hostages. I've been speaking to people who are incredibly concerned about their fate. And it's worthwhile acknowledging that we're only 2 weeks away from Bill Burns, the director of the CIA, being.
So, yeah, borderline felines correct. Just to give you an idea of the region here, we have, this whole thing started in the north, squeezed down, all the way down, Khan Yunis, there was various refugee camps throughout the various months, all the way down, but they were striked over 200 times. They were hit, pushing people down further. So now they have over 1 million people. Yeah, where's Davey, right? But now here they have over 1 million people crowded into. They were in Khan Yunis. Oh, not good enough. Nope. Hamas was there. We smelled Hamas. Pushed everybody out. So now they got them literally backs up against the wall, backs up against the ocean. Over 1 million people. Used to have a population of 280,000, something like that. Less than 500,000 in, population, but now over 1 million and counting, and more people coming in because Israel is intentionally pushing everyone down. And, you know, they're cutting off the food. That's all justified, right? It's all justified with the slick little justification ready to go, you know, packaged ready for the media to unload onto you. But out of food, no supplies, and then the bombs start dropping. And that's justified because we're going after Hamas and the tunnels and whatever. And then the bombs start dropping. Remember what we're looking at here, folks. You know, remember what we're looking at here. We're talking refugee camps looking like, you know, Mexican, making Mexican favelas, making the Brazilian, the shacks in Brazil look like the fucking Hilton over here. So you start dropping bombs, what's going to happen?
This week, it radically increases the likelihood that those remaining surviving hostages will lose their lives. And you know, I'm not the first person to point out that the two war aims being declared are in tension with each other. I returned from the region almost 2 weeks ago. I met with families of hostages. I've been speaking to people who are incredibly concerned about their fate. And it's worthwhile acknowledging that we're only 2 weeks away from Bill Burns, the director of the CIA, being here in Paris, discussing with Qatar and Israel a proposal to release the hostages in return for a pause in the violence.
What would you
and
do?
I really do have to ask why we're now discussing this imminent escalation and invasion when only 2 weeks ago we had a paradigm, a proposal.
I would have been one of these Palestinians who wasn't fighting for Hamas, but fighting for one of these other resistance groups. Because there's a bunch of other, you know, resistance groups. But I know I'd be fighting back. Because I know exactly what would happen if I saw, you know, if I looked out my window and I saw a soldier with a gun, you know, shooting up my neighbor. I know exactly how I would feel and what I would want to do. I would want to fight that and resist that. These nationalist so-called patriots talking about, oh, yeah, well, if I were, you know, I would just negotiate. I would just negotiate. Okay. Sure you would.
Proposal that could result in a cessation of violence, even only temporarily, and the release of those hostages. Surely more time must be given for that proposal to play out, and for the chance of those hostages coming home alive, humanitarian aid getting into Gaza, and the daily loss of life we're seeing, all to be paused, if not ceased altogether.
That's a really good point, John. It was here in Paris, as you say, that the head of all of the intelligence agencies, the US, Egypt, Israel, Qatari Prime Minister as well. There was a counter-proposal by Hamas. That counter-proposal was seen as, dismissed instantly by Benjamin Netanyahu, and there's relatively little chatter from leaders. We still await the fact that it hasn't been discounted. Those talks are dead in the water at the moment. John, you also talked about how...
I mean, strap in. We're going to see some really gruesome stuff from Hamas. You know, like for those hostages. And I'm not saying it's justified. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not saying it's the right way to go. But these people are monsters, Hamas, and their backs against the wall. You know, they are going to, you know, they are going to be completely removed from Palestine, or from the Gaza Strip, I mean. And that is going to create a kind of desperation that will lead them to be doing not so nice things to those hostages. Just use your imagination, okay?
How you met some of the families of hostages. Can you tell me about the vacuum, the perspective that they have at the moment in terms of the risks? Do they want this war to come to an end? Is that a universal feeling amongst the families and hostages?
Well, I mean, the one thing you always say about Israelis is there's no such thing as a universal feeling. It's a country with as many opinions as citizens. But certainly the people that I've been speaking to, I mean, one is the mother of a 19-year-old girl who was taken hostage, and she's an alumni of one of our members, Hands of Peace. This is a young woman who'd spent time peace building between Israelis and Palestinians. I mean, she's scared, terrified around the risk of further escalation. We know that there's been repeated attempts to meet with the Prime Minister, to meet with the Likud party, to make the case by certainly a large group of hostage families about the need for there to be a negotiated agreement that secures their release. It's also quite clear from in leaks as well as on the record reports from inside the War Cabinet that the two other main figures in that cabinet, Benny Gantz and Gadi Eisenkot, they have both said that there needs to be a prioritization of the release of hostages. So it's fair to ask whether this is the priority of the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, around this escalation,
I
rather
think there's
than
plenty
the
of hostages still
concerted
alive.
opinion of the entire War Cabinet. And it's also worthwhile noting that Prime Minister Netanyahu is deeply unpopular amongst the large majority of Israelis because of the perception of his own fault for what happened on October 7th. And these are very consequential decisions.
But they, like I said before, they want to replace him. You know, a lot of people in Israel want Ben-Gvir to take over. You know, they want to double down.
Decisions being made right now.
John will speak again soon,
They're
no
frustrated
doubt.
with
John Lydon,
Bibi Netanyahu's
Executive Director
gradualism.
for Alliance of Middle East Peace here in Paris.
Of course, they...
aid agencies and Arab leaders.
There we go. I clicked it 5 seconds later. It then goes. You know, of course, they don't like Bibi Netanyahu and his power grab with the judiciary there, but interesting. Okay, moving on.
Meantime, in the
So this is a interesting video from DW News talking about, well, is Israel even being successful in removing Hamas from these areas? Apparently Hamas is reappearing in northern Gaza as Israel prepares its assault in the south. Apparently Israel hasn't actually, after bombing all these buildings and, you know, scorched earth, they actually haven't cleared out these regions, which is interesting to me. Tunnels. Gotta be those tunnels, man.
United States, President Joe Biden has criticized Israel for the way that it is conducting its military campaign in Gaza. His remarks followed a warning from U.S. officials over Israeli plans to move the ground offensive into the southern city of Rafah. Israel's prime minister says that it is a stronghold for Hamas, which carried out the October 7th terror attacks.
Another family left grieving after 5 relatives were killed by Israeli airstrikes. Lana Almashuke lost both her parents.
We were sleeping and we suddenly woke up to the sound of bombing. Rocks were above our heads and a fire had started.
Do you think those guys who post the "but Hamas" or "Hamas should just surrender" comments, do you think that they would have the balls to tell this girl to her face that pithy little hand wave of an excuse? Oh, you know, your family, but Hamas. You think they'd have the balls to tell that, you know, say that right to her face? Some would. Probably get a kick out of it. The bloodthirsty nature of this is really not, the dehumanization is bananas. You know? They're human beings, guys. You know? Yeah, they have an extreme, there's a lot of extreme opinions about their religion and all that. You know, a lot of us would disagree with them. That does not give us the right to annihilate them. You know? And they deserve the right to have their own country and to be treated with respect, to be given the opportunity to be respectful. You know, this, like I said before, this idea that, oh, if we give Palestine a state, they will immediately use that, you know, that state and that peace to build up arms, and, you know, it'll just be a matter of time before there's a full-blown invasion of Israel, because we naively thought that these animals could be, you know, could be human beings. It's the exact opposite. The solution is for Israel to accept the humanity of these people, and for Israel to become honest actors in this negotiation, which is something that they've refused to do since their inception. It's just a fact. Look into it.
Started. At the end, I was calling for my mother, father, and my siblings, and they didn't answer me.
The southern city of Rafah is home to over 1 million displaced people who fled to the border town seeking safety. People say they are living in fear of a promised Israeli advance.
We don't know where to go. They told us that Rafah is a safe area for displaced people. And we were displaced to Rafah after being told to leave Khan Yunis. So the situation scares me.
Do we have to go home? Our destroyed houses. We have no other choices. We are just waiting.
Roman numerals, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with that comment. Mr. Roman numerals there.
To die. We are waiting for the moment of our execution.
US National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said a military operation in Rafah would be a disaster and that the US would not support it. President Joe Biden also gave his strongest warning yet.
I'm of the view, as you know, that the conduct of the response in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip,
they could work
has
with
been
al-Rakabi. They could work with the
over
Palestinians.
the top.
You know,
I talked to Bibi to open the gate on the Israeli side. I've been pushing really hard to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza. There are a lot of innocent people who are starving, a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop.
Streets close to Rafah's Q8 hospital have been left in ruins.
It's politics mainly.
And after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told troops to prepare for operations in the city, the few safe areas left in Gaza are now also under threat.
Yeah.
And let's get some context now with Frank Ledvich. He is a senior lecturer in strategic studies.
All right, so I just wanted to show that that clip there. Well, actually, no, this guy's going to get into Hamas reappearing. So let's actually listen to some of this here. I'm curious.
At Portsmouth University, and a former British military intelligence officer. He joins us from Oxford. Frank, welcome back to the program.
Thank you, Al Rakabi.
We've heard criticism coming from the U.S. regarding reports that Israel plans to expand its offensive to Rafah. An operation has not started. Do we have a sense of what might be being considered here? Is it likely to be a wide-scale assault or something different?
Well, good morning, Sarah. I think it's important to realise that the Israeli army that went into Gaza 4 months ago is not the Israeli army or defence forces that we see today. They've learned a very great deal. So no longer do we see the frankly indiscriminate or apparently indiscriminate airstrikes on a large scale. Instead, what we see is a focus on ground operations, and indeed there's good evidence now of subterranean operations. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, look, whether the Americans like it or not, and there has, by the way, been quite a lot of the tail wagging the dog with respect to the US and this operation writ large. But look, the Israelis are going to do this anyway. They have to proceed and clear, as they see it, the entire area. They will be entering Rafah, as their Prime Minister has said. We can only hope that the targeting
but they're going to bomb
procedures and the rules of engagement that the Israelis are...
no, they're going to, that's the thing. They're not going to go in surgically, and put their troops in danger. They're going to go in like it's one of the same battlefield. They're like, well, we warned them. That's what they're going to do. And they're going to do the preemptive mortar striking, kill a shitload of people, clear out, but force that area to be cleared out of civilians. And then they're going to go in heavy with the military guys.
As we speak, developing for Rafah will reduce unnecessary civilian casualties. This is going to happen, whatever the Americans say.
Meantime, Israeli officials are saying that Hamas militants have begun reappearing in the northern Gaza Strip.
They're not going to do it that clean,
What does this say about Israel's ability to achieve its war goal of wiping out the group, also in central parts around Khan Yunis, for example, where fighting continues?
Yes, very interestingly, recently, the reports that that US intelligence officials take the view that the Israelis are nowhere near achieving their objectives of eliminating Hamas. And this
interesting.
These actions in Gaza City are evidence of that. And they're quite interesting, Sarah. as to how they're happening. What the Israelis think is that a lot of terrorists that are engaging them there are in fact entering or re-entering the city through tunnels that they haven't yet found, which brings back this key element which still comes back and back and back, and the Israelis have not yet conquered it, this problem of the tunnels. So that's the first thing. The second thing on a more strategic level is the Israelis must be thinking now, look, we're getting back to the old ways of what they call mowing the grass. In other words, we simply can't eliminate the problem. It will continue to grow, and we're going to have to deal with it as time goes on. This war is nowhere near finished, and they're going to have to be conducting these actions for many months yet.
I'd like to get you to respond also to these reports saying that the Israeli army is trying to create a so-called buffer zone by destroying buildings in Gaza. The UN human rights chief says that that would potentially violate international laws of war. How do you see such operations from a military perspective, strategically speaking?
All right, we're going to repeat her question there because that was a good one. I just wanted to respond to Roman numerals here. Now, while there is some really interesting circumstantial evidence that the Bibi Netanyahu government was encouraging Hamas, prioritizing working with them over working with the PLO in an effort to give them power, I don't think there has been enough evidence to really connect the dots on just how guilty Bibi Netanyahu, the Bibi Netanyahu government, is in, supporting, farming Hamas, trying to give Hamas power over the PLO in an effort to, turn them into this boogeyman. There's no denying, though, that Hamas has been the perfect boogeyman for a right-wing authoritarian to use in securing and obtaining power. Perfect.
Human rights chief says that that would potentially violate international laws of war. How do you see such operations from a military perspective, strategically speaking?
Well, what the Israelis obviously are trying to create there is a cordon sanitaire around the main core of the strip. I think it's 2 kilometers they want, which would be, from their perspective, a security zone. Would be, I would expect, mined and controlled by Israelis. So there is a military role there. And the question is, of course, in international law, is that an adequate reason for breaching the very clear rule against such things in international humanitarian law? That's a trade-off. The Israelis' judgment will be, of course it is. We're justified by the military necessity that we consider is imposed upon us. I think most people would say that they could impose such a cordon outside the borders of Gaza should they wish to do so. But of course, that would deny them land on their side. So this is a political question. There is a military requirement for it. The question is on which side of the border should it be imposed.
Frank Ledvich, senior lecturer in strategic studies at Portsmouth University. Many
Interesting. His very dry academic analysis, I'm not quite sure where he actually stands on this, but he really seemed to be maybe just a straight just the facts kind of guy. Not quite sure. I'd have to know more about him. That is some interesting stuff that he predicts that this, fight against Hamas is going to, even after they've completely occupied the entire Gaza Strip, they're going to keep popping out and attacking. So here is Sky News's analysis. Lots you can find with a simple search. Here's one. So yeah, this is interesting. Roman numerals over here with some evidence that Israelis literally admit to supporting Hamas. So that's interesting. Let's take a look here. From the Wall Street Journal. Wow, look at this. Oh, from 2009. Very interesting. All right. Okay. Well, this is obviously I'm going to have to read this article to work out the good bits. I don't have time to sit here and just read this entire article. But thank you for this link. That is more evidence into this that supports this idea that the Bibi Netanyahu government wanted wanted to create this kind of disgusting organization helped create it in a way. But no, I'm going to read into that, and then maybe next stream we'll look into that. Thank you very much, Roman numeral. I appreciate that. I love it when I ask for a link and I get one and it's credible. We'll definitely take a look at that. Thank you, because I do think it's very fishy. And what I would like to see is a documentary that lays out all the information, does a lot of that verification work. Is this piece of information is legit? This piece of information is less legit. And they lay it out in a proper documentary. That's what I would like to see, because I do think it's very fishy. The current right-wing government and Hamas. I do think there's something going on there, but I'm not just gonna. I need more evidence before I'm 100% convinced. But I do agree it's fishy. Sure, Frontline's working on it. Yeah, I bet. I don't know. We'll see. Mainstream media has finally accepted that this is Israel's plan. But it's way too little too late, quite frankly, because it's like this is the final stages of it. It's like literally almost done.
The fighting continues.
Yes, Kamali, and it's pretty clear. Prime Minister Netanyahu's made clear his absolute focus is the destruction of Hamas. And for the last 4 months, the ground offensive has systematically been working through Gaza with that objective in mind. Now, the work around some sort of ceasefire or potential pause, for that to work, both sides have got to be incentivized to make it work. Now, Hamas clearly are no match militarily for the IDF, so it's no great surprise they're willing to negotiate. It's not entirely clear why the IDF would want to negotiate, but there is pressure building from the US, particularly US Secretary of State Blinken's on his fifth visit to the region since the 7th of October, clearly in an effort to avoid any escalation. They've also put a deal on the table, potentially for some ceasefire, 2 months long, 100 hostages potentially released.
Who would take that deal
big
once
injection
again?
Of humanitarian aid
would
into
you take that
the
deal?
Region.
You're a fucking terrorist organization. You got hostages. They go, we will agree to a two-month ceasefire if you give us all of your political leverage, and then after 2 months, guaranteed, we will start the war again. Why? Who would agree to that? In their right fucking mind, who would agree to that? You'd have to be stupid.
That's gone through the negotiating team out to the Israelis, then to Hamas. Hamas come back with a counter-proposal.
Not serious.
And that's a three-phase approach. The first phase is to release women and children hostages. Second phase, all the rest. Third phase is to release the bodies. In return, the Palestinian prisoners would be released, and also there would be a full withdrawal from Gaza of the Israeli Defense Force. Now, it's evident that some elements of that Prime Minister Netanyahu will have no time for at all. What we don't know, though, is whether Prime Minister Netanyahu is no appetite at all for a deal, just wants to focus on the fighting, or whether or not there may be a continuation of negotiations. But as we discussed just off air before we came on, we do understand there are some negotiations continuing in Egypt, and actually breaking. There are reports that Israeli is willing to look at Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas, going on exile out of the country as part of that deal.
Maybe that could be the thing that brings this about in the near term. And what does all of this continued fighting, those words from the Israeli government, mean for the hostages?
That's the one thing we've really sort of taken our off in a bit, because on that fateful day on the 7th of October, 240 hostages were taken. Since that time, about 100 were released over the period. They've also had 3 killed by accident by the Israeli Defense Forces. Now, Israel thinks that 32 further have died actually in Gaza. They also think that there might be another 20 that died. That leaves a total of about 84 hostages, potentially, that are alive somewhere in the Gaza. The trouble is, Israel's right on the cusp of starting the third phase of its offensive down in Rafah. As a reminder, first phase was up in Gaza City, second phase down in Khan Yunis. There's been over 1 million Palestinians have been fleeing, heading down south as that offensive has continued, which means the population density down in Rafah is really intense. Any military operation will be incredibly difficult, because how does the Israeli Defense Force discriminate between civilians, Hamas fighters and the hostages? As a result of that, protests in the Tel Aviv have been mounting because they think more should be done by Netanyahu to release the hostages. But quite bluntly, this deal, if it can't be brokered in some way, it looks like the last opportunity for the hostages before that offensive starts to get underway. And if that gets underway without them released, the prospects look pretty bleak for the remaining hostages.
Okay, Sean.
All right, well, there you go. That was a very friendly, any news organization that is continuing to call this a war against Hamas is continuing to carry water for the Israeli narrative. that this is somehow justified in the name of defense.
Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered the Israeli.
This was 1 day ago, so we've actually already seen all this. U.S. ramps up the criticism, so we've already actually seen all this. Yeah, this is Kirby making his statement. Yeah, I don't think we need to be redundant here and cover this. The United States is ramping up the criticism. We're saying, here's the line in the sand. Israel immediately crossing the line. You're not going to do shit. Beyond arrogant. And they've, why would they think otherwise? They've been able to get away with literally everything else. And like slap on the wrist, not even a slap on the wrist, slap on the wrist with like $1 billion, with a big old wad of money. Oh, stop. Oh, that hurt. Stop throwing money at me. Oh. So why wouldn't they not take these warnings, these lines in the sand seriously from Uncle Sam? They got to cut off military logistics aid. Like seriously, cut off, because Israel is fully dependent like on our Air Force and on our satellites. Cut them off. Just for a day, just for half a day. Get them a little taste, show them a little fear. That, hey, we're serious. Do something that doesn't involve horrific cowardice, Joe Biden. Because like he had the balls to get out of Afghanistan. That was awesome. And he said, nope, that's a failure. We're gone. We're outie. Of course, he pulled out in the worst possible way possible. Totally failed, totally bungled at. But it was the right decision, and he stood by it. I was like, okay, here, that's how a leader works. Of course, like I said, he totally botched the picture of people clinging to the airport, to the goddamn plane, flying off, tumbling down as the plane leaves. Was it really their intention to do a Saigon 2.0, right? The last helicopter out of Saigon? That famous picture from Vietnam? I'm not going to sit here and call that a success, but it was the right policy. It was the right move, and he stuck by it. Good God, though, the execution. Oof.
The security.
So this is what I was talking about. Okay, I do have this queued up. I was talking about this earlier at the beginning of the Gaza segment, but this is amazing in its brazen ballsiness. That's how amazing that's what I mean by amazing. But here is Israel talking about, we actually need to cut into the meager territories remaining of the West Bank to create security buffer zones. Oh, and yep, that does mean we are actually kicking out the people that are living there. It's not like they like are now, okay, you now live in a buffer zone, but you get to continue to live here and this is still yours. But no, they're like, oh, okay, this is now a buffer zone. We've now declared it, pulled this out of our ass. Gotta go. It's all justified. It's all justified. This song and dance, man. It's all coming to an end. This is it. This is the end game. We're witnessing it. It is wild because people have been making this point on social media that it's like, well, I think we can all agree now that if social media existed, during World War I, people would have like, oh, this is senseless. This is horrific. If social media existed during all these other conflicts, humanity would have banded together and just stopped the madness. I will say social media inevitably, kind of creates more scrutiny, creates more accountability, even when it's, very propagandistic and very dangerous in many other ways. But so things are different is what I'm trying to say. Things are definitely different, but I think it's clear to say, and I agree with these commenters that are saying, yeah, no, this is the first fully broadcast, settler colonial conquering of another country, and the entire world is just watching it happen minute by minute and doing relatively nothing, and in some cases enabling it in the worst cases.
The security zone.
These are Israeli military maps.
Volume.
They show illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank. The red lines mark the borders of what the army describes as new security zones.
These examples will be expanding to many locations in West Bank.
The Palestinian Authority says the maps are proof the Israeli government is using security since the October the 7th Hamas attacks as an excuse to implement its long-planned illegal settlement expansion.
Before 7th of October, they were saying we are trying to solve a demographic problem. But after the 7th of October, they start saying that this is a security issue. This is a serious security issue. So we have
It's like 9/11. Everything changed after 9/11. It was a very strategic use of that comparison, because they knew exactly what kind of policies that they were going to implement
to secure the settlements, borders, and whatever.
Yeah.
We're now in the area that you just saw.
The illegal settlements, the settlements that shouldn't have been there in the first place, and you know, you're going to eventually remove them, you know, after they've seen their day in court and all that. Or no, you just kind of claim the land, right? You just kind of claim the territory, like it's a fucking video game, dude. Well, you know, it'd be kind of a pain in the ass to remove these extremists. So, fuck it, it's ours now. What can you do?
On those maps, there are illegal Israeli settlers
Joe
living
Biden. Oh, you better
just
stop.
a few hundred meters
Barack
from
Obama.
here in
Oh, you better stop
caravans
that. Oh, you
in
better
that
stop.
direction.
George Bush. Hey,
The
that's great.
Palestinians that have farmed this land for generations
Donald
have
Trump,
now
too.
had it confiscated
Loved
by
it.
the Israeli military. And the army says that it's a necessity in order to expand a so-called security zone around illegal Israeli settlements.
Oh, shit.
You can see outpost caravans on the perimeter
There
of the
they
settlement.
are.
A recreation ground where children play. The Star of David on the nearby hill. Tawfiq Osman looks out across his olive groves that the Israeli army took control of just a few days ago.
There it is.
After the 7th of October, they stopped us going to our land, even the land away from the settlement. They kicked me out. Then 10 days ago, they told me they had confiscated it. The army does whatever the settlers want.
Does this guy look like a Hamas
Suddenly,
member?
Israeli soldiers appear on the opposite bank. They approach, forcing us to stop filming. They detained us for more than 2 hours.
Yeah, there you go.
This is Israel's Minister for National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, and Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, far-right members of Israel's governing coalition, attending a recent conference advocating settlement expansion. Smotrich later posted a video of himself on X.
Settling creates security. Soldiers do not guard settlers. The settlers are the security belt of the State of Israel.
There you go.
Israeli settler attacks against Palestinians and their property in the occupied West Bank have dramatically increased since the war on Gaza began. The army's confiscation of land around illegal Israeli settlements, Palestinians say, is more proof of Israel breaking international law. Charles Stratford, Al Jazeera, Deir Istiar in the occupied West Bank.
So I guess you know, this the person who put this together, and I am also a full-blown anti-Semite
remarks
for calling this out, huh? It's all too little, too late. That's what's interesting to me right now. You know, and it's like happening during an election year for Joe Biden. Makes him look like so weak. It makes him look so weak. Yeah. Borderline feline talking about Rwanda. Not going to show the whole thing here, but Jeremy Scahill really goes into some detail. And this will be the last video for our Gaza segment. But he really goes into some detail here about the advanced propaganda, how it's been timed, how it's been planned. Well, I mean, I guess, you know, this is a long video. We can get into this one later. I am kind of curious right now. What is going on with Rafah? Where are they? 1 day ago. Let's try to get something like up to the minute here from YouTube. So today, Because I am kind of curious. So 7 hours ago, Israel signals a ground invasion. Expected Israeli ground invasion of Rafah causing widespread concern. Rafah IDF offensive looms as humanitarian challenges. So, okay, so it looms. So that was 2 hours ago. That was talking about the airstrike. Trapped in Rafah ahead of expected Israeli ground offensive. Okay, so they haven't invaded yet. Boy, you can bet the entire State Department is on the phone right now with Israel. The entire Biden administration calling up Bibi right now. That cell phone is blowing up. Okay. Kumo has the back of the IDF even right now. Kumo is disgusting. Over there at News Nation. Got caught being a fondler. So now he got kicked down to a lesser network. And he's just disgusting with his pro IDF coverage. All right. There you go. That's my super happy, super fun Israeli pro Gaza. Already striking Rafah? Really? Airstrikes? Really? I mean, that's the worry. God, how come I search for anything and I see a fucking picture of Asmongold? Oh my God, he's everywhere. Man-child. Wait, I gotta spell this correctly. That would probably help. God damn it. My fingers are cold because I have the window down. Yeah, so you're just talking about the strike that killed 3 people. This isn't, I'm worried they're gonna do, like a big shock and awe campaign style, multiple buildings, kind of like, soften up the area before moving in, scaring the hell out of everybody. I'm not seeing that right now. Yeah, I'm not seeing that right now. Finally, it's been a long time coming. It's Ukraine news, folks. Whoops. It's Ukraine news, folks. Finally. Finally. I feel very bad. I ran out of steam last stream, and I am very tired. I will admit that, but it's only 5:30. I don't have to walk the dog quite yet. No one else has time for Ukraine, but I'm going to make time for Ukraine because it's important. We can't forget about our friends over there. It's not like I believe that, so Tucker Carlson gets what he wants. No, hell no, Chem Goblin. We're doing it right now. It's not like if Tucker Carlson gets what he wants and Putin takes over Ukraine, I don't honestly believe that he would immediately invade another country. But what I worry about, I watched bits and pieces of it. I'm not going to sit through a whole Tucker Carlson interview. He disgusts me. But we got a couple juicy clips. But what I worry about is setting a precedent. Setting a global precedent that all you need to do is wait out the West. As long as you're not invading a NATO country, you can just wait out the West. Ukraine was the, movement du jour, and now it's successfully turned into a quagmire. The Republicans have successfully politicized it, and it's turned into, this intractable wedge issue that, just, turn, like a attrition, anemic, just turns into an anemic effort. And, eventually, basically, you can just wait out the West. So I wanted to start with some of the new stuff and then get into some of the older news. It's not that old, but a lot of it is like the good stuff, like, you know, tanks getting blown up and stuff. So I got a lot of really cool footage that we can show coming up at the end of the stream here. So stick around. This is Vladimir Zelensky's English translated statements about switching out the general. Today, I made a decision to renew the leadership of the armed forces of Ukraine. I'm grateful to General Zaluzny for 2 years of defense. I appreciate every victory we have achieved together. Thanks to all the Ukrainian warriors. You know, usual statements here. I propose to General Zaluzny that we further remain together on the Ukrainian state team. I'll be grateful for his acceptance of this proposal. So he better do it. He better not take his ball and go home. Chem Goblin, do you know if he accepted this offer? That people say that Ukraine should be supported because Russia will invade other countries. Shouldn't Ukraine be supported because Russia invaded, regardless if it ever invaded other countries? Yes, I agree with that take. Yeah. The standing up against this disgusting crime against humanity should be enough motivation. I agree. Unfortunately, that's not the world that we live in, but I do agree that that should be enough motivation. That there's a wrong that needs to be righted. But if that was the case, people would, you know, Morning Joe might do a 5-minute segment on the Congo. Just can't find the time. Can't find the time. Can tell you what Trump had for breakfast. Can't do 5 minutes. Willie can't squeeze in 5 minutes on the Congo. Zaluzny's still on the team, but no idea what that means. Okay, so he accepted that offer. Russia wouldn't dare. Russia wouldn't dare. I mean, maybe, but you know, the thing is that's interesting is that the weakness of these extreme right-wingers, you know, might be seen, you know, okay, as like, you know, okay, this is an opportunity to do something that crazy. You know, oh, Trump, we know how incompetent Trump is. You know, this is, you know, I was saying that before, and thankfully I was wrong. But I was like, wow, you know, the incompetence of this Trump administration, you know, it's kind of the perfect time, right? It's kind of like a wide open nut shot to the American empire. Perfect opportunity. But there's also, you know, he's a wild card, and there's also the idea that he would overreact. Eager to overreact because he would see it as an opportunity to help his politics. And, you know, you poke the bear and he might, you know, unleash God knows what on you. So this is the fella right here that I think is replacing the other general. In yesterday's speech, President Zelensky stated that he had ordered a reshuffle in the command structure of the armed forces. However, until General Syrsky, widely disrespected within the army, is replaced, substantial improvements are unlikely. So interesting. So one guy got thrown under the bus, but this guy right here has not lost his job. And this was one of the main sources of criticism. This was a link from Chem Goblin, by the way. Thank you, Chem Goblin. General Zelensky's leadership is bankrupt. His presence or orders coming from his name are demoralizing. Hello, Glimmer. And he undermines trust in the command in general. Here's a pretty good video on Russia versus NATO. Can't show that, unfortunately. Do not have time. But I'm sure that's a great video. I think it was Davey. Oh, okay. His relentless pursuit of tactical gains consistently depletes our valuable human resources, resulting in tactical advances, such as capturing tree lines or small villages with no operational goals in mind. This approach creates a never-ending cycle of fruitless assaults that drain personnel. Yeah, if that's true, what the fuck? Right? I mean, that, you know, but that could also just be, you know, because when you're on the ground, when you're on the front lines, it can often seem like your commanding officers are making ridiculous decisions, don't know what they're doing, you know. Gee, I wonder what we're talking about, guys. What could it be? What might be the subject? What might be the subject that we're talking about right now? What could that be? What could that subject be? What we're talking about is abortion right now. Oh, sorry, Glimmer. Oh, man. Fuck. Trying to be a jackass here. No, we're talking about Ukraine, Glimmer. We're talking about Ukraine. His failure to withdraw troops from Bakhmut in a timely manner earlier this year. I mean, and that was, you know, he waited until the absolute last second in Bakhmut. I will agree with that. And I said that when we were talking about, when it was a big, you know, the topic du jour in Ukraine was like, wow, this guy is cutting it close. Close. And we're kind of seeing similar things in Avdiivka. Coupled with his obsession to retake it, which is a total mistake if that's true. Because it should be just take advantage of the Russian mistakes to, you know, dump a bunch of resources into this, but do that while you're pulling out and keeping your troops safe. Don't try to actually take it. You know, who cares? It's, you know, what's the strategic value if Russia has it? Whoop-de-doo. It's, if anything, it's great because then you know what positions they're likely to take, and you have them already lined up with artillery, so you let them. And we saw Ukraine do this, so it's not like they don't know. But you line up those shots with our artillery ready to go, back out, let them take those positions, and then bomb the shit out of those areas. My English is very beginner. I'm sorry. No biggie. I'm just joking with you, Glimmer. Remember how I learned English? I was like Forrest Gump. I had zero insecurity and just went with it. Which I still like that. Forrest Gump. Interesting comparison. He was very, you know, cocksure in a way. Hello. Are you our Israeli peace activist? Are you that guy? Shame you weren't here for my 2-hour coverage of Gaza. So interesting. Just an interesting drama here in the Ukrainian military. We are seeing, so this was reported on February 8th. I'm from Kuwait. Oh, I see. Okay. So yeah, this is very interesting because we are seeing kind of a replication of what we saw in Bakhmut. And apparently this is a big campaign kind of, this is, a lot of people speculate that this is, you know, Putin's re-election campaign is coming up and he wants a big victory in Avdiivka to you know, to tout as like, oh, you see, we're making progress, we're making major gains, which is what they tried to do with Bakhmut, and it was a fucking wet fart. Russia is once again escalating its month-long effort to capture Avdiivka and is now storming the front lines in all directions using very large forces, its mayor has said. Chunky wet fart, yeah. It was like, yeah, we won, we got it. Woo! Fucking tumbleweed rolls by. It's got a decapitated head inside of it. We did it. Talking to state media, Vitaly Barabash said, quote, "There is no single part of our city that is more or less calm. Unfortunately, the enemy is pressing from all directions. They are storming with very large forces. Moscow launched a costly bid in October to seize the town, which has been caught up in fighting since 2014 when it briefly fell to Moscow-backed separatists. The capture of Avdiivka would provide a much-needed victory for Russia in the run-up to the second anniversary of its fully-fledged invasion and its March presidential election." I see it's coming up in March. It also marked the first significant change along the front line in months, despite fierce and costly fighting that has stretched the resources of both sides. Yet analysts suggest that the town, which lies in the Ukrainian-controlled pocket, holds little strategic value for either military, so it really is just a repeat of Bakhmut. Barabash said that Russian forces were mainly employing artillery airstrikes and infantry in the assault because Russian tanks and armored vehicles could not pass on the soft ground. So it's just a disgusting, constant artillery barrage that Russia can keep up because their ammo supplies are, you know, sure, I mean, they have supply issues sometimes here and there, but it's about you know, quantity over quality, and they just saturate the area in World War II style artillery ammunition. There's probably zero difference in the shit that they were, you know, shooting at the Nazis. He characterized the fighting as very hot and very difficult. The situation in some directions is simply unreal, he said. Fewer than 950 residents remain in an estimated pre-war population of around 33,000 people. The entire place is just ghost town. Can't believe there's 950 people still there. Avdiivka is located in Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region, which Kremlin claims is part of Russia. Yada yada. All right. You want to read the rest of it? It's right here. In chat. It's fine. I'm always worried when people post in different languages because they're usually posting like nationalist hatred, you know, like racism or something. No, you're fine, Glimmer. Fine. There's no rule though. You must speak English in my chat. So this is disgusting. Elon Musk has to have enabled this, has to allowed this. He probably thinks this is really funny. But Russia is now deploying Starlink in Ukraine. It's all going tits up, guys. It's really all going tits up. Fucking Elon Musk, man. If we let him, he will happily and with a smile put a leash on humanity. If we let him, if we let these nepotism mediocrities obtain the power that they demand, that they think that they're, you know, owed, we let them do it. They'll take it and they'll enslave humanity. Look at this guy. Come on, Newsweek. You're ruining my timing. Newsweek over here, coming in the clutch. Nice media player. It's okay. You know, it's a new medium. Embedding video into web pages, it's you know, brand new thing. Brand new thing. All right, well, you get the goddamn point. Fuck you, Elon Musk. I'll have more details on this later. Oh, there we go. Has outlined how Washington would respond if Moscow shot down Western commercial satellites. Let's see, press conference. Well, this has nothing to do with... Okay, like China, Russia outlined how Washington could respond should Moscow attack SpaceX Starlink broadband network. Internet connectivity. Yeah. Okay. What about Russia? Provides Ukraine with a major battlefield advantage. This video sucks. Was this done by AI? This is weird. This video is weird. Thank you, Glimmer, for that follow. It's a weird video. Anyway, I'll follow up more with more information on Elon Musk. But hey, we got a lot of assholes to get to, okay? We're surfing Pornhub right now because we are doing nothing but looking at assholes. I was completely depoliticized. Oh, interesting. Take it up with Isabel Van Bergen. All right, we'll get a follow up on the Russian Starlink shit because some people, Davey is speculating that, oh, they're going to get sanctioned and, you know, they're going to get punished for it. I don't know. I'm not so sure. You know, and Elon Musk, he's really quick. He's extremely quick to sue. He's very litigious. So, anyway, so talk about assholes over here. We got Tucker and his, you know, fawning interview with Vladimir Putin. And, you know, someone here pointed out, Ron Flipowski, pointing out, Tucker is desperate trying to get Putin to say he wants peace to fit Tucker's narrative, which is, you know, oh, Putin just wants peace. You know, he doesn't want to take all of Ukraine. He's the one that's really coming to the table. He's the honest actor here. So that's the narrative he's trying to fit this interview into. So he's teeing up this opportunity for Putin to say, oh yeah, that's our goal is peace. That's what we really want is peace. But Putin refuses, and he basically says, no, we want total victory, and then we'll have peace. You know, and I can't remember who said it, but there was a, you know, someone intelligent said that you know, dictators love peace. You know, dictators would prefer to take over their country take over your country without resistance. So the first entity to call for peace are the dictators and authoritarians. You know, it's like in Mad Max. You know, you got Master Blaster outside, you know, with a fucking bullhorn. You know, don't make me do this. Think of your families. You know, we just want the oil. You can leave with your lives.
And so why don't you just call Biden
They love
and
peace.
say, let's work this out?
What, anal? Yeah,
What's
anal
there to
sex
work
is
out?
cool. Whatever.
It's very simple. I repeat.
I'm married. I'm desensitized
We have
to all of
contacts
it.
through various agencies. I will tell you what we are saying on this matter
even
and
know
what
what
we are
sex is
conveying to the
anymore.
U.S. leadership. If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons.
Yeah,
It will be
give up.
over within a few weeks.
Yeah, we'll just-
That's it.
We'll blast them
And
out of
then
there.
we can agree on some terms.
Yeah, and then we can
Before
agree.
you do that, stop. What's easier? Why would I call him?
Yeah, give up completely.
And so why don't you just call Biden?
Yeah, just give up completely. And then we'll talk about peace. Can I swear? You're very welcome to swear. Yeah, Tucker. Why didn't you think of that one, Tucker? Tucker over here with the big brain ideas. Got him. Got him. No one ever thought of that one. If we just give up. Fuck you, Putin. And he means it. He has permission to say that one. So pathetic. No surprise there. Pathetic. Tucker Carlson. We're not, you know, everyone else is covering Tucker Carlson, you know, for hours. So go ahead and watch that. But of course, you know what I think. Pathetic. Sycophantic. Opportunist. Tucker Carlson is the king nihilist. He is one of the most brazen nihilists in media. Cancer to humanity. You know my opinion. Was this one from you, Chem Goblin? Index of Perception of Corruption in Ukraine showed one of the best dynamics in the world for the year. So I think this is actually a correction. I wanted to start the stream off with this one. This is right. So we're actually into the old news. This is how I was going to start the stream last time, was with a correction. I claimed that Ukraine was one of the most corrupt countries in the world, you know, before Zelensky took over with his anti-corruption initiatives. Turns out maybe that's not the case. I don't know. Looks like I was wrong. I didn't really look into this. I should probably know more about it. I probably had this better queued up a couple weeks ago. Sorry. But apparently I was incorrect there. You're okay, Glimmer. All right. But if you want some information about where Ukraine was on the corruption index and where they currently are, the progress that they've made, this is a really good article. Open this link and look at the map. Okay. All right. I gotta do it because Chem Goblin told me to do it. I have no choice. Let's see here. Corruption Perceptions Index. Ah. Yep. Denmark #1, huh? Yeah, there you go. All right. I believe you. Corruption Index, various countries. Well, this is all woke nonsense, fake news. I bet these guys are anti-Trump. So, fake news. No, I believe you. Just the perception of corruption. Interesting. Well, I mean, what can you do? You know, they hide all their books. So, you know, Chem Goblin over here might be wrapped up in a larger mobilization we're seeing in Ukraine. Here's a small 2-minute video showcasing an older gentleman, a gentleman in his 30s, deciding to make the ultimate sacrifice. And we may see more of this yet, because there's definitely going to be some kind of mobilization happening in Ukraine, more aggressive, mobilization.
His country in a deadlocked war and in need of recruits, 55-year-old Mikhaila has decided...
Oh, wow, 55, wow. There's no way to measure actual corruption. That's the point of corruption. I don't know, I feel like there's a way. I don't know. Let's ask ChatGPT to help us out with that one. You know what I mean? I feel like we can do this. We can quantify corruption, we can do that.
To put on a uniform and pick up a gun.
Well, the time has come. We need
55.
to end this. The young people don't fully understand their time will come too.
He's joining
Real
the
hero
Azov
there, wow.
Volunteers, a unit known for its far-right views and ultranationalism that says it has no problem attracting new recruits.
We need to communicate with people, not to intimidate them. Everyone will have to fight sooner or later, so there has to be a reserve.
But nationally, Ukraine seems to be suffering war fatigue.
When the full-scale war broke out, tens of thousands of men eagerly volunteered to fight. But
Forbes.
2 years on, with the growing realization that it won't be over anytime soon, that enthusiasm has faded. And many of those first volunteers still on the front lines are simply exhausted.
Legislation is being debated that would reportedly swell the ranks of the military by up to 500,000.
Wow.
But that would still mean soldiers serving now not being discharged for 3 years.
Wow.
And many families who regularly hold street protests believe
625
that's
days.
unfair.
We want demobilization after 18 months. There are some of us who carry the burden of this war, while there are others here at home who are getting used to the war and ignoring it.
With Russia still managing to find waves of new recruits for its assaults, there's a growing feeling from these protesters their husbands and sons will be lucky to make it home again.
And that's, that's part of Putin's plan. And that's why the failure of the West to come to Ukraine's defense immediately, with more of this, instead of allowing this tit for tat and Joe Biden making careful little pussyfoot steps, should have immediately been giving them the cluster bomb, should have immediately been, going, instead of worrying about, we don't want to be seen as the escalators. The West right now is just failing Ukraine, and it's exactly what Putin predicted. At first he was quite surprised by the unity of the West, but I gotta say, we've fallen right in line with his strategy.
Rob McBride, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Just pathetic. The word of the day. Moving on to our next story here.
EU leaders have praised.
Yeah, I don't have time for this one, but this is about Ukraine. The great news from the European Union deciding to inject 50 billion euros into the Ukrainian economy. Military aid, money. And the basic gist is that they said, this will help sustain the war effort. This will be a big chunk of money so that they can, for at least a year and a half or so, keep it going. So it's good news. It's not enough, of course, but hey, the European Union getting together. How much of this promised 50 billion will actually make its way over there? That's another question. If you want to know more, go ahead and watch the video there. Unfortunately, we have run out of time for it. I'm going to be pretty selective about some of these videos because some of them are old. As you can see here, haven't had an opportunity to talk about the amazing big dub for the Ukrainian robot military. Ukrainian robot navy. They don't have a battleship. Does Ukraine even have a single battleship to their name? And look at them just completely embarrassing the great Russian Navy. Do you understand how formidable the Russian Navy was, at one point in history? I'm sure there was a point in history where the Russian Navy was really kick butt. Right? Or at least it was like, they depended on naval warfare quite a bit. And look at them get completely, look at this. Sunk by a robot, 1/1000th the cost of the battleship. Just like a suicide drone, you know, a kamikaze drone filled with a bunch of explosives. Park, you know, scoots up next to the boat, blows up, whole goddamn thing up in flames. Yeah, it's dodging bullets. This is the second shot into, as you can see, the first one, total success. Right? Direct hit. Look at this. Whole thing is red hot, glowing. You know. So here comes the second one. Same spot. Kablooey. Fucking kablooey, dude. Just amazing. The Ukrainian drone navy. Hesitant to even call it a navy. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, with that said, I don't want to see the death of human beings. And what I would prefer is for Russia to get out of Ukraine, to get out of the Black Sea, stop antagonizing Ukraine, start working with Ukraine. Oh, look at that. Oh, no, honey, no. Honey, no. There it goes. There it goes. What is that? What is that Titanic? I got the melody in my head. I can't remember any of the words from the Titanic song. But goddamn, dude, nose up. Nose up. I mean, to build these things are millions of dollars to build. They have millions of dollars of advanced technology and radar and all kinds of fancy toys. And you see all these antennas and all these guns, you know, all these anti-aircraft guns, and they have missiles and all kinds of ordnance. Completely embarrassed. All of it useless. All of it completely useless. At the hands of a couple RC robots, remote control drones. You know? It's crazy. Welcome back, Effed Up Kid. Boy, Effed Up Kid found the right channel here. I believe this is from Davey. Some tunage here. But we just have, you know, deep analysis of the various impacts, what happened. If you want that kind of military jargon, there you go. Davey loves that shit. Thank you, Davey, for your contributions. I do appreciate it. So, you know, this person here, this analyst here, appears 3 or 4 Marine drones struck the Innovets at least 2 of the port side and 1 or 2 on the stern. Goddamn. You think Russia will ever use nukes against Ukraine? Not against Ukraine. Russia will only bust out the nukes if there is some kind of invasion of Russia. You know, or of course as retaliation if nukes are fired against them. But I think the only time that Russia will offensively use nukes is if there is some kind of legitimate invasion. And even then, you know, military analysts have pointed out that, you know, a nuclear strike, you know, isn't really effective unless you are doing a bunch of them. So a singular nuclear strike, you know, that's not even a guarantee that that's going to turn the tide. It's not like, you know, it's like a magic win the war button, you know. So it would be interesting because, like, they might use a nuclear weapon to kind of draw in the United States, right? Because it might be Russia versus China, you know, and China, you know, invading on the cusp of a victory. And then Russia's like, oh, if we use a nuclear weapon, you know, that might force the United States' hand. It's all fun. It's all fun and games fantasy, right? But I honestly don't think Russia is going to use a nuke unless there is an existential crisis. So this is from Davey. Let's start from the beginning. Don't spoil it. Start from the beginning here. Your average Ukrainian versus Russia tank battle here. Oh no! Oh, kitty. He's out of there. He's safe. Kitten's fine. Kitty's fine. He's right there. He's fine. They're just having fun. They're just having fun. Thank you, Davey, for that. That was really good.
Now it's almost 2 years.
Changing childhood in Ukraine. No, this is good. Does this? I need to show this. This shows the perseverance of the Ukrainian people. They continue to educate their children under the threat of murder from the Russian government. This, what we're going to see here is Ukrainian school children, continuing to attend school, even though, the missile sirens are blasting. And if that happens, they just go in the basement and they continue their classes. The amazing resilience of the Ukrainian people, once again, cannot be ignored. And unfortunately, the international community continues to ignore. With that said, Europe came through. The EU came through with that 50 billion promise. Let's see it deliver. But they did come through. They did pass something, which is more than what the United States can say right now. And let's not get it twisted. Joe Biden can send money without approval. We see him do it all the time with Israel. He's done it like twice for Israel. So why hasn't he done it with Ukraine? Why?
Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. One of the cities to suffer the most has been Kharkiv in the northeast. Many residents have already fled, and those who have remained have had to take drastic actions to keep some sense of normality, including the creation of underground schools. For more, here's our Eastern Europe correspondent, Sarah Rainsford.
At the beginning of this war, Kharkiv was one of the cities that I visited when it was being shelled very heavily, and there were tens of thousands of people, in fact, living underground at the time. The metro was a shelter for many people. We saw old people living on train carriages and children sleeping on the platforms. Now, some months later, the Russian forces were forced back from Kharkiv. They were unable to take the city, and Ukraine was in control of the region again, and life began to be easier. People began to breathe there again. But in recent days, there has been an intensification of missile attacks on Kharkiv, and around 10 days ago, there was a huge wave of attacks in which 11 people were killed in their homes. Now, because Kharkiv is so close to the Russian border, it is extremely difficult for any kind of air defences to operate there. They only have seconds to try to intercept missiles before they hit the city. So if Russian missiles are aimed at Kharkiv itself, they are almost inevitably going to hit. And that makes life there extremely nervous for all of its residents. So we were there recently, and we're seeing how people are adapting to that. And one of the ways is moving parts of life back underground.
So that's amazing. They're in a town where anti-air is not as effective because they're so close to Russia. So there's a high likelihood that the air raid sirens are no joke. There's a high likelihood that if missiles are getting fired over there, that they're going to hit. So, this is really fascinating to see how these people are living their life there.
Russia's war has transformed everything in Kharkiv, including childhood. Nika hasn't been to kindergarten for 2 years because of the missile threat. Her own neighborhood is shattered. So parts of life in her city are moving underground. Alongside the metro platform, there are now classrooms full of children, safe here from any explosions.
Look at this.
The staff work hard to make it seem normal. And Nika loves every minute. It's the first chance many have had for months just to play together and be children again.
That is amazing.
Olga talks a lot about Kharkiv's strength and resilience.
Yeah,
but that doesn't stop her being scared for her daughters.
Sure.
It's better underground. It's safe. A child can...
I'd be doing this exact thing with my kid, 100%. Especially if I lived in this town. But even if I didn't, I'd be like, there's still a chance there's still a chance. I mean, technically, there's still a chance as well, but Russia would have to use like hardcore bunker buster bombs to get to this location where they're at.
Continue with a more or less normal life in these conditions. The parents won't worry, and the enemy won't get us here.
Some don't have that luxury, Kem Goblin.
That's why life beneath the city surface is expanding.
Wow, look at
They're
this.
building a whole underground school here.
Great.
With plans for several more.
See that, Putin?
It's been dug out of an old sports field.
Wow.
As Kharkiv adapts to a war it once thought impossible and now shows no sign of ending. The Russian strikes on this city are intensifying.
Wow.
This family can't quite believe they're alive. We met Marina and her mum a few days after a missile destroyed their home. They'd just stepped round the corner when it hit.
Wow.
8 of their neighbours were killed here.
Look at that. The whole building collapsed.
I just found my birth certificate.
There are fragments of Marina's life scattered among the
Just found
wreckage.
my birth certificate.
Only one document of me, only one document which says that I am is I am.
Hey, wow.
The day after the
Amazing
missile
that she
strike,
found that.
her father put a flag on top of the ruins.
Hey, there you
no
go.
matter what Russia do with us. They can kill us, murder, but we stand and we go on.
Incredible strength.
They call this an unbreakable city, but the difference between life and death can be a matter of moments or meters.
Happen
Sarah
any
Rainsford,
second.
BBC News, Kharkiv.
Any second. Wow, what an amazing story. Really something else. Really something else. Truly amazing.
You have to keep.
Like I said, we're going through some of the older news, and I'm sorry about that. We've already covered all the latest, what's happening in Russia, or Ukraine, sorry. But this, so I apologize if you saw this in the news a couple weeks ago, but this really was something else to me. This is the Finnish president saying, without any doubt, the reason why we joined NATO is because of the actions of Russia. We, very much signaling that, they believe Russia is an existential threat to all of Europe, and that, this conflict in Ukraine absolutely has more to do, with it's not just isolated. It's not just an isolated conflict between Ukraine and Russia. This has implications for every country in the region. We're watching your news, not their news. Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people, a lot of people in the chat are very, studious. They keep up with shit, so they might have seen this. Just a heads up. But this, I just love how direct this statement is. Right to the heart of the matter. I love it. And you so rarely see politicians, especially in these kind of like puffy, PR kind of things, say these kind of things. But I mean, he puts his foot right down, and I love it.
You have to keep in mind that this is not the first time we are discussing about NATO, and not the first time we will discuss about NATO with Russia. They have made it very clear earlier years that if you join NATO, they will do whatever they have explained, some contra steps. What they are, that is for us to guess. But now I got to get a bit deeper. The situation changed. So far, even Russia has said that having militarily non-aligned Finland and Sweden, that will stabilize Baltic Sea. That's what they have been talking. But then,
I'm up, just resting my eyes.
In the end of last year, they stated that Finland and Sweden can't join NATO. They demanded that NATO doesn't take new members.
Yeah.
Actually, they changed their own picture by that, because we have, with Sweden, been non-aligned militarily from our own will. But by stating that Russia actually expressed that you don't have your own will here.
That's right.
And that is a huge change.
You exist at...
That made us think.
We exist because
we
allow
what
it.
happened in 24th February, which continues the huge warfare Russia is having in Ukraine.
Look into
Surely
Putin's ideology.
That changed
He believes
also
this
the
shit.
picture. They are ready to attack a neighboring country.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, that's the president of Finland saying, that he very much believes. He would disagree with me. He's saying, no. They would come for us next, or eventually. A lot of speculation is that it would be Poland next, but it wouldn't be another NATO country. So yeah, if there's an interview, I could definitely queue it up for next stream for sure. Saw a video earlier, a cool drone catching gun earlier. It's a pistol that shoots a net. Ukrainian soldier built it. That's cool. Nice non-lethal way to do it. Be neat. Ukraine tells allied troops are outgunned 3-1 by Russia. I mean, the interview with Putin. Oh yeah, exactly. His intent, his mentality. So, Ukraine over here, ringing the warning bell. We're outgunned 3-1. It's now or never. You got to come in for us. You got to help us out. Wish I had time to read it, but I don't. Sorry. I know I suck. I know. Getting late. Keep this moving. Yeah, they have been the entire war, but it's getting very desperate. It's the attrition has reached new levels. And it is starting to have frontline ramifications. This hero right here, journalist in Ukraine, retiring from his position as a journalist and joining the Ukrainian army to fight on the front lines. Godspeed to this absolute hero, setting an example for all of his fellow countrymen to join into the fight, into the resistance. If you are able-bodied, really something else. Like I said before, hero. Let's go ahead and see his statement right here. We do have a translation. Thank you, Chem Goblin, I think, who posted this.
Наразі ставимо крапку. Особисту крапку сьогодні ставлю і я. Власне, це був мій останній ефір перед мобілізацією до Збройних сил України. Настав час і мені змінити звичне місце роботи, цю затишну, улюблену студію на військову форму. Вже наступного тижня розпочну свій новий шлях, тож хочу подякувати вам, глядачам вікон і фактів. Дякую, що були і залишаєтесь з нами. Прошу вас вірити у Збройні сили, допомагати Збройним силам і ставати до лав Збройних сил України. Іншого шляху до перемоги немає. Бережіть себе і рідних, і неодмінно побачимось. Наразі ставимо крапку, особисту крапку.
And I hope his military career is a successful one, and I hope he comes home safe with all of his limbs attached. Absolute hero. Want to give him mega props. Not enough weapons to give them. We manufacture per monthly enough. I mean, there's a lot of, issues. No doubt about it. It's not even a question, but Russia can outpost more attrition. Outlast. Yeah. People have been saying, oh, Russia's going to run out of ammo fucking a year ago. Apparently, they got warehouses, that shit. This is a great one from your boy, Davey. Visualization of all of the tanks and vehicles that Ukraine has successfully blown up. Pretty wild. Pretty wild stuff. As you can see, it goes all the way back here. But this is only tanks. This is not even the... I mean, just think about it. Look at that. If you were just the tanks lined up, look at how many. Doesn't really need to outlast anything. No one's invading them. They can just stop and they'll be fine. Yeah. You know, Putin's not doing this for territorial or monetary gain. It's literally an ego thing. It's a pride of Russia thing. And it's, you know, this is definitely made by AI, because as you can see, like really early right here, these two tanks are fused together. Whoops. These two as well. It looks like these two are joined at the hip. But still, quite a stark image. If you were to look at all the tanks that were blown up by Ukraine, you know, and, you know, these guys, you know, these Ukrainian soldiers, absolute heroes, badasses of the century. One of the most badass militaries on planet Earth right now is the Ukrainian military. Incredibly competent. Really amazing visualization. Thank you, Davey. If you want this, you know, picture for yourself, maybe make it as your computer background or something. There you go. There's the link. Thanks again, Davey. Saw American tourists taking pictures of downtown Moscow, walking around freely. Disgusting. Soldiers version? Oh my God. What does this look like? Small village worth? This is going to be thousands of people. Oh my God. And this is, wow, this is big time AI. You can see in the faces right here. But good Lord, think about it. All these human beings, you know, sacrifice. This isn't for the greatness of Russia. This doesn't prove Russia's greatness. This isn't World War II, you know? This is because Putin sees his mortality and he wants great Russian victories before he dies. Just so sad. I mean, you know, these guys, you know, sure, they shouldn't have joined. Some of them are useful idiots. Some of them really believed it. Some of them were filled with hate, and some of them were naive and stupid. But didn't have to happen. There's one man responsible for this. There's literally one human being responsible for this. And Tucker Carlson just gave him an enthusiastic blowjob. Disgusting. Thank you, Davey, for those links. So apparently Zelensky here, now on his way out. It's very old news, February 2nd. Oh my God. Criticized the system of weapons production in Ukraine. But this was interesting. Of course, I don't have time to read it, but you know, maybe there was some internal push and pull, some disagreement. Maybe that's why he's got to go. I mean, I'm fine with this. I'm fine with the swap out. Shit happens. You know, new leadership, new generals, part of war. We're going to have to see the results of that. He's right, though. Yeah. So that's really quite troubling if he was right. And Davey, don't worry. I know you're like, oh, you can't show this whole video. I know, Davey. Thank you. Okay, I won't be. He had to go because he wanted to retreat from Avdiivka. Not my opinion. Really? Interesting. That's weird. So that's really troubling. Because what that means, that's telling me that Zelensky might be supporting wrong decisions, knuckle-headed decisions. Zelensky is against any retreat. That's kind of, I don't know if that's a good strategy. I don't know if that's a good idea. That means a lot of extra dead Ukrainian soldiers. I don't know if that's, yeah, this might not be a great move. This might be Zelensky's first great mistake, in fact, if that's the case. That he was removed because he was dissenting, and he was dissenting for a very good reason. Zelensky didn't want to hear it. So now he's getting a yes man installed. Bad news. I wanted to show you this here. Can't show you the whole video because it features a Russian soldier being executed. But I want to show you what Ukrainian soldiers are putting up with. These fanatics, some of these guys are fanatics, these Russians. And they're filled with, you know, the propaganda. They think, okay, I'm already dead anyway. Right? You know, my commander-in-chief told me that Ukrainians are going to harvest my organs and, you know, do God knows what, who knows. Well, I'm already dead, getting taken prisoner. So he faints getting taken prisoner, and this Ukrainian soldier, you know, he's probably exhausted, gets caught slipping here. This Ukrainian, he's taking off his flak jacket. This Ukrainian is helping this Russian take off his flak jacket. This is the entrance to the tunnel right here. There is another Ukrainian soldier in the tunnel. There's another Ukrainian soldier inside the tunnel here. And I'm going to show you as much as I can here. But this guy, you know, somehow sneaks a grenade, somehow sees an opportunity, and attempts and fails to pull the pin on a grenade. He's struggling, right? He's struggling with it. I think that he thinks he pulls the pin, throws it in there, and then of course what happens is I think he's shot pretty quickly by this guy, and then the guy that was in here storms out and blows him away, shoots him multiple times with his assault rifle. So that link in the chat is right here. You can see the whole video yourself. But as you can see here, his flak jacket. He's got something right down here. There he goes. You know, this Ukrainian, you know, soldier, just, you know, he's done this a lot, you know, and look, he did get caught slipping. I'm not going to sit here and criticize him. This is frontline battle, you know, frontline fighting, okay? You get caught slipping at any time. And he's trying to be humane. You know, he's trying to help this guy out. He's got a grenade and he's struggling to pull the pin. So I think he does like a LeBron James, I guess. Does like a back, you know, falls backwards, throwing the grenade in the hole here. And I can't show you the rest, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to blur it out. But he's immediately shot, like I said, by the guy that was trying to help him with the flak jacket, like once. And he's definitely still alive. But even then, the professional Ukrainian soldier shoots him just once. Because I think he's waiting for his commanding officer to, you know, to make a decision. So the guy that's in here, okay, so he's still up. He's kind of like using the flak jacket to kind of push back a little bit, but falls down. Then the guy that's in the tunnel, like I said, storms out and just unloads on him. That's it. Now, interestingly, Geneva Conventions cover this scenario, and this is not a war crime by Ukraine. This is actually a war crime committed by the Russian soldier. You are not allowed to feint surrender, and then, you know, and then attack. You know, you're not allowed to pretend to give up and then throw a grenade. So the Russian was actually committing the war crime there, even though he was, you know, you could say dishonestly that he was brutally executed, but you don't do that. Okay? I'm a POW, right? Protect me under the Geneva Conventions, and then throw a grenade. Can't do both. So people are criticizing the Tucker Carlson interview by saying that, you know, Putin did a whole history lesson, and that's absolutely true. He absolutely did. And if you've watched Vlad Vexler, you would realize that Putin needs to do this because he has his own alternate version of history, wildly inaccurate, you know, fanciful, you know, fantasy version of Russian history. Got what he deserved. I mean, yeah. Yeah, especially, I mean, that Ukrainian smoking a cigarette, you know, like he was going to let that guy live. He wasn't going to take him back and torture that guy. But yeah, so the joke is that, you know, Putin went into his, you know, long history lesson, but he has a whole alternate history that he believes in. So he kind of needs to. That's the meme.
Now, tensions appear to be...
How old is this? 9 days ago? Okay, so we, you know, this is kind of old news once again. So I wanted to show this. This is wild. This is Anthony Hopkins playing Hitler in a drama called The Bunker about, you know, okay, like Hitler's last days in the bunker. And it's, you know, like I said, Anthony Hopkins playing Hitler. But the clip that I'm going to show you here is fascinating because in this clip, these German soldiers describe Russian soldiers and what they get up to and what their behavior is like. And tell me if you hear any similarities. This is fascinating.
They've taken over the Potsdamer Platz. Tanks, artillery, infantry. Russian soldiers everywhere. Soldiers, ignorant peasants, raping every woman they can find, stealing the flush toilets because they think they're potato washing machines.
So you got these Nazi German soldiers talking about Russian soldiers, how they rape everything, and they're stealing the flush toilets because they think they're potato washing machines. This is interesting. I wanted this history of Russia stealing toilets and washing machines and other like things. Kind of interesting. But I put the link there in the chat if you want to watch the whole movie. It's a great movie. I love it. Anthony Hopkins' performance, you know, Davey over here saying, you know, oh, the other guy did it better. The other guy did it better. And I don't disagree that his acting was absolutely amazing, but I don't know. Anthony Hopkins clearly put a lot of work into the mannerisms and the meek overall nature of Hitler. You know, he was just a big poser. You know, he's puffing himself up to be a tough guy, but at his core, very, you know, meekish, mousy kind of person. And Anthony Hopkins, I really feel like catches a Hitler that we don't often see, because we see this like loud and energetic and psychopathic and screaming. We see that Hitler quite a bit. We don't see the boiling with rage, the incontinence, you know, what is it? Impotence, the impotence of the real life Hitler. And I think Anthony Hopkins really did a lot of work trying to find that. So I thought this was interesting, and definitely check out the movie.
Hello, everyone. So
Downfall is a great movie, though. I'm not going to sit here and deny that. Hitler when he loses a Super Bowl bet. It's been a while, but I remember that movie when I was younger. Oh yeah, Kissing Gonzo. That's cool that you saw that when you were younger. So this is great. We're getting into the meat of it here. This fella who's really great, Sucumonius, heavily recommend you like and subscribe. Great analysis from this person on Ukraine's various, you know, fights and tank battles and other things that are happening. Really good analysis. Is this the downfall clip? Yeah. I know. We've all seen it, Davey. It is a good clip. He's an amazing actor. I'm not going to sit here and deny it, but I encourage everybody to give Anthony Hopkins a second look, because it really is. No, it's not that clip. Okay. Oh, it's not that. But give Anthony Hopkins another chance. Honestly, it's a really good performance.
Erstens, Spitze Wenk liegt Süd.
This is just the movie. Yeah, no, but his performance is really good. But honestly, I feel like it has too much energy.
Wir brauchen eine Anweisung für den Fall, dass die letzten Munitionsreserven
It's too much. It's overacting a little bit. There's enough real footage, you know, of Hitler. There's enough, you know, eyewitness accounts. So it's a good movie. It's a good dramatization, but I don't know if it's an accurate Hitler.
Günther, ich nehme Ihnen das Versprechen ab.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's the most accurate Hitler. There's a lot of portrayals of Hitler, man. So we'd have to go down the line. That would be kind of an interesting, fun thing to do, to like literally watch every fictional portrayal of Hitler and like, you know, do like one of those website rating things. That'd be kind of fun. But I don't know. I don't know if the downfall is the most accurate Hitler. It's a very entertaining Hitler and intimidating and frightening Hitler. Is it the most accurate though? I don't know. Haters love Snitler. Okay. Bleach Rogan. No, okay. Back to this analysis here. This person breaks down the tank battle. Or no, this isn't the tank battle. This is great. So this is a big, expensive Russian anti-air system that's supposed to detect oncoming missiles and drones and allow them to, you know, to defend themselves and to be a countermeasure against it. Blown up immediately, dude. Blown up immediately. The moment they rip the plastic wrapping off this bitch, and a fucking drone is flying directly into it minutes later. It's totally mind-blowing. The amount of equipment that Russia is losing out here, just the millions and millions of rubles getting flushed down the toilet. And does anyone from Russia care? This is your money.
Artillery reconnaissance system. Well, that very same day it was announced, this video was released showing what happened to it. So
is Eist Wider Da? Is that the one that's Guess Who's Back? Is that what it translates to? Because yeah, if you're talking about Guess Who's Back, that is one of the most brilliant Hitler movies ever made. Absolutely.
Ukrainian drone tracked the Yastreb to a position on a field where, as soon as it got set up, what looks to be a HIMARS rocket pays it a visit.
Oof.
It looks like the M30A1 round. Now, I was going to say that this was destroyed on the very same day it entered service, but I don't think that's fully the case. Russia announced it yesterday, so it may have been in service in Ukraine for a few weeks or so.
Oof.
Likewise, its destruction may have happened a few days ago as well, but it's only just been released now.
Nice one.
Maybe Ukraine held on to the footage until Russia released it.
No, he's back. You can watch it for free on YouTube. He's back is probably the most, like, that actor is unbelievable. It's absolutely, the whole movie is unbelievable. But there you go. Just wanted to show that footage of Russia there, you know, getting its ass just handed to it immediately. And of course, this isn't the case all the time, but it really does show you just you know, how hardworking the Ukrainian military is. You know, trying really to stay on top of this as much as possible to keep the pressure on the Russian military.
I have some pretty amazing.
We're gonna watch another one here from Suckymonius, who, oh man, his channel is blowing up, 253,000 subscribers. Love to see it. But this is an analysis of that really amazing Bradley versus Russian tank battle, multiple camera angles, and an analysis of what we're seeing. The effectiveness of these Bradleys cannot be minimized, and it's amazing how they're using it's a machine gun, really. It's an extremely powerful machine gun, but you know, they're finding that multiple rounds instead of one big round, right, but multiple smaller rounds is better, because, you know, after that first and second round, the crew inside that vehicle is wildly disoriented already. And you've basically already hit, you know, just a couple more rounds. So it's not that big of a military disadvantage to have to fire multiple shots.
Amazing footage here for you. Some of the best we've seen from the war. This video clip, which is originally nearly 10 minutes long,
he's back,
shows
man.
a Ukrainian Bradley infantry fighting video.
For this 24-hour stream, I'm gonna be watching a lot of documentaries and movies and stuff. So I think we'll have to give He's Back a watch during that 24-hour stream. I think I'm gonna do that maybe weekend after next. Not next weekend, but weekend after next weekend.
Vehicle dueling a Russian T-90M at very close range.
Yeah.
With a second Bradley coming along and finishing it off. So the Bradleys win this duel, as we'll see at the end.
Getting a better resolution.
The first Bradley is heading from left to right, and we're
Yeah,
seeing ambush for T-90M.
I'm gonna go to sleep.
Landing some
I'm gonna have to
early
sleep on
hits with its
stream.
Bushmaster cannon.
No choice.
Before falling back to another position.
I can't do the whole 24 hours. I need to take a nap.
You can see tries to engage the Bradley at close range. Luckily, hitting a house instead with a miss. That is the early big blast that you can see. That big blast isn't the T-90M detonating. It's a round from the T-90M, missing and hitting a house.
Synchronized sleep. If you say so,
After
buddy.
that first initial engagement, you can see the T-90M is seen pulling back as well, or at least trying to. So the Bradley and the T-90M are both pulling back to different positions, but both are still engaging each other. And then, as the distance increases,
you can't even see it.
If you look to the top of the screen,
he's way the hell
you
over
can see
here.
incoming fire as another duel is going on somewhere else.
Yeah, it's over here.
That looks like another Bradley, which is engaging Russian positions too. This is too far away to see what it's engaging.
They got the Russian tank over here. Oh, I'm seeing some.
Looks like a Bradley engaging Russian positions in the trees.
It's definitely firing
multiple
away.
Blasts, as presumably targets are hit. I'm not sure if these are vehicles being hit here, Russian firing positions, or ammo detonations, or what.
Oh no, it's right here. Sorry,
but definitely something is being engaged there by another Bradley. Now, as for the Bradley and the T-90M in this little duel, there is a bit of a lull going on.
That's a good idea.
Both vehicles are trying to maneuver and find a better position, either to fire or hide from sight.
I need to find more time to read some books. But anyway, this isn't really the fantastic part of the footage here. We're going to skip to the good part. Yeah, right here. This is one of them.
But again,
so the Bradley comes up here.
Fire from the T-90.
The tank is already circling. Like the crew is either knocked out or abandoned the vehicle. And it's basically just circling.
Yeah, towards the Bradley.
So the Bradley's coming in just to finish it off.
The Bradley is pulled back a bit away from the T-90M. Seems like the operators are maybe assessing the situation. Then we see another curious big blast. First, a fire blazers burn.
So some were speculating that this big explosion was the fire suppression system being punctured.
Bright, and then a very big detonation as something goes up. Now, at first, I thought, okay, we get a zoomed in shot of a T-90M.
Yeah. So as you can see, this is what he was shooting at.
Close to being finished off. Its turret is spinning around aimlessly as it burns. But surprisingly, the T-90M is still mobile. It's still moving, but it's out of control.
Yeah. This doesn't matter though, right? All that fancy armor, all that money that went into, making it designed with all these hard points. Doesn't matter if the human beings inside just can't handle having their brains scrambled.
And though, finally, the T-90M is finished. The T-90M crashes into a tree, and at least now, at last, we can say that it's done for. So, credit to the T-90M. It took a big hammering here, and yet, despite the damage it took from 2 Bradleys and 2 massive detonations nearby, it was still mobile until the very end. So we can definitely.
Yeah, so that is interesting, and it does show the dichotomy there. Ukraine really, the crew did all come out, that it's there is a power difference, out there. Ukraine is not exactly using. Even though it is an American Bradley right here, but it's just like, a lot of the time they're using Russian recovered tanks and stuff.
Hello, everyone. This clip of a Bradley isn't quite as action-packed as others we've looked at lately, but it's an interesting video.
So I don't think I have time for this one. Yeah, I think this is just more footage of what we saw earlier. Yeah, I'm afraid I do not have time for this one. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So this is the footage that he didn't have before when he made that first video, but then this came out earlier. We might have already shown this, but this is just too badass not to show.
Hello, everyone. A short update here.
So there you go. This is up close praxis. So this is up close what that tank crew was dealing with. That Bradley just absolutely merciless, pounding that tank. Look at that. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna? You're the gunner. How are you aiming? How are you aiming this tank? You're not. You're fucking praying for your goddamn mommy. I know I'd be. That would be my plan. Cry, poop my pants, and cry. I mean, look at that. Look at those things splash, dude. Jesus Christ, look at that freeze frame. White hot molten metal. The crew is so lucky that none of that actually penetrated in there, but it's amazing how it's like it didn't need to penetrate. You just needed to, you know, completely discombobulate the guys in there. That's all you needed to do. Amazing. Yeah, I love the sparks. So this was a couple weeks ago. The fighting is incredibly intense. 3 weeks ago, according to the timeline here. But Ukraine has been heroically pushing back against the Russians in their assault in Avdiivka. Looks like we got no music here. I would really like to have some truth here. I'd really like to know what the hell's actually going on about this general. You know, did the old general, the one that was replaced, did he have the right idea? Is he actually wrong? Is Zelensky right to have this policy, this never surrender policy? Doesn't seem right to me. Doesn't seem flexible enough. You know, if that's the case, like, no, don't give them an inch. Really? You know, don't let them take positions and then blow them to smithereens, you know, bomb them and booby trap them. You know, this new guy, so we're saying this new guy is a yes man. You know, if that's true, why does Zelensky want to put a yes man in charge of the military, right? Does he think he knows better than his generals about military strategy? Let's not forget who Zelensky was before the start of the war. Not exactly a military genius. You know, maybe he played a lot of Warhammer or something, you know, but he was a comedian doing voiceover work for the Ukrainian version of Paddington, the bear. Here's the current situation at Avdiivka. Okay, thank you, Davey. We'll take a look here. Once this video's up, just, you know, some interesting footage here. Drone footage of this incredible mobilization from Russia. You know, they want, and a lawyer. Yeah, okay, that's a good point. But you know what I'm saying? Not exactly a general, not exactly a military, you know, background, upbringing. Maybe he is a, you know, strategic genius. Maybe he is like extremely competent at this. He's learned very quickly. Maybe that's all true. I don't know. That's interesting though. Zelensky is more than likely getting military intel and direction from NATO commanders. But is he listening? I mean, there was evidence of him getting a direct warning about the invasion and only taking it seriously in the final week. You know, when Russia was basically asking its citizens for blood. You know, that's always a bad sign when they're like, okay, can we get a bunch of blood donations? We're going to have a lot of need for a lot of blood very soon. Ooh, daddy. Shit, one more time on that one. So is that another Bradley? Yeah, is that another Bradley right there? I think it is. Or no. Is this the Bradley? Is the Bradley over here? I don't know. Interesting. I don't know which side this one is on. Wow, total catastrophic explosion though. Direct hit. Wonder what that was. He ignored the military before the full-scale invasion. True. Well, this could be bad news. I don't know. I want to be optimistic, guys. I don't want to be pessimistic. But this could be, like I said before, this could be Zelensky's first big mistake, if that's the case. If he's receiving sound advice and he's rejecting it, and instead, you know, I would just prefer a yes man. That's not good. That's not good. Well, thank you, Davey, for this updated map. Boy, Chem Goblin was right. We needed you earlier before you came back in. I needed a map. Here's the current situation at Avdiivka right here. I assume this is at Avdiivka right here. Very similar to Bakhmut, almost exactly beat for beat, right? They're pinching it off. Ukraine doing everything it can to take smart positions, taking advantage of Russia's eagerness to capture this, you know, for the sake of Putin. I guess this is Zelensky wanting to deny that to Putin. Putin desperately wants to, you know, for his victory parade, say, oh, look, we've taken Avdiivka, you know, progress is being made, and Zelensky wants to deny that to him. Is that really worth Ukrainian soldiers' lives? You know, is that really worth maintaining a bad strategy to deny a political PR victory to Putin? I don't know if that's worth it. Call me crazy. But if that's the case, I don't know if that's worth dying for. You tell me. If you died over that, would you be cool with that decision? I've also seen that Zelensky ignored NATO battle plans for the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Yeah, Zelensky warned an attack against the entire front while NATO wanted a centralized attack on Tommak. Yeah, Tokmak. Yeah, I've heard that as well. I think that's accurate, Davey. So that's all. Those are all really bad signs that we're dealing with a larger ego than maybe we first thought. And like I said, like, does anyone believe Zelensky is some kind of, you know, military savant, military genius? Like, he knows better than America, you know, blow up your country before fucking breakfast? United States? Really? You know? I don't think so. Yeah, lawyer, comedian, politician. I don't see military strategists on that list. So that is very concerning. Let's get more clips here from the brave Russian soldiers on the front line. Get an idea of what these guys are dealing with. Baby. Oh, you changed your name. Very loud, so. You know, and once again, there's no video game on planet Earth that has ever truly replicated frontline combat. Because this is what frontline combat looks like. I don't know what's he shooting at, dude. I don't know. That's his job, though. He's got to shoot in that direction. The other account, oh, that's right. The other account got banned. Yeah. Arma 3. Fake Arma 3 video. Just mag dumping in you know, not random directions, right? They have a general idea of where their enemy's at, but that's it. That's what frontline combat looks like for a lot of soldiers, man. Just dumping that shit. Oh man. Yeah, suppressive fire, sure. Where's the hit markers? Brand new M249. Yeah, it looks pretty new. It does. Nasty fucking weapon, dude. Those like, I don't know how many rounds in that. What do you call it? It's not a magazine. Do you call this thing a magazine anymore? It's a bunch. It's more than a drum mag, I think. And this ammo is not to be fucked with either. Like, each one of these shots is a nasty like rifle bullet. You know, it's not like it's shooting like it's like a, you know, like a SMG shooting a little 9mm bullet. These are nasty, you know, full blown like sniper rifle level caliber bullets, right? Just firing at rapid. Yeah, no. In a day, he'll had fired thousands of rounds. So that's what it looks like. And if he's not doing that, if they're not doing these kind of indiscriminate, you know, these kind of like, you know, spraying down these areas, they get overrun. Okay, they get overrun. The enemy sees, okay, these guys are low on ammo. They're not, you know, they're not doing these suppressive tactics. And then that's when, you know, the groups of 3 or 5 sneak in, you know, maybe at nighttime, trying to come in, take advantage of the situation. So you want to do that. You want to do this suppression. Raids are soon to come, I'm sure. If you're not. Same as the AR-15? Okay, yeah. Very powerful cartridge. Is that what they call them? Here he is right here, carrying more ammo. All these guys got a box of ammo in their hand. Yep.
Nie, co to dama.
5.56, that's what it is.
Se bater, tu cai pro bunker.
Yeah, very well manned, very well maintained. You know, definitely not the case all over the front lines, that's for sure. God, man, I don't know how these guys get used to it. You just get used to it. Die any second. Is that cluster munitions? No, that's a gunfight. Whoa. That's so nasty, dude. Oof, that is nasty. And Joe Biden has the temerity to play politics with this. Where's the special, you know, where's the special rules that you know, you got special rules for Israel. Special appropriations doesn't require any approval. But Joe Biden feels like it's okay to play politics with Ukraine. Fucking disgusting, dude. He's such a coward. You know, he's the one man that could change. He could change the battlefield reality in one day. Look at that, dude. Drone. Catastrophic explosion on a Russian tank. One more time on that one. But I mean, he's the one man that has the most power here, Joe Biden. And he's sitting on his fucking dick, dude. You know it, Davin. We're getting near the end here. Just a couple more clips in the Ukraine section, and the this 8-hour News Underground segment will be complete. Hey, like I said before, nobody has the stamina. No other political streamer is as hardcore or as real as me. Top notch. Nobody. Oh, can we watch anime cartoons and play video games now? How about no? How about we continue to talk about the real news that affects us every single damn day? Holy shit, I hope that wasn't the dead guy. What map did you need earlier? We found it. We're good. We just needed the Rafah. Had to show how small Rafah was and how it's right on the Egyptian border. But no, man, this is the News Underground. This is a legit, you know, this is a legit attempt to inform ourselves. I was about to say this is a legit news network. No. With that said, there is going to be a slight channel update at the end of the stream here I'd like to tell you about for those who, you know, keep coming back. Almost slipped. It almost slipped, kissing Gonzo. It almost slipped. Here we have some, sorry about the Tapper Jake here, this embarrassment to the profession of journalism. But CNN, you know, like CNN does, it gets exclusive footage. So I wanted to show some of this exclusive CNN footage. I could provide the Gaza control map if you still want it. No, we're done talking about that for today. We'll get back to the horrific conditions in Gaza, you know, soon. I'll probably have to do a special stream either tomorrow or later, earlier this week, because it sounds like Rafah is going to be invaded any moment. Might happen. We should actually double check and blur him out. We should actually check real quick if the invasion of Rafah doesn't happen before the end of the stream. So maybe that'll be the last thing that we do here.
Fight in the forests.
Oh, thank you so much, Tapper. Oh, you're so good at your job. You're such a journalist. Keep reading that teleprompter, buddy.
All-out warfare in unforgiving terrain.
He says, watching everyone else's content.
Forest battles in eastern Ukraine mean facing
IOF invading tax dollars at work.
Russian onslaught.
Need more of these tax dollars at work.
To break through Ukrainian defenses. Dimitro is one of those holding them up. The situation is very active and very tense, he says, because the enemy has much more equipment and manpower. Basically, every day they try to storm the positions.
More and more.
A dead
and more.
Russian soldier
shit.
and a destroyed tank show just how close the Russians have come. It's a fight for survival and against the elements.
That was just a pile of clothes,
the trench,
guys.
Cold, wet, and soggy. The only heat coming from candles the soldiers cower around, gathering strength to face overwhelming.
Look at that trench candle. I gotta figure out how to get trench candles to Ukraine. I need to figure this out.
Russian firepower. They shoot direct fire. Planes are flying. Basically, they have it all, he says. But probably the worst are tanks. When they fire, you don't even hear it. You hear an airplane when it comes over. With a tank, you're in God's hands.
That is so fascinating, because when I think of tanks, I think of big, loud, clunky. But apparently a tank can sneak up on you. It could get within deadly striking range without you actually knowing it's there. So I don't think it's like a tank sneaking right up, inches away from the trench. But I think it's like a tank getting within deadly range of the trench before the people in the trench know. That's really interesting. I didn't know that was possible.
Artillery fire, another threat here, as we found out when we came under fire trying to make it to the area.
TOS as much as I can. Thank you, Jeff Bezos, for this opportunity to use your wonderful platform.
And this is unfortunately something that when we work here in the east of the country happens all too often. We were getting ready to film here, and then all of a sudden we heard what appeared to be outgoing artillery, but then a shell came in. 100 meters, gotcha. We're now trying to make our way out of here as safe as possible. That means we have to keep distance between our cars, but we also, of course, have to keep moving the entire time to make sure that we can get out of here, hopefully safely.
We believe a Russian drone spotted us and directed the artillery fire. But two can play that game.
Go, go, go.
Naziri is a Ukrainian drone pilot.
Nerd.
He guides Kiev's artillery guns, targeting...
Nerd. Yeah, this nerd's probably killed more Russians than fucking half the Ukrainian population, dude.
Naziri is a Ukrainian drone pilot. He guides Kiev's artillery guns, targeting Russian infantry, but also armored assault formations, including main battle tanks. He says ammo shortages mean he has to be extremely precise. It's no secret we're starved of artillery shells, he says. We try to work as efficiently and accurately as possible to hit the enemy's firepower. Trying to fight back any way they can on one of the toughest battlefields of this war.
Hot. He's got a big
the Ukrainian
Spider-Man. Was it Tobey Maguire? He's got a big Tobey Maguire thing going on.
He guides Kiev's artillery guns, targeting Russian infantry, but also armed. No secret, we're
hell yeah, dude. Go get you a husband in Ukraine, guys. Mixed with Harry Potter. Yeah, totally. Daniel, what's his nuts? Radcliffe. Absolutely. All right, folks, we've actually made it to the final video of the stream. Of course, I always like to end the Ukraine coverage with a real-time map update. And, this reporting from Ukraine consistently continues to do an amazing job. Fuck the haters, fuck the doubters, the defeatists. Reporting from Ukraine and Dennis, putting out the videos at the consistent pace. Yeah, no, pretty damn consistent. February 7th, February 9th, February 5th, February 4th. He took a long break because he was sick. Give the poor man a break. He was sick, but he's right back at it. Got to respect journalists like this. So let's go ahead and dig in. The latest video from reporting from Ukraine, talking about the replacement of the general and his last order. Let's dig in. Dennis is no longer living in Ukraine, but he is not.
First of all, Ukraine's military.
At least, I don't follow his Instagram or anything, but he has not disclosed, at least in the YouTube videos that I've seen, his actual location. But he did admit, he did say, he left Ukraine pretty soon. He, like 6 months, I think, into the start of the war, he decided to move. Criticize him if you want. People make their own decisions for their own reasons.
Today there are a lot of updates. First of all, Ukraine's military leadership has undergone significant changes recently. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky replaced General Valery Zaluzhny with Ukrainian Ground Forces Commander General Alexander Syrsky as Ukraine's Commander-in-Chief as part of wider military leadership changes. General Zaluzhny, often referred to as the Iron General, was widely respected and had a high approval rating.
Yeah.
Under his leadership, Ukrainian forces were able to repel Russia's initial assault on Kyiv and reclaim significant territories in 2022. However, the momentum on the battlefield shifted, and a counteroffensive last year failed to achieve its objectives against heavily fortified Russian positions. This, along with Zaluzhny's public disputes with Zelensky over military strategies and the handling of the war, including the management of troop mobilizations and conscription laws, led to his dismissal. General Alexander Syrsky has been appointed as the new head of the armed forces. His promotion is seen as a recognition of his pivotal role in defending Kyiv in the early stages of the conflict and leading the successful counteroffensive in the Kharkiv region in 2022.
Okay.
Over the last 15 months, he was responsible for the defense of the most difficult regions, such as Kupiansk, Lyman, Soledar and Bakhmut.
Okay.
Taking this into account, Syrsky's appointment makes sense as Ukraine is shifting into strategic defense. His main priorities right now include improving troop rotation on the front lines and incorporating new technologies into Ukraine's military strategies. Syrsky has been handed to solve a very difficult problem in Avdiivka, where Russians recently penetrated the Ukrainian defense and entered the town from the north. According to the Institute for the Study of War, Russian forces appear to be preparing to fight their way through Avdiivka. The overall tempo of Russian offensive operations suggests that Russian forces have prioritized fighting through Avdiivka block by block from the town's southern residential area, instead of trying to further encircle the settlement from further southwest or to the north, where Russian forces have made only limited gains. Russian forces may seek to replicate attritional light infantry frontal assaults to make tactical gains by brute force, as Russian forces did during the Battle of Bakhmut.
Just like Bakhmut.
The current situation is almost exactly the same as it was in Bakhmut, as Russians are less than 1 kilometer away from cutting off the main supply line physically.
Wow.
The crucial difference this time is that this supply line does not go through the field, which increases the risk for Ukrainians.
Yeah, they were in
Some
open field in
analysts
Bakhmut.
suggest that Ukrainians may need to combine a major counterattack with the withdrawal to save their troops,
Yes.
while others say that Russians overstretched their forces and may run out of reserves,
That's
which will
what they
lead
said
to a
about
forced
Bakhmut
regrouping
last time.
and more error for Ukrainian forces. There is little public information to make a reasonable assessment of the probabilities of each scenario. According to the Institute for the Study of War, Ukrainian withdrawal from the southern part of the town would not threaten to unhinge Ukraine's defense in the whole region.
No, of course it wouldn't.
Moreover, Ukrainian top generals ordered to build a comprehensive defense line behind Avdiivka, and the process started at the end of 2023. Overall, Zelensky, Zaluzhny, and Ukrainian Defense Minister Rustem Umerov all acknowledged that the war has dramatically changed between 2022 and 2024, and that new approaches and strategies are necessary. Advisor to the head of the Ukrainian president's office, Mikhail Podolyak, stated that Zelensky decided to conduct a systemic renewal of the leadership of the Ukrainian military, including the commander-in-chief, in order to review the Ukrainian military's actions in the past year, prevent stagnation on the front, find new functional and technological solutions that will allow Ukraine to maintain and develop the battlefield initiative, and begin the process of reforming the management of the Ukrainian military. The changes have prompted mixed reactions among the Ukrainian public and military personnel, with some expressing concerns about the departure of a highly respected leader like Zaluzhny and the implications for the future of Ukraine's military strategy. Nonetheless, the Ukrainian government and military are focusing on adapting their strategies and ensuring that the leadership is aligned with the current and future needs of the war effort. According to the Institute for the Study of War, command changes are normal for a state fighting a war over several years. Russian generals, for example, were changed almost after every operation or stage of the war. When it comes to such monumental news with far-reaching implications, it is extremely important to make sure that the information is not warped. So the first thing I usually...
He's so good at that. Reporting from Ukraine is so good at working into his sponsorship. Make sure you like and subscribe to Ground News and use his promo code, whatever the fuck it is. Here you go. Here's the link. Like and subscribe to Reporting from Ukraine, guys. He's so good at that. At getting into his ad buy. Russia did a decapitation strike. The Russian army shot down the plane with all of Wagner's leadership in it. Yeah. No, they didn't. Putin said it was a plane accident. You know, just happened, just random. Whoopsie daisies. Putin had nothing to do with that. All right, folks. There you go. That's the News Underground, yo. That's how we do things around here. No, wrong one. There we go. Boo. Hey, no. Hey, and if you stuck around this whole 8 hours, amazing. You have the stamina to take on the world. If you can handle 8 hours of the News Underground, you have the stamina to take on the reality. To look into the abyss. Right. You do have that strength. Quick little stream update. I'm going to rename the stream to the News Underground so that it makes more sense. I'm not going to change my name or anything, but I am going to change the name of the stream to the News Underground because that makes sense. Change it to the name of the news organization. Was on the library earlier looking up jobs. Good stream. Thank you, Your Tubing. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for that view. All you lurkers out there, big props to you lurkers. You got it, Kissing Gonzo. Thank you, Borderline Feline. So right now the name is Abandoned Nihilism. The Twitch name? Yeah, the Twitch channel. Yeah, so the Twitch channel's name is Abandoned Nihilism. Yeah, so I'm not going to change my name. My name is my mission. We're not changing that. But we're just going to change it to the News Underground. You know, the host is going to be Abandoned Nihilism. We're not going to change that. Troll steals the name. Oh, whatever. But that's the plan. I'll use numbers or something if I have to. Whatever. You'll watch that Russian Shadow Fleet video I recommended on Discord. Sorry, Davin. God, I can't please everybody, can you? Sorry. Oh my God, I got people DMing me. Oh, okay. Step bro. Oh, editor, huh? Yeah, I'd be interested in Step bro. Sure. Show me what you got, buddy. Hit me up. I need an editor really bad, and I'm absolutely happy to pay for one if the fares are nice or good, Show me what you got, homie. Get in there. I totally need an editor. I don't have time. Yo, Quick Double Tap still here. Thank you, Quick Double Tap. And thank you to everybody in the chat. Like I said, Davin, Chem Goblin, Davey, Borderline Feline, Kissing Gonzo, Your Tubing, Woke Patriot. You weren't here today, unfortunately, but thank you for your contributions to the Discord. Thank you so much, Lenny from south of Boston. Thank you, Lenny. Avery Fain, thank you for coming back. Avery Fain, I recognize that name. You were here before. Thank you for coming back. Like I said, all you lurkers, that view is the most important thing you can give me. Outside of your obsessive adoration, sociopathic, parasocial relationship. Outside of that, the view. It's all about that view. I'm joking. Oh yeah, who is this? Effed Up Kid. Thank you, Effed Up Kid, and everyone that contributed in the chat had something positive to say or something intelligent to say. Thank you so much, all you out there. When am I next on? Well, I think, might have to do an emergency stream real quick. Let's take a look at Rafah just to see if we have any kind of update. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to do a follow-up on Rafah because it is going to be a humanitarian catastrophe. There's no other way to put it. Who's gonna, it could lead to the mass slaughter of innocent civilians. Let me just take a look here. It's like 9 hours, 8 hours, 2 hours ago. Rafah offensive and evacuation. What to know? That's News Nation already putting that out 2 hours ago. Nothing so far. But the media is fully convinced that this is happening. PBS over here. Palestinians in Rafah brace for expected Israeli ground assault. So yeah, we might end up doing a special stream tomorrow. It's looking like this might kick off tomorrow. God help us all. God help us all. But thank you. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. And, don't forget to follow that 3-step program to create political change, to become a political activist. Yes, you need to do that. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, join a progressive or an actual conservative organization. I'm fine with that. We'll talk more about that later. Real conservatives, real conservatism doesn't really exist. But I think it's important to have real conservatism. And we'll talk about that later. But step 3, put in the work. Put in the motherfucking work. Ask yourself what you're doing for the movement. How am I helping to make things better? Yes, you do have an obligation. Get off your duff. I believe in you. All right. Thank you, everybody. It's been great. Davin, big props, Davin. Big props. The News Underground, baby. News Underground, motherfuckers. Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger. Take care of yourself. Thank you, Kissing Gonzo, for that positivity. Big props to 3DMG. The sound of the underground, folks. Take care of yourself. AKA the American hero, yeah. I left America. We'll be doing a 24-hour stream weekend after next. Look forward to that. Lots of fun. We'll play some video games, watch some documentaries. Lots of fun. See you really soon. I'll do another stream. I'll do more streams in between. But look forward to that coming up. 24 hours. News Crucible. The News Crucible. Yeah. News Crucible. You know what movie I want to watch? Caligula. I'm gonna go watch Caligula. Yeah, that's right. Thank you again, everybody.